really good order. We're going to take just a moment to do something unusual. As some of you know, as the committee members are aware, and others in the Capitol community may know, our brother, our fellow Senator Charles Perry, this morning in Lubbock, buried his granddaughter. So Bella was, services were this morning, 18 years old, and lost her life. And so the service was this morning. We're going to take a moment of silence, and if you wish, if you're led, you could pray for the family, whatever you want to do. We're going to take a moment of silence in memory and honor of Bella, Senator Perry's granddaughter. Thank you. Our first order of business, as this is our first meeting of the session, is adoption of the committee rules. I can represent to the committee that these are our rules from the last legislature with no changes. They've been working well. No one has proposed changes. Any questions about the rules? Senator Zaffarini moves that we adopt the committee rules. Is there objection? Hearing none, the rules are adopted. A number of people will be in and out for this hearing, and there are witnesses testifying in multiple places. Some of our bills this morning have gotten more media attention than others. Senator Nichols is here with an important bill, and we're going to lay out Senate Bill 992 at this time. Senate Bill 992, and we'll recognize the bill's author, Chairman Nichols. Senator Nichols, welcome.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members. 992 establishes a clear time frame for the Office of the Attorney General to approve or deny a state agency's request for outside legal counsel. Currently, state agencies must ask the Attorney General's office for approval to contract for outside services. However, in state statute, there is no time frame in which they must respond. In addition, the bill requires the Attorney General to approve or deny within 25 days, although the standard practice is 10. We're just saying do it within 25 after receiving the request. Additionally, if they deny, it says provide a written explanation for denial. That's it.
Thank you, Senator Nichols. Members, any questions for Chairman Nichols on the bill? Very well, seeing none. Chair opens public testimony on Senate Bill 992. Senate Bill 992, posted on the agenda. Anyone wishing to testify on, for, or against Senate Bill 992? Seeing and hearing none, public testimony is closed. And Senator Nichols will leave the bill pending for now, but we expect it to move very quickly. Thank you for being here.
Mr. Chairman and members.
Thank you. Okay. The chair now lays out Senate Bill 28 and recognizes its author, Senator Hall, to explain the measure. Senator Hall.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Before I begin, members, we handed out a folder that has a number of documents in it that I wanted you to have. So as I reference these as I go through, what is an unusually long layout, because this is a very complicated subject to try to wrap our heads around. And so as I go through it, you have them. You may not read them now, but you will have them. There are letters that we have that have been written from the commission. There are instances that have taken place and locations of some of the facilities and so on. They're in there. I'll reference them as I go through this. Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman and members. Mr. Chair and Vice members, this is a grim and sad day for Texas, and I take no joy in laying out this priority bill, SB 28, to end the ill-conceived Texas Lottery courier operations. I want to thank our Lieutenant Governor Dan Patrick for recognizing the seriousness of the possibility of an organized crime ring being embedded in excuse me. I want to thank our Lieutenant Governor Dan Patrick for recognizing the seriousness of the possibility of an organized crime ring being embedded in the Texas government. And my sincere thanks to Chair Huffman for allowing the extended questioning that was so helpful in shining a light on what at best appears to be a public-private partnership led by a state agency for a criminal conspiracy to defraud Texans hidden within a state government agency. I had met with our Lieutenant Governor briefly after he heard the very damning testimony at the Texas Lottery Commission Finance Committee hearing on 19 February. He was so incensed with what he heard that he personally visited one of the illicit courier facilities operating near Austin after it had sold another winning ticket for Lotto Texas over the weekend. If you have not watched the video report he made on X, I urge you to do so. It is clear confirmation for what you will hear today. Now let's start back in the beginning. In 1992, after a great deal of discussion of concerns about access by children, addiction to gambling, family sufferings, and the inherent crime that history has proven to be inherent to gambling, Texas established the state lottery. The legislature laid out very strict and intelligible principles to protect the public from fraud and abuse that the agency was clearly directed to follow. The legislature expected the agency commissioners and the agency executive director to exercise strict control and close supervision over all lottery games conducted in this state to promote and ensure integrity, security, honesty, and fairness in the operation and administration of the lottery. Nowhere in the law is there found any loophole allowing the agency to write rules that were counter to or inconsistent with the guardrails the legislature had so carefully crafted in writing the law. In fact, the legislature specifically prohibited the commission from adopting rules that would erode prohibitions on selling tickets to minors and selling tickets over the telephone. By the end of the day, it will be clear to any reasonable person listening that the Lottery Commission has failed to uphold any principles it has been charged with protecting. Just the opposite has happened. The agency created the loopholes specifically to allow the use of telephones and internet, group purchases resulting in underage gambling and other changes to open the door wide to what the legislature intended to be illegal gambling practices. Let me say this another way. The illegal organized crime lottery operation we now have is not the results of some very smart people outside of government figuring out how to beat the lottery system the legislature intended. Now, outsiders may have helped with identifying needed administrative and rule changes to create the illicit system, but it was the lottery staff and commissioners that provided the couriers with authorizations to operate in this state and made the rules changes to fit the courier ticket order narrative, then continuously denied that they had the authority to stop the illicit courier operations, prevent minors from gambling, or the sweatshops dedicated to acquiring Texas lottery tickets with sophisticated algorithms designed to purchase every possible combination of numbers, 26 million, in less than 72 hours. So that everyone understands how Texas was moved from what started as a luck of the draw fair lottery game to what has become an organized criminal operation that is stealing millions of dollars from the public. I will begin by giving the people who have only read the headlines related to this controversy some necessary background. In the beginning, there was a time when the Lottery Commission took its duties seriously. In November 1994, long before the Lottery Commission began manipulating the rules, Scott Werner, a police officer from New Jersey, bought 2 Texas lottery tickets for face value plus a surcharge of $1 from a lottery courier called Pick a State in Pennsylvania. An agent for the courier printed the ticket at a Texas lottery retailer in Houston, Texas. Werner was lucky. He was the only player to hit all 6 numbers in the November 1994 draw. This win should have netted him $10 million. He attempted to claim the prize in 1995, but the Lottery Commission refused to honor Werner's claim, alleging both federal and Texas law. The Lottery Commission pursued federal law infractions until 1997, when a court, through a very twisted interpretation of the law, ruled that the retail seller lawfully exploited a loophole in the federal law. The Texas Lottery decided to settle the case in an amount far less than the winning pursued by Werner, but the state maintained that state law prohibited this kind of transaction. This case exemplifies the Lottery Commission's early dedication to upholding the carefully crafted Texas lottery law and the scrutiny the legislature has always expected and should always expect from every Texas agency. I'm starting with this example to demonstrate how far the standards of integrity have fallen at the Texas Lottery Commission. In June 2015, the Texas Lottery Commission announced major changes to its administrative rules. The commission, for the first time, was going to develop an online app, make rule changes regarding in-lane grocery sales, and the development of a QR code for use with the new app. While to the public, these changes seem clearly explained and without controversy, a closer review reveals that an additional discrete change that had nothing to do with the other rule change was also made to the method of play, definition in only the Mega Millions draw game rule. All Texas Lottery draw game rules like Mega Millions, Lotto Texas, Powerball, and Pick 3 historically shared the same language in the method of play definition. In part, it reads, a player must use play slips to make number selection. The terminals will read this play slip and issue tickets with corresponding plays. Senators, those 2 simple sentences were incorporated into a method of play definition and govern the face-to-face transaction of Texas buying a lotto ticket since the first ticket was sold. In 2015, changes to the method of play set in motion the creation of 2 rules that would separately govern, 1, filling out the play slip to be wagered, and number 2, the terminal processing of the ticket. These changes to the Mega Draw rule were formalized in June of 2017, rulemaking where the method of play was deleted and replaced with the term entry of play. And for the first time, Texas Lottery, the play slip definition was amended to include electronic means, a major change. Simply eliminating the administrative prohibition on electronic and computer-generated play slips and amending definition of play slips to include electronic play slips for the Mega Million lottery game amounted to the first crack in the Texas Lottery Ethical Foundation. These changes to only the Mega Million draw game rule would be the beginning of change what it would mean to sell Texas lottery tickets, allowing couriers to operate in our state under the disingenuous assertion that they are simply taking orders over the phone from players, and it opened the door for what is likely the most significant and far-reaching lottery fraud scheme in world history. The Lottery Commission justified these changes by stating it needed simply to implement its own smartphone app, allowing players to check on draw results and access special ticket coupons. At least that is what the Lottery Commission told the public. TLC made it publicly abundantly clear that the mobile app was not meant to sell tickets. Let me say that again. The commission publicly made it abundantly clear that the mobile app was not meant to sell tickets, but that was the beginning of the cover-up. Remember this fact as we go forward to unveil how the crime syndicate began to form within the government. On December 29th in 2015, the Texas Lottery received a memo. It's letter number 1 in your packet regarding the Texas Lottery enhancements from Edward Burbach of the Gardee Law firm representing Auto Lotto. Auto Lotto would eventually operate under the name of Lottery.com. The 7-page letter describes how Auto Lottery could legally operate in the state. Of interest, the letter states that the company will receive no compensation from the Texans. Instead, the company will be compensated by commissioned sales agents. In what is the first of several unethical and perhaps criminal decisions on the part of the Texas Lottery Executive Management, Lottery Operations Director Michael Anger, on behalf of the Executive Director Gary Grief, sent an approval letter, that's number 2 in your packet, on October 10th, to Auto Lotto, aka Lottery.com, to operate in Texas. The next seemingly inconsequential change to the Lottery Commission's administrative rules came in October 2017. The Commission took the change to the Mega Million Games rules and applied them to another game, Powerball. At this time, only these 2 games, Powerball and Mega Millions, had the entry of play in electronic playslip language. Soon after that event, Lottery Courier Services began selling 2 products, and only 2 products, over the internet and via mobile apps in Texas, both in violation of the basic law. Mega Millions and Powerball. This deliberately slow expansion was carefully crafted to minimize attention to the law being broken by the Lottery Commission. The decision to market and sell only these 2 products is no coincidence. No other Texas Lottery draw games rules had similar administrative provisions. They were still being governed by method of play. Powerball and Mega Millions are games offered by the Multi-State Lottery Association, and their timely internal rule changes mirrored the courier-friendly approach in Texas as well. By making these changes, Lottery Courier Services covered themselves with a facade of legitimacy, and that facade was provided to them by the Texas Lottery Commission. Again, the public justified this change with simply allowing the Lottery Commission to develop its own smartphone app for outreach to lottery game claims, not for playing the game, just outreach to customers. A very clever cover story. Then on October 8th in 2018, the Texas Lottery received a letter, number 3 in your packet, regarding Jackpot.com operating in Texas as a digital courier from Kerry Comack of Strong Log Firm. Of interest again, the letter states, Jackpot will receive its compensation only from the licensed sales agents. Then on October 12th in 2018, Lottery Operations Director Ryan Mendel, on behalf of the Executive Director Gary Grief, sent an approval letter, it's number 4 in your packet, to Kerry Comack for Jackpot to operate in Texas. Senators, I think it's worth noting that even though the 2 Texas Lottery approval letters for these 2 couriers that I've discussed were 2 years apart and signed by 2 different lottery operator directors, the letters are almost identical. That tells me they were written by the same person, more likely than not the Texas Lottery General Counsel, Bob Byard, who was there then and here now, and maybe we'll get some clarity on that today. In February of 2019, the Lottery Commission introduced another change to the administrative rules. This time, the new rules authorize players to enter their plays through third-party point sale system. The Lottery Commission says it implemented this change because it was necessary to allow for lottery sales to take place in the middle of the lanes at a grocery store. However, it is undeniable that lottery couriers fit perfectly within this framework, and the change directly benefits the courier service. Then on February 25th in 2019, Texas Lottery Executive Gary Grief sent a letter, and it's number 5 in your packet, to Lottery.com CEO Tony D'Amato, approving Lottery.com to sell Powerball tickets in foreign jurisdictions. Let me repeat that. The former executive director gave Lottery.com the okay to print Powerball tickets and sell them in the Dominican Republic. In the letter with the attachment, Mr. Grief suggests the Multi-State Lottery Association recently passed rules as controlling authority on the matter. Senators, the role of that Multi-State Lottery Association has played in this matter, as well as the evolution of the lottery courier in this state. And when the former executive, Gary Grief, was president and held other leadership roles in that organization, should be investigated. The Texas legislature voted to join the Multi-State Lottery Association to sell games like Powerball, but our state's participation and membership should be reconsidered and, in my opinion, ended. And in probably the most unexplained administrative action taken by the former director, Grief, to help the lottery couriers on April 3rd and April 6th. He sent letters to credit processing and reporting companies, Fiserv and WorldPlay Group listing lottery.com, and that's letter number 6, jackpot.com, letter number 7, and the letter number 8, as merchants of record on behalf of Texas Lottery in Texas in conjunction with processing certain lottery product transitions. These couriers could not operate freely in the state without these, and these other notices should be terminated immediately. This brings us to June 2020, when the Lottery Commission meeting. The meeting was held over a Zoom call during the height of the COVID pandemic. Here, the Commission applied the changes they made to Mega Millions and Powerballs to all draw games. This included Lotto, Texas Cash 5, and other Texas draw games. During the same meeting, the Commissioners dropped a requirement for draw game tickets to be sold only during retail hours. Wow, you catch that? They've changed the rules to allow Texas lottery tickets to be sold 24/7, even when the retail store was closed to the public. That change clearly was in violation of the law requiring in-person purchase in a brick-and-mortar business. Previously, if your doors were closed, you couldn't sell tickets. This change allows for courier service to sell tickets around the clock. The Commission also eliminated a requirement that said no part of a sale could occur away from the terminals, as well as numerous prohibitions of retailers taking phone orders and processed tickets. For those that will come before this committee and maintain no rules were changed to benefit the lottery courier, I ask you, why did you delete the method of play and create entry of play in the draw game rules? The effect of the change are obvious, and the TLC staff should stop trying to mislead the public. Then in 2022, the final rule change needed to remove all guardrails protection intended by the legislature were removed by the Texas Lottery Commission when they introduced a rule change that said the following: placing play is done at the player's own risk through a, quote, a licensed sales agent who is acting on behalf of the player in entering the player plays. This is the precise language needed to allow a person to play the lottery on a lottery courier telephone app, which telephone had been specifically prohibited by the initial legislation. And now you know the rest of the story. One step at a time, the crime syndicate inside the Texas Lottery Commission completely destroyed what the 1992 Texas legislature intended to be an honest game of chance with specific guardrails to protect minors and addicts. Taken separately, these changes don't amount to much, but taken together as outlined here and intended by the leaders inside the Texas Lottery Commission clearly indicate the intent to facilitate fraud on a massive scale. You don't boil a frog by throwing it into a hot pot. You put it in a pot and gradually turn up the heat, and that's exactly what the Lottery Commission did right here in our state capitol. And now, with the background on how we got to the Texas Lottery, run by a courier service that enables minors to play and tickets to be purchased on credit using telephones, let's move forward to April of 2023. With all the rule changes in place and a few dry runs to check out operations, it was the time to go for the big win. That's attachment 1 to the packet I gave you. It's 9 pages long. The QR code algorithm was loaded on handheld devices developed by the lottery couriers that would generate illegal communications, 26 million unique combinations into the Texas Lottery gaming system for the record $95 million lotto jackpot was running. By that time, there were multiple sweatshop facilities in operation. Sweatshop operation is a facility that has multiple dedicated lottery terminals with telephones and interconnections, but no meaningful walk-in customer business. From the preliminary dry runs, they knew it would take more than one location to process the 26 million buy. Key to it all was the continuing cooperation of the Texas Lottery Commission. The only way they could make it work was by getting the Lottery Commission to provide 10 to 12 lottery machines to 4 lottery locations, licensed retailers' locations. The 4 locations were retailers Hooked on Montana in Colleyville, Lottery.com in Spicewood, Luck Zone in Round Rock, and Alt-Tex Management in Waco. At the direction of the Lottery Commission, IGT, the Texas Lottery operator, was directed to set up the 4 hot sites and also known as sweatshots. They were to provide and install the terminals, provide, install, and configure communications to the TLC gaming mainframe through dedicated circuits, provide paper stock, and provide maintenance and technical support. On April 22nd, 2023, for the first time ever, the $95 million jackpot was won. Almost $11 million worth of tickets were sold at a store counter operation called Hooked on Montana in Colleyville, Texas. The tickets were sold through a courier service. It was later learned that the aforementioned 4 locations was a part of the coordinated effort required to produce close to 26 million unique combinations required to assure a win. In total, nearly 25.8 million tickets were sold in what is to believe by a single purchaser by the sales location. Hooked on Montana sold 10,970,751. Lottery.com sold 5,634,290. Lucky Zone sold 8,150,303, and Alt-Text 1,140,775 tickets. Insight into the true sinister nature of this event is revealed when reviewing text messages from current Lottery.com Chief Operating Officer Gregory Potts to Ron Farrar, a person who was living in Florida and who had some role in the stealing of the $95 million jackpot. For example, on April 19th, 2023, after the Wednesday Lotto jackpot was not hit, Potts texts Farrar, "There is no winner," on the phone with the customer about logistics. Another message from Lottery.com, Gregory Potts, back to Farrar during the event of April 21st that reads, "Things are going great in Texas. We may surpass our 8 million goal." Those are in your packet, the copies of those messages. Unfortunately, Mr. Ron Farrar is no longer with us, but the current COO of Lottery.com, Greg Potts, is, and he has information that will be very important in getting to the bottom of what happened. Since there are additional text, attachment 2 in your packet to further substantiate that there is a need for a serious investigation by state and federal authorities. All 4 locations were licensed Texas lottery relayers. However, Lottery.com and Spicewood did not even have a bank account. Let me say that again. One of these did not even have a bank account. When the comptroller attempted to sweep the account, as it does each week, it was empty. Alarming arrangements, letter number 9 in your packet, were quickly implemented that allowed Lottery.com to make a wire transfer, which was illegal, payment directly to the comptroller public accounts, an account that was strictly prohibited by law. But the Lottery Commission made a special exception so as to minimize attention to the unusual activities. Nearly all the possible combinations for the Lotto Texas game were covered in stealing the $95 million jackpot. At $1 per ticket, purchasing 25.8 million tickets in short period would be mathematically and logistically impossible. Assume you had 100 people who wanted to work together to buy each number of combination lotto ticket games, and assume it only took 10 seconds to fill out, purchase, and print a ticket. It would take those 100 people 10 months and 17 days without sleep or rest to purchase 25.8 million tickets. Since the number of lotto tickets are drawn twice a week, a coordinated group effort to buy 25.8 million tickets would be mathematically impossible without the system they set up. But only because the Texas Lottery Commission's questionable administrative decision rule changes regarding the courier service, it was possible. In under 72 hours, the 4 sweatshop locations churned out the nearly 26 million tickets. This was only possible using multiple iPads with preloaded QR codes and numerous lottery ticket terminals. How did these groups get the ticket terminals? They asked the Lottery Commission to send them to them by the dozens, and the Commission didn't ask any questions. The couriers got all the terminals associated with equipment and technical service they needed, and it didn't raise an eyebrow. No one at the IGT said a word, and no one at the Lottery Commission said a word about all the special treatment that the 4 locations received that produced the $95 million fraudulent winner. And if you ask them where the money came from to buy the $26 million lottery tickets, 72 hours, you're already ahead of the Lottery Commission. They never asked. The Lottery Commission never asked about the source of the wire transfer. Some independent investigations said that the money may have come from various sources. Some was transferred directly from a courier company. Some may have resulted from proceeds from a shady sale involving a Mexican company, and another portion of it is thought to have been swindled from a church in California. Truth is, we don't know with certainty at this time, but nobody asked. But what do we do know about this event? Has money laundering opportunities written all over it, and state or federal investigation needs to get to the bottom of it. Then 2 months later, on June 16th and 23, an attorney representing a company called Rook, Texas, what a name, Rook, Texas, delivered the winning ticket to the Lottery Commission. The company had only existed for 2 weeks. And again, this strange timeline raised no alarms at the Lottery Commission. Equally concerning is the fact that the winning ticket should have never been paid because an unauthorized device was connected to the IGT terminals to generate the tickets. The winning ticket should be invalid as a matter of law, and the winnings should be returned to the players of Texas. This likely represented the most lucrative money laundering operation ever uncovered. In exchange for the $25.8 million, the winners netted at least $57.7 million, in addition to the other winnings on tickets that had matched 5 out of 6 numbers. Not only did the winners clean their ill-gotten gain, they also more than doubled their investment money. This only was possible because the Lottery Commission ignored the legislature's intent, changed the rules to benefit criminals, shipped ticket terminals to the criminals, and then handed over the winnings. The winners used stolen money to buy the tickets. The courier companies were the middlemen between both groups, and at best, the Lottery Commission officials were deliberately indifferent. At worst, they are co-conspirators in the vastest financial crime since Enron. Now, I'll wrap this up by telling you my personal experience with the Lottery Commission. In 2023, my bill, SB 1820, almost identical to this one, 28, passed out of the Senate almost unanimously, but failed in the House. But with the help of Chairman Joan Huffman, we placed a rider in the budget bill, HB 1, that was passed and was signed into law by Governor Abbott. The rider reads, lottery sales by phone. It is the intent of the legislature pursuant to Government Code Section 466.015, the Executive Director of the Texas Lottery Commission shall not allow the order, purchase, or sale of lottery tickets by telephone, including facilitating the sales of ticket via an application on a phone. A very clear statement with language and an instruction that is constitutional and consistent with the historical application of the budget bill. Even though the rider remained in the bill as passed, that bill is now law. Yet to date, no one has been able to get an honest answer from the Lottery Commission as to why the rider is being ignored. The Lottery Commission has repeatedly refused to take the action required by the law until this morning. Each time they have been asked, including the finance hearing last week, they have answered by saying they don't have the authority to disengage from the illicit couriers. I don't know what happened to change their mind this morning. That answer is a bald-faced lie, which is confirmed by the language in their PR today. The problem we now have of underage gambling, cash purchases, telephone gambling, 24 access to gambling, and the elimination of in-person cash purchases all have occurred because the rule changes made solely by the Lottery Commission. The legislature has not changed the law. The Lottery Commission went rogue when it ignored the law written and bypassed in 1995 by the legislature and signed into law by Governor Ann Richards, and when they carefully crafted a seemingly simple series of rule changes to usher in organized crime operation in the Texas Lottery. With that, Mr. Chairman, I would be happy to take questions or open it up to invited testimony.
Thank you, Senator Hall. And Senator Hall, as you mentioned, a number of things have happened on this topic, even in recent hours. The announcement this morning from the Lottery Commission about the change in policy, and we'll be asking them about that. In a few moments, we'll have the commissioners and the staff of the Lottery Commission to testify. But first, I'll recognize other members. The chair recognizes the vice chair, Senator Paxton.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Senator Hall, for your your diligence and the depth of your research and for following this so closely for a long time and bringing this today. In Section 1 of your bill, the Lottery Commission is mandated with a shall to adopt rules to enforce the prohibitions against facilitating the play of the lottery through courier apps. Would you please speak to what would happen if the Lottery Commission does not adopt such rules?
I'm going to propose that we would just zero out their budget. Just
That's pretty clear.
in the budget. It's real easy for them. If all they did was revert back to the law as it was passed, they would go away. My biggest concern is they've known about this. They've denied that they had the authority multiple times. I think many of you heard this in the Finance Committee hearing last week when the question was asked, and I had them 2 years ago in my office tell me, oh, we just don't have the authority, and other times. And they did it in the Finance Committee very clearly, words very not ambiguous. My concern is if we allow them to continue, why in the world would we believe they would follow the law when they haven't followed the law and they have denied their authority to do what they should have been doing in there? And so I actually feel that we owe it to the people of Texas to recognize we made a serious mistake in having allowed this to go and just put an end to it altogether.
Well, certainly as a legislature, we often instruct agencies and other entities to, bless you, and again, we instruct entities to adopt rules. And of course, that is done with the expectation that they do adopt those rules and they follow those rules. And so I appreciate you bringing this forward.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator Paxton. Senator Bettencourt, you're recognized.
Senator Hall, let's go over, I think, some of the really groundbreaking issues here. Okay, so from your layout, we now know that one of the companies involved in this didn't have a bank account at all.
Correct.
And that was one of the 4 shops that were processing these tickets.
That's correct.
So they simply had no bank account whatsoever?
Well, I'm not sure that there was no money in the bank account.
Okay, there was no money in the bank account. All right, now, and then I'm looking at an April 24, 2023 letter. Below are the wiring instructions to wire the Texas Lottery Commission funds for the amount due for an invoice week ending 4/22/2023 of $5,352,779.69. What did you feel when you saw this?
Made me sick at my stomach.
It makes me sick. Read it.
For those that, what Senator Bettencourt just pointed out was they won the lottery and then they paid the money.
Right. So you have to understand the cause and an effect here are reversed. So the fact that the bank account was 0 and then they won it, and then money comes in from the Lottery Commission as a result.
And what is, when I say sick, sickening is the Lottery Commission was complicit in doing that. They worked with them and not a word was said.
Well, this is a letter from the Lottery Commission.
That's right.
And they're doing wiring instructions, from Texas Lottery Commission funds, Mr. Chairman, Madam Vice Chairman. That's a pretty shocking document. Now, quite frankly, I lit the Lottery Commission up like a Christmas tree when they didn't answer your questions and Senator Perry's and Senator Huffman's about the possibility of money laundering. Now, after you see this, it doesn't become a possibility, it becomes a probability of money laundering. Because we've got, obviously, third parties in this. You listed some of them. Are you saying that we know for sure there was some church that was,
I can't say we know anything for sure. There are numerous other lawsuits that are going on. There are the gentleman that was named in there who died, his phone was recovered, and some really damaging information was gotten off of that phone. He worked with folks in the process. No one's investigated. I mean, there seems to be a lot, and I think you'll hear from some of the testimony we have coming in. We've got a couple of attorneys that are involved in some lawsuits. We've been sent a couple of letters with a lot of details of some very nefarious operations, and the problem is nobody has picked up and done a meaningful investigation.
Well, breaking news is, I'm quoting Brandon Walton's Twitter, is that Governor Abbott directs the Texas Rangers to investigate recent lottery scandals. That just came out at 1:39 p.m. this afternoon. This is a quote, today I directed the Texas Rangers to fully investigate these incidents and identify any potential wrongdoing. Texans deserve a lottery that is fair and transparent for everyone. Obviously, there was a reference to both this April 2023 and the excellent gumshoe detective work that Lieutenant Governor Patrick did all on his own last week to follow these courier services. Bob, you probably have the most knowledge of anybody. What do you consider the possibility of money laundering to be from 0 to 100% based upon what you know from the April 2023 transaction?
Probably about 90%.
About 90%. Mr. Chairman, want to make sure everyone hears that Senator Hall, who studied these documents, believes that there's a 90% chance of money laundering. I tell you what there was a 100% chance of was that the executive director refused to answer my questions 3 times about that very subject at the Finance Committee meeting. Finally got a half answer at best. I won't say as an Aggie what part of a half answer I got.
No, that's true, but I'll tell you, right along that line, what I find most disturbing about it was the legislature in 1995 was very diligent in laying out a set of basic ground rules that said, you will have a system that prevents those under 18 from being able to use it. You will have a system that will not be addictive, so you have to sell tickets in a brick and mortar facility for cash only. And they ignored that. And not just that they ignored it, but they specifically wrote rules to allow it to happen and then pretended like they had no power to change it. And that's a terrible message to send to state agencies, that they can do whatever they want to do no matter what the legislature passes.
I mean, Senator Hall, not only did they ignore the law, that they wrote rules to bypass the law, and they just didn't take the safeties off. They drove a Mack truck through all the checks and balances.
That's right.
And as a result, a courier service with in your opinion, a 90% chance of money laundering, obviously bundled a lot of winners, whoever they are, together on $25.8 million worth of investment to get $57.7 million returned to them, including the situation where that one of the bank accounts was at zero, and the Lottery Commission wired $5.352779 million. I mean, I'm not even shocked anymore. I mean, this goes, I wish this was some comedy like, the one part of Casablanca where we're shocked, and out comes somebody that hands the winnings to somebody, because that's really what happened here.
That's correct. And think about that, 4 different locations in which machines were taken to them in large numbers. Most retail operators have just one. Some have 2. They took dozens in for this special occasion.
And it apparently continued till just last week.
Yes.
And then now all of a sudden, now I will credit that, Mr. Chairman, after Senator Huffman made the suggestion, we brought up the 3 commissioners that were present, and under questioning, the first one did believe that this was a sign of money laundering. Second one wasn't as sure, but did come around, and the third one agreed. As I said in that hearing, members, I had not gotten mad until that hearing. I try not to get mad anymore in Finance Committee hearings, but when you see this level of clearly gross incompetence and manipulation, and the fact that the commission actually helped those 4 locations with a tremendous amount of resources, process a tremendous amount of tickets. We now see where one of the, they had to have money transferred to their account. We now hear stories of civil lawsuits and other problems with potential money laundering. You mentioned that they opened up the lottery to Santo Domingo, I believe. I've heard stories about Malta, okay, in print. This is probably about the most wide open fraud that we've had in Texas's history. That's really what this is.
In part of it, we don't know what we don't know. This one was so obvious.
Well,
But how many more and how much worse is it?
and Mr. Chairman, I just hope that the Lottery Commission Executive Director will be ready to answer some questions, because we didn't get all of our questions answered in the Finance Committee meeting, but I hope they do realize, and I assume that maybe after they were lit up like a Christmas tree, they took the problem of money laundering seriously, which is why they changed their rules this morning, after telling us for years they couldn't.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you, Senator Hall, for your work.
The chair recognizes the Dean of the Senate.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. One question. Who will testify from the commission?
Dean, in just a moment, we're going to bring, 3 of the 4 commissioners are present. 1 is out of the country, and so we appreciate them responding to our invitation. So we'll hear from 3 of the 4 commissioners, as well as the executive director, general counsel. And so they will be here short. They're here, and they'll be testifying in just a few minutes.
Thank you.
Senators, any other questions for the author or remarks before we move forward with our witnesses? Very well. The chair calls Paul, will open testimony. The chair calls Paul Harden. Paul Harden with Texas Food and Fuel Association. For those watching that may not know, Food and Fuel Association, as he'll tell us, represents what we think of as traditional convenience stores where one thinks of lottery tickets being sold, and certainly the original model. And so I'll let him testify for himself. But Mr. Harden, welcome. You've been here before. Have a seat. When you're ready, introduce yourself and give us your testimony.
Yes, sir. Mr. Chairman and committee members, my name is Paul Harden, President and CEO of the Texas Food and Fuel Association. Here in support of SB 28, and thank you, Senator Hall, for bringing this forward. We're grateful for you doing that. As Chairman said, we represent the more than 16,000 convenience stores and travel centers throughout the state of Texas, as well as grocery stores. Our retailers, frankly, play a very crucial role in lottery sales. The vast majority, as you know, are the traditional brick and mortar convenience stores that you see in travel centers, travel plazas, and grocery stores. We really feel like that online couriers pose a real risk to the integrity and, what branding that the lottery has built over the years. While convenience stores are required to pay a transaction fee for debit cards, think about that every time that we have to process. We get a nickel on every lottery ticket, every dollar valued lottery ticket. If a fellow Texan uses a debit card, we have to pay a transaction or a swipe fee on that. So now you're down to 2 or 3 cents on probably one of the lowest net profit items in the entire store. If you look at the other side on couriers, not only do they get to charge a service fee, admin fee, whatever it's called today, you look in statute and you can only charge a face value for a lottery ticket. That's in rule or statute right now, that you can only charge face value. Now, if anybody should be allowed to charge an administrative fee or an additional fee, I think it would be our guys, because who bears the brunt of lottery tickets when they're delivered? We have to pay for that full pack of lottery tickets. There's no activation when it's sold. You got to buy them up front. you have theft, you have loss, a lot of things that go along with that. The upkeep, and if you don't sell that whole pack and a new game comes out, you better either figure out a way to sell them real quick or you eat the rest of that pack. Also, we understand that a lot of which I don't know how they do this, but a lot of the couriers are also doing scratch-offs. And I don't know if that's been addressed yet or not, but that's a little bit mind-blowing to me of how they can do scratch-offs via the app. So again, in our mind, that little issue alone with charging more than face value should make it illegal as it is. There's been a lot of talk, I guess the topic's grown in popularity lately, of underage sales. And certainly that's important to us. There's no other industry, no other retail outlets that sell more age-restricted products than convenience stores, grocery stores, and travel centers. There's a lot of training. There's a lot of time, money spent on employee training for this. And again, this was not an issue until apps popped up, and now all of a sudden it's such a big issue that Lottery had an emergency rules meeting and passed a one strike and you're out law or rule. And as far as our research can tell, we found, I think, 5 cases in the past 10 years of underage sales, which again, 1 is too many, but obviously it's not been the major problem that all of a sudden now it is. And so we feel that that's just another one of the issues with apps. We take that responsibility seriously, working tirelessly. We've worked with the lottery and tried to come up with a lot of solutions. There's been talk of their contractor as well. We've had, frankly, nothing but good dealings with them. And they've been receptive to a lot of the changes that we've tried to propose. I just mentioned a moment ago the single ticket activation. I mean, to us, lottery tickets should work like that, and I know they're piloting a program like that, and that would take care of a lot of loss. I digress a little bit. Bottom line is we would love to see Senate Bill 28 pass. Happy to help in any way we can, and I'm certainly open to any questions you may have.
Thanks for your testimony. Dean Zaffirini, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Sir, you heard Senator Hughes' layout of this bill, and you know how hard he's worked to develop it, and you certainly support it. But in your opinion, if we were to pass this bill, would the situation be resolved?
Only if it's enforced. We have, I think, enough language out there now that it should be enforced, but I think if we pass this bill, it would just come down to enforcement and ensuring that none of the apps are available to operate in the state of Texas.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Dean. Senator Hall, do you have questions for this witness? Go ahead, please. You're recognized.
Yes, I'd just like to follow up on Senator Zaffarini's question there. Only if the Lottery Commission decided they wanted to follow the law after we pass it. That's my biggest concern. It doesn't matter whether we fix it. But the major difference is, you're familiar with Statute 466.
Yes, sir.
In there. And it very clearly in there has 3 provisions that were anchored, we're going to have a system where we're not going to be enticing young people in there. And you've been, yes, so 3 people over
10 years.
10 years.
5 people, but yeah.
There are oopses there, but not a system. You have a system that prevents that. That's
Yes, sir.
Specifically part of your operating rules. You've got to prove your age to buy the ticket. Couriers don't do that. Specifically prohibited in very simple terms in 466 is no telephones. Is that not correct?
That is correct, sir.
That's
Tap,
stated in there
telephone,
very
facsimile, and a few other.
So you walk into a convenience store, you don't need to use the telephone. But the couriers, that's the only way they sell them, is over the telephone. And the fee. The 466 specifically prohibits a fee being charged.
Yes,
Do the
sir.
couriers make a charge?
Yes, sir, they do. And again,
And the commission is well aware of that charge.
I believe so, yes, sir. Can't speak for the commission.
And can they use a credit card in a store?
No, sir.
466 is very specific.
Very specific.
If you're using a telephone, how would you know whether it's a credit card or a debit card?
I don't know that you would know, sir.
We have 3 basic violations of the law that also I think are referred to as a Class C misdemeanor or Class A misdemeanor to do. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
That's it.
Sir Danielso, do you have a question?
Yeah, I'm sorry, I don't think my.
This light should be coming on. It's not, but you are recognized. We can hear you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Harden, for being here. I hate to say it, but, you know, even if we pass this bill, how do you instill, you know, the public sentiment of confidence in gaming like this in the Lottery Commission? I see that you're at a distinct disadvantage. You talked about not being able to utilize credit cards and that kind of thing, but even debit cards, if you do utilize debit cards, you have the transaction fee.
Yes, sir.
If by some miracle this remains to be a thing, it would help if you were able to at least surcharge the processing fee.
If couriers were able to be regulated, I guess is what.
Yes, sir. If we were to pass this bill to stop
Oh,
couriers,
to stop couriers.
would it be beneficial to the brick and mortars to be able to?
Certainly it would. Again, you know, we're the ones that bear all the administrative cost. Whether, you know, again, buying the pack initially, that's a lot of investment. You're out that money immediately, whether you sell a single ticket or not. And then, again, 466 allows use of debit cards, and not unlike a credit card, but it's lesser swipe fees, but it's still swipe fees that cost you money as a business when a consumer swipes that card. And it's
And
only
you may or may not know the answer to this. Senator Hall may be able to help me with this, but what is the bottom line to the state? And is there a difference between when these couriers started operating versus when brick and mortar was just operating? In other words, we ban couriers. What is going to be the revenue to the state at that point?
And Senator, we'll have the commission up shortly. They can help us with questions like that. If you don't mind deferring that, we can ask them.
Absolutely, you know.
Go ahead.
I think they might have more accurate numbers than I.
Okay. That's it for now. Thank you.
And Senator, I'm not cutting you off. You ask anything you want to, but they'll be able to answer that question. I'm pretty confident. Members, any other questions? Just got a couple more. Help us understand a little bit more about the process. You talked about these tickets coming in packets or pack. What was the term you used? Packs, the lottery tickets?
Yes, sir, packs, literally a shrink-wrapped pack of tickets. Obviously, a little more security involved than just delivering, but yes.
And the store pays for those when you receive them, whether you sell them or not. Is that right?
That's correct, sir.
Okay, thank you. Let me ask you a little bit about your interactions, your members' interactions with the Lottery Commission. Does the Lottery Commission send inspectors to your stores? If you know, you may not know. That's okay. We're going to ask them.
Honestly, I'm not 100% sure. I mean, obviously, IGT, the contractors in the stores a lot, but as far as I'd call it inspectors, I'm not fully aware that the lottery sends. Again, they could answer that. Sorry, I cannot.
No, that's fine. Now, you said IGT, the contractor, is in the stores a lot. We're going to visit with them a little later as well. But your understanding is IGT is that's the contractor that operates the lottery on behalf of the state.
Yes, sir.
And you do see them in your stores a lot.
Yes, sir.
And what is their role when they're coming in, as you understand it?
Literally to operate the lottery system for the Texas Lottery Commission, whether it's delivering the tickets, the machinery, maintenance on machinery, sales-related collateral, promotions, basically everything to do with the running of the Texas Lottery Commission or Texas lottery system in Texas.
Let's talk about the lottery terminals themselves. I'm sure you've read and you've followed this, and we're going to hear testimony about a few locations that had dozens of terminals. And by terminal, we're talking about the machine that prints the tickets, right?
Yes, sir.
So let's talk about your members, traditional convenience stores, travel centers. How many terminals would one of your stores normally have?
A traditional convenience store is going to have one terminal, and to ask for additional is very much out of the ordinary, especially a dozen or 20 or 30. There would really be no reason for a traditional convenience store to make that request.
Thank you. Members, any other questions? Thanks for your testimony.
Thank you, sir.
And you're excused.
Thank you, sir.
At this time, we're going to hear from the commissioners and the Lottery Commission executive staff. And so the chair calls Chairman Robert Rivera, Commissioner Cindy Lyons Fields, Commissioner Mark Franz, Ryan Mendel, and Bob Beard. I think we have chairs for each one. Y'all just, and Commissioner, you sit wherever you want to. Whatever, they're all equally comfortable or uncomfortable, but make yourself at home. And I'll say for the benefit of everyone here and those watching, in light of what has been happening over the last weeks and information that's been coming out, this is probably not the last hearing about the lottery that will happen this session. And I'll say to the commissioners, thank you for being here. I know some of us have already been in front of the Finance Committee, and I realize that our commissioners are citizens who have day jobs and who serve the state. Thank you for serving. It's an important role you fulfill that we're going to visit with you about and hear from you about. We sent word on Thursday afternoon about this hearing, and we know that a number of our commissioners changed plans to be here. I understand one commissioner is out of the country, and we certainly understand that. So it's also my impression that there are now 4 lottery commissioners. There were 5 last week, but currently 4 spots are filled. Is that correct? Okay, and there may be some questions about that. So thank you each for being here. We're going to have questions for you. I'll tell you what, I'll give you an opportunity. If anybody wishes to make opening remarks, you certainly may. After that, we'll go into questions. Anybody want to say anything before we get started? Mr. Mendel, you're recognized.
Ryan Mendel, Executive Director of the Texas Lottery. I just wanted to state that we appreciate this conversation, and obviously with the policy statement that we issued this morning, this is something that we believe is a very serious concern and have been taking and will continue to take action on over the coming months.
Chair recognizes the Dean of the Senate.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If we pass Senate Bill 28, how will you enforce it?
Yes, Senator, absolutely.
How?
Well, again, with the policy that we introduced this morning, we're going to be passed. I plan to bring to the board next Tuesday rulemaking that will make it clear that any retailer that works with a lottery ticket courier, we will take action against your license. I think this bill is still complementary to what we've proposed because it criminalizes the behavior. That's obviously not something that the Lottery Commission has the ability to do. But we will have those. My hope is that the board, and I believe the board will support those rules, and we'll pass those rules, and we'll take action against those licensees. And obviously, if the bill passes, then that would be a criminal matter as well.
And do you expect to have the resources to enforce it strongly and effectively?
Senator, absolutely.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Hall, you're recognized.
Thank you. I got enough questions to keep us here till next week, but I'll try to make it a bit brief. The big one I have is, I've asked the question several times. Passed a bill out of the Senate, had a rider put in the budget bill, and you have consistently said you don't have the authority to do anything about the couriers. As early as, and you did it under oath last Wednesday at the Finance Committee hearing. And this morning, I get a press release This says you're now taking action. Please help me understand what magic event took place between then and now that you now feel you have the authority, that you adamantly, not passively, adamantly denied that you had.
Thank you, Senator. I appreciate that question. I think it's important to go through the context that you've just laid out. Obviously, in last session, there was your bill, SB 1820, that was proposed, passed the Senate, did not pass the House. It was ultimately the budget rider that was passed, and then the governor issued a signing statement stating that that was an act of general law in the budget bill and was unconstitutional. The agency reviewed the actions in the legislature in last session, and then the governor's signing statement, and we said, we're gonna identify this issue for sunset and try to work with the legislature as a partner as they continue to review this issue. So in my time as executive director, that was post last session, I have followed those mandates. So we've tried to form a courier working group to analyze this issue. We worked with Sunset both on their first report and their second report. What we said is we don't want to get ahead of the legislature on this issue. We want to be a partner. If the legislature decides to ban this issue, ban couriers, then we support that. If they decide to regulate couriers, then we'll enforce that as well. And so the action was, hey, we are trying to be a partner to the legislature as they review this issue. I think at the Senate Finance hearing, there was a lot of good issues raised, and I think one of the quotes on there was to the board was, hey, if you were looking for direction, you have it now. I think that combined with the actions and activities of the past 2 weeks, which includes both the $83 million additional jackpot win and the results of some investigations that I ordered, made us see that we have to take action now, and that's why we put forward the policy this morning.
That still doesn't answer my question. Last Wednesday, just a little more than a week ago, you adamantly denied having the authority to do it. What happened that all of a sudden you decided you did have the authority?
Again, I'm sorry if I didn't answer your question, Senator. The two pieces of that part are on the ground, the facts that we were able to develop, both from the investigation of the large jackpot win. Our investigators were right there about an hour before Lieutenant Governor got there. So we were able to develop some facts during our investigation.
Well, what was the basis for you saying that you didn't have the authority? I mean, I hear your words, but nothing explains what changed. Did you have somebody read 466 to you and explain to you what it actually said, so you all of a sudden had an epiphany of a new understanding of the law? What changed?
So on behalf of Robert Rivera Lottery Commission, so on behalf of the commissioners, leading up to that moment, the legal advice, the discussions that myself and the other commissioners have had is that these are the guidelines and boundaries that exist. And so at the end of the hearing, Senator Nichols specifically said, I hope that y'all felt that you do now have direction. Obviously, your comments, Senator Perry, Senator Betancourt, and others, Senator West, all of that combined into we need to take action. I've not spoken to the other individual commissioners as to how the vote will go, obviously not to break any open meetings violations, but the intent for me, again, I'm just one of now 4 commissioners, is to be in the affirmative and move forward. And so to answer your question, do we have that authority? Maybe we do, maybe we don't. But the fact though is that I would like to move forward and have that discussion. And so a week from tomorrow, we will officially have that discussion. So again, just from the commissioner's standpoint, all we can do is look at the variables that are in place and make a management decision with the materials and the legal advice provided, given. And so, all I can do is speak for myself that we're doing the best that we can with the information provided, and I'll let the other commissioners speak as well.
Was that a commission decision that directed the director not to make any changes? Or did the director suggest that you tell him not to do that? Or did somebody else tell you not to?
No, after the finance hearing, I had, my own review, visited with our executive director and suggested this is the plan of action, and he concurred. And so collectively, I'll let Ryan kind of get into the specifics, and then ultimately all of the commissioners will weigh in on this when we meet next week.
Okay. Help me understand. All of you are smart people. You wouldn't be where you were if you weren't. Very intelligent. You had a law that was passed initially, and then you started making rule changes that violated the law. All of which, when they culminated together, laid the foundation for couriers to operate within the rules that you had put out. The rules that you had made that were contradictory to what was in the law, 466. Patently clear in a very short sentence, no one under 18. You had the responsibility for maintaining the integrity of the system to assure that no one under the age of 18 could use the system. You made a rule to allow that to happen. Very clearly, it says it has to be a cash action only. You made rule changes that would allow that to happen. It very clearly says that no telephones, and they didn't use a fancy word for it, calling it something else or written by an attorney. It's a word, it is the word telephone, can be used. But you made a rule to allow that to happen. So you created this with the rules you made in violation of the law, which to me was a criminal act in itself, because it was clearly not what the legislature had put out there. So why would you for 1 second think that you didn't have the authority to make the changes?
Senator May, I address the point about the rules. I would say that there was no intent to allow courier activity through any rulemaking that the agency has done. I've had a lot of good conversations with a number.
Excuse me, I don't want to interrupt you, but you kept going back to the rules allow it. When asked about it in the past, when talked about it, you'd go back and say, well, it's allowed by the rules. So we don't have any authority. So I'm not buying it.
Senator, if I ever represented that we believe that the couriers were allowed by the current rules, then I misspoke. That was never my understanding. And again, there was never a point in which we passed rules to facilitate courier services. In fact, last fall, working with the board, we passed additional rules to make clear that you have to be present at the terminal for this transaction. The rules today and have continued to prohibit sales by phone. And so at all points, we believe that the rules prohibited lottery retailers from selling by phone, from lottery retailers from engaging in this type of activity. The regulatory gap occurred downstream of the lottery retailers. And that's what we're addressing with the policy that I announced today and the rulemaking that we're going to initiate next week.
But nothing has changed in the last 2 years, except you all of a sudden have the fear that we're really going to take some real action. Because what the problem was brought to your attention, was exposed. That's why the bill was passed last time out of the Senate, because we saw the corruptness that was happening with the rules the way you had written them. But you found a way to just ignore it and keep committing the same things over and over again.
And Senator, I would just point to some of the actions that we took place. After I became executive director, we reviewed the bulk purchase event from April 2023. I changed the policy on how we deploy terminals to those retailers. I then put in software changes with our partner IGT to prevent that from happening again. I know for a fact the bulk purchaser that came in April 2023 was attempting to do that again in December. The procedures and software changes that we put in place stopped that. I ordered a number of investigations of these retailers affiliated with couriers. Again, in the past 2 weeks, facts from these investigations has informed our decisions today.
But why did somebody at the commission not question when you sent all those machines to those 4 locations, and then you send out a memo giving instructions on how to, oops, your bank account didn't have anything in it. How could you have sold those tickets? But go ahead and wire the money to us. But before that, has specifically sent out to the locations 10, 12 machines to each one, which is kind of unusual in there. Why was that not a red flag to somebody in the agency? Did everybody turn a blind eye to it, or was everybody in on the gig?
Senator, I completely appreciate that concern. And in fact, that's why one of the first steps I took when I became executive director last year was to investigate how those terminals got deployed in the way we did. And what it comes down to is that under our current contract, those terminals are not a cost to the state. Our vendor has to deploy the terminals regardless, and we don't pay any additional money for that. And this was a once, this activity had never occurred in the state of Texas before. And the approvals of deploying those terminals was done at a very low level. That's something that I saw was inappropriate based on what happened in April 2023, and I changed that last summer.
Are you saying that IGT delivered those terminals on their own?
Absolutely not. And sorry if I gave you that, if I said that impression.
Somebody in the agency here had to approve that.
Absolutely.
Who was it?
It was a staffer at a very low level in what's called our retail services division. And again, this is something where the request comes in either from the retailer or from the lottery operator, and then it's approved by us for them to go out and deploy those terminals. We never had a request at this level, and so again, in my opinion, I would have much preferred that staffer had raised their hand and said, hey, this is a problem.
For 4 sites?
Correct.
4 sites, and it happened, and nobody saw a problem.
That's correct, and that's
Nobody
why,
saw a problem that one of them didn't even have a bank account.
and exactly right, and that's why I changed the process. So now, if there's a request at that level, it's not going to be resolved at a staff level. It's going to go to the division director. It's going to go to the legal staff, and ultimately, it's going to come to me as the executive director.
How many locations are there in Texas that have machines and have no meaningful business other than the machines?
Well, I appreciate that question, and that's one of the investigations that we've been in. We have a couple of investigations pending where we're going to be taking action against licensees.
How many do you think there are?
Right now, our investigation is substantiated 2.
2?
Correct. But again, what I've done today with my policy is I'm sending out the investigators to every retailer associated with the courier that we know of, and we're going to take appropriate action based on what the actions are in that. We've already sent out a number of show cause letters. We will be taking action against those licenses through the process at SOA.
Would you at least agree that none of this would have happened if you hadn't have made those rule changes that I just went through one at a time, that opened each one of the doors that got you into this position where you would then later say, we can't do anything about it? The couriers are beyond our control. We can't do anything.
I can completely understand the view that those rule changes maybe open the door or welcome those activities in the state. And that's why in last fall, I worked with the board to pass rules to try to unwind as much of that, to return the language that says you have to be present at the terminal to process a lottery transaction. And that's why I'm planning to bring the board the rules next week to say, if you work with a courier, that we're going to go after your license.
Sure.
Mark Franz, Lottery Commission. Those rules that you ran through predated myself and several of the commissioners here. But as soon as it became clear that they produced a problem, that's when we began the work on this. And
Which
Ryan,
was when?
2023, I think, was when we started. Well, once we saw the activity, the 23
This
bulk
is
purchasing went.
25. All it is a rule change. 20, I'm 20, what did I say? 2025. This is 2 years later. And it's no different today than it was then. So, okay, so you started. Was there any intent to finish?
Yes, sir. And the instructions, this is where it's culminated today.
Why would it take you more than a month to go through something that was so obvious? When did you first discover that you guys had sent a dozen machines to 4 locations, all of which had licenses? You licensed these places. They had no business. They had nothing except machines in there and a lot of sweat with people around the clock running those machines.
Senator, I discovered that in May of 2024, and I had the process changed by within a month of what we're doing that. And I remember Mark and I had very strong conversations during that time in May of 20.
And that's
that was
when we
shortly after.
learned, because we don't have any operational activity in this, so we learned from staff that that's where it was, and that's when we initiated this process, which has culminated today.
Chairman, I give up.
Senator Birdwell, you're recognized.
Oh, okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I didn't quite recognize it. I thought Senator Middleton had his light on sooner, but I'll go. I just want to make.
I can't see the base of the microphones from here, so I'm just, so whoever gesticulates the most tends to get recognized.
Okay, I'll be quick. I just want to respond to your comment very directly. You said that the problem here is the results of the rule changes that have brought about this issue. That's not the problem here. The problem here is they've got an insubordinate agency that can't read the law and obey the law, and frankly behaves as if it believes that what the legislature does is pass suggestions, not laws. That's the fundamental problem of why we're here. And then the result of that is I get rules, correct me if I'm wrong, Senator Hall, I get rules that are in contravention to state law, and now we're here because of the problems related to that. My frustration, and I would assume that my fellow senators share it, is that too many of our state agencies, with a part-time legislature, look at the legislature as just an inconvenience to the 2 years that we have in during our biennial cycle, and we're only here for 3 months really getting work done out of 24. We pass laws, not suggestions. That's the fundamental reason we are here right now. I've got the same problem with the next bill that comes up, Chairman. Next agency, I got not as profound a difficulty, but the same fundamental problem. The commissioners, he works for you. You don't work for him. You are responsible for everything your organization does or fails to do. It is that simple. That is the reason why we are here. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Birdwell. Senator Middleton, you're recognized.
Thank you, Chairman. Yeah. Well, this has come a long way from the beginning conversations on this and Sunset. Yeah. And at the time when you testified, Ryan, I guess this was in maybe October, somewhere around there, it sure seemed to me like you wanted us as a legislature to ratify what y'all were doing. In other words, well, we don't know if we have the authority, to have lottery tickets sold by courier, but we need your help to, I think you might have said, put guardrails on it or something like that. And so I'm kind of wondering, and Senator Hall asked a good question, what new information have you gotten since then? I mean, at the time, to me, it seemed like we were just, as legislators scratching the surface, but you knew a lot more than we did then, because, you're supposed to run this with the commissioners in charge of you, of course. But, what's changed since then? Because it sure seemed like the gist back in the Sunset Commission hearings on this is that, look, we can't regulate them, which now you're saying you can, actually. And I disputed that in Sunset as well, because number one, who issues the licenses to sell tickets? You do. And then who is assisting and facilitating this but your largest vendor, IGT, right? The courier companies didn't look like they could operate without IGT's help. Is that correct?
As far as deployment of terminals?
Yeah.
IGT
yes,
deploys
printing
terminals.
printing this, basically this whole courier system couldn't work without them. Is that?
I don't think any part of the lottery would work without.
Okay, there you go. So this couldn't have happened without them. So, what has changed since the Sunset hearing, where all of a sudden you have the authority and all of a sudden you're saying this is a problem and the ask is no longer, please ratify what we did. It's, we could support y'all getting rid of the couriers? What's changed?
Thank you, Senator. And just a couple of things that hopefully I can have a chance to correct. If the idea that we wanted to just have this body ratify what we've done, that was not our intent. Our intent was to say there was a discussion in last session. There was ultimately a rider passed. There was a signing statement. And then we were working closely with Sunset and, even in the second review at your direction. And I really appreciated your comments at the September Sunset hearing where you said, hey, if there's a question about your authority, you shouldn't be making those calls. And so this was really, at that point, it was a question of, do we have this authority? Does the legislature agree that we have this authority? I think what we saw over the last 2 weeks, again, at a policy level, we heard loud and clear at Senate Finance, and I very appreciate, it was made clear, this is the direction, and so resolved from that level the policy issue. And from a facts perspective, again, with going out and investigating, and, both with what the Lieutenant Governor did and what we had our investigators there, developing additional facts to say, okay, this isn't just about any one of these prohibitions, it's really about 014 that says I have discretionary authority that's broad to say, hey, this is affecting the security, integrity, and honesty of the lottery, and we have to take action to stop it. So it was really both from the top down and from the bottom up that led to us working with the chairman and issuing the statement.
Well, I mean, that's an issue too, because you acted like you had very limited authority. You couldn't do anything about this. You were just helpless bystander almost, and the couriers are these private companies that they can do what they want. And then all of a sudden you've discovered this authority that you've put it Item 2, it's footnote 2 in your letter under 466-014, and it's like all of a sudden you've seen the light here, but you weren't seeing it back in the Sunset hearings, or sounds like not that much in finance either. Wasn't on that, but why has that changed? I mean, you still haven't answered that Senator Hall's question.
Again, where we thought we had authority at the time, with the bulk purchase, with changing how those terminals are deployed, with changing what we did with Sunset about how miners are doing, what was referenced earlier about the rule change about one strike and you're out. Those were areas where there was no doubt here. With the discussion that happened in last session, we had a concern that we didn't want to get ahead of the legislature that was passed in one house and one in the Senate, and it was not passed in the House. That was ultimately the signing statement on the rider that was passed. And so we did not want to get ahead of the legislature on this issue. Clearly, this authority has existed since the beginning of the lottery. But what happened in the past few previous weeks, again, was the direction given to us in Senate Finance and otherwise, and also the facts that we developed on the ground in the past few weeks.
Well, that's not new direction that you were just given. I mean, you look here, and this is in the law, right? This is in the code, right, passed by the legislature, and y'all are an agency that cannot exist but for the legislature creating, right, your agency. I mean, you admit that. Senator Birdwell pointed that out really well. Prohibiting playing by telephone, cannot sell tickets by credit card, can't sell to people under 18. You've adopted some rule that prohibits QR codes from entering, and that's a more modern thing. So, it seems like y'all can change things, even though you're saying you can't.
That was part of the rule change in 2015.
Okay, to keep up, but, hadn't seemed to be able to do that to address the courier issue. So, I mean, the clear intent, like when it says not by phone, well, the clear intent of the legislature is not remotely, right? You can't, so like the scratch-off tickets, that's another one, the virtual scratch-off. Under what authority is that being done? Can you tell me?
No, absolutely not. It was very concerning, and that's something we've been researching, and that's part of the reason, the facts that we developed that lead us to developing this policy statement.
And so you would say that's the same as the courier companies. There's nothing in the law that allows you to do it, because what I was hearing in Sunset is it almost sounded like, well, it doesn't say it can't be done. Playing in the gray area.
And again, I think we heard some testimony about the previous executive director, Gary Grief. Obviously, Senator Middleton, you saw the supplemental Sunset report. I have, and this agency has no intent to play in the gray area. We intend to follow the law, and when bills are passed, we're going to follow them. That's the direction that we've been following for here. This is why we instituted this policy now, having heard directly that this is what is the expectation. This is what we're going to execute on going forward.
So, I mean, it's a long list you've got here of, statutory prohibitions or mandates. So let's walk through that about following the law. How many licenses to sell tickets did you suspend in 2023?
To suspend, we had a number.
Or terminate, revoke.
Very few terminations.
I thought that was 0.
Yes, sir.
Okay, that's
I'm
fine.
sorry. I just
Very
couldn't
few
remember
is
the year.
not,
Yeah. I'm sorry. I was trying to understand the year. But
okay.
it's 0.
What about 2024?
I think
Terminations?
I think 0.
0. Oh, okay. And what about terminations this year?
Well, we have a number of enforcement actions that are pending to propose revocation against retailers affiliated with couriers.
But it's 0 right now.
Correct.
So we have all these things in the code to protect Texans, right? Because, I mean, you know, when these out-of-state players game the system with their $95 million prize, you know, that helps, obviously, the lottery cartel vendors and the out-of-state investors, but that hurts Texans, right?
Major issues, absolutely.
Okay, that hurt. We agree with that. So you're saying you're going to be strict and we're going to follow the law, and no licenses to sell tickets have been revoked since Senator Hall's bill, which sent a very clear message, SB 1820, right? I mean, that passed the Senate. Not a secret issue. Y'all are aware of it, right? Okay, you're aware of it. Still no revocations.
Again, that bill didn't pass the House, and that was ultimately the writer that had the signing statement. But if we find, we are processing some revocations as well. But these are not typical things. These couriers are a very small number of retailers, and then now we are taking action. We have a number of enforcement actions pending against multiples, and I've now sent out the investigators against the remaining courier-affiliated retailers to see if we can find violations as well.
I mean, it sure sounds to me like at first you denied robbing the bank, and then later you said, well, maybe the bank did get robbed, and now the answer is, well, if we give the money back, are we all good? You know, it doesn't work like that. And do you see how abusive this is of the separation of powers, where we pass these laws in the legislature to protect consumers and Texans, and also make sure that this follows the spirit of the law too, because you're a state agency. And then only when the heat turns up and we have to basically do your job for you, you should have been aware of these, because I remember in committee, your first answer was, we don't award licenses to sell tickets to couriers. You told me that in committee. And then the first person that testified afterwards was Jack Pocket, and I said, do you get licenses from the lottery to sell tickets? And he said, oh yeah. It's like you didn't even know what was going on in your own agency, and that was actually touched on in the Sunset Report. It said that, by and large, the commission defers to the vendor, which is IGT. So they're referenced here in Senator Hall's exhibit. How long has IGT had the contract for the lottery?
Since the inception of the lottery.
Since the beginning. And how much are they making every year?
It's a percent of sales, so it's in the rough ballpark of 2% of sales, and I believe that was in the range of $170 million last year.
So they're making $170 to $180 million, somewhere in there, right? And so we've established, because you admitted, that the couriers cannot operate but with IGT's assistance. And then the Sunset Report says that you, as a commission, defer to the lottery operator vendor and how to operate the lottery, right? That's in the Sunset Report. I mean, obviously, they must have seen something that we're seeing right now. And so that begs the question, you know, it almost seems like at this point it's run like organized crime, and somehow this has all just been exposed. And we, by and large, were, you know, that was hidden from us as a legislature. Senator Hall was, you know, obviously aware of this. And now, after you've got caught, is when you're saying, well, we're going to bring accountability to it. And to me, that seems like still you're asking us to just forgive and ratify this bad behavior, because you hid it as long as you could, and then when we found out about it, saying, oh, okay, well, we have the authority to fix it. We suddenly found the authority to fix it. To continue operating the way you are today, because at the end of the day, you know, it's one vendor that's making most of the money off this.
Senator, we're certainly not looking to have you ratify what you've already said into law. And I think it's important to note that, again, the Sunset Report clearly identified that the previous executive director was comfortable operating in the gray area. That's not been the direction from the board, and we have moved to correct those actions. We have subcommittees. I think these guys probably hear from me more than they would like. And what we're trying to do, we were not trying to hide this issue. When I became executive director, we took action where we thought we could. We raised it as a major issue in Sunset. I spent hours upon hours working with your great staff at Sunset. We had 2 reports where we put a lot of light on this, and I think really helped the conversation, move the conversation forward. We developed a proposal both to regulate or to ban this for the legislature's consideration. We provided that to this committee as well as Sunset. And again, now we're taking the action we're taking. But there was no intent since I've been executive director to hide anything about what's going on here.
That's interesting that you say it that way, because that is not how that began in Sunset. We've established that, there's not a lot new that's changed, but your position has changed significantly since that September hearing because the light got shined on this issue, right? And just to, I think you answered this. How was IGT paid the $170 million? You said it's percent of
It's a
sales
percent of lottery sales.
overall, including the courier tickets too, right?
Yeah, we have no determination of if a ticket is a lottery ticket courier sale or not.
Okay, and then the couriers make more money than the traditional convenience stores, right?
Some of the lottery ticket retailers that we're proposing to take action and revoke their license are some of the top selling retailers in the state. Again, for me and the staff I've talked to the commissioners, this is not about revenue. There's nothing here that no action was motivated or done because this created lottery sales. This is a very small and insignificant amount of the total lottery sales.
Well, it's not that small, because they extracted $95 million from Texas lottery players, right? I mean, so that's from the money that y'all have in your account with the comptrollers, and that's money that by and large was put there by Texans and exported out of state due to gaming the system, and gaming the system in a way that you were aware of, and you claimed you had no authority to stop until all of a sudden, today, you have the authority to stop it, all of a sudden.
Senator, if I may, the $95 million jackpot is a related but separate issue, which we would call bulk purchasing. So those tickets were not purchased through the app. Those tickets were bought in the stores. And, for instance, a couple of the top retailers, like the one that sold the ticket recently, would not work with those people. So this $95 million was a separate issue that, again, when I became executive director, I immediately took action to stop. And we know that it did stop that activity because they tried to do that again in December and were unable to.
And you were there in September of 22 is when you started?
I became deputy executive director in September 2022.
You were there when this happened?
In the bulk purchase event in
Yes.
April? Yes, absolutely.
With the stores that don't have logos or signs or anything on them, it looks like maybe one does, not a very legitimate operation.
It was very concerning. That's why I started an investigation and changed the process as soon as I became executive director.
Okay, well, I mean, I think this goes down to separation of powers issue and how state government is supposed to work, where, it's the legislature is supposed to tell our state agencies how they're supposed to operate. And this has happened before. I know you initially claimed that this wasn't as bad as what the Racing Commission did, where they were illegally expanding gambling with the slot machines. And that was actually recommended to be eliminated, I think, by the Sunset Commission. But to me, it's actually worse than that, a whole lot worse than that, because it's the vendors y'all have been working with that the Sunset Commission says are directing how this agency is run. It's been hurting Texans, and it's been disregarding the laws that we've passed, where it's like cafeteria style. I mean, that's really what it is we're going to take what we like in the state code and leave what we don't like, and we're going to treat our laws cafeteria style, like leave it on the shelf. I want that, I don't want that, and we're going to enforce what we like and don't like. So it's been really disappointing to see this, and we got to have more accountability here, and it sends a terrible message to our other state agencies if we just let this go, ratify this behavior.
Senator Hinojosa, you are recognized.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you all for being here. I'm new here, so I'd appreciate some just very succinct answers to these questions. I'd like for each of you to answer this just on record here. Do you believe that these couriers are subject to fraud and money laundering? I mean, given the recent events that have occurred and the news that we've gotten, do you believe that, there's loopholes there that allow for that kind of activity? Simple yes or no.
Yes, sir. The group that did the bulk purchasing, clearly subject to potential money laundering.
Sir?
Absolutely.
Yeah, ma'am?
Guess that's on, yes.
Yes?
Yes.
Yes?
Yes, they're unregulated gambling operations.
Great, thank you for that. And then, again, just for the record, do you believe, now that you've each said that it is subject to that and it opens up that opportunity, do you believe that significant, substantial fraud and money laundering has occurred because of these operations? Again.
I don't know, sir. I don't know who those actors were. I think it's certainly possible, and I'd probably agree with Senator Hall's assessment. It's probably a 90%.
Similar, I have not been able to substantiate that with this, but that does not mean that it is not happening. And I'm very much looking forward to the Texas Rangers investigation. We're going to be working closely with them.
Sure. Yeah.
Right, I don't know either, but I think there's a possibility. We just don't know at this point.
Definitely looking forward to the Ranger investigation, and obviously whatever level of transparency and assistance that the lottery can provide, we absolutely will. The accusations, they're unacceptable, and these are definitely, it's frustrating to say the least.
Yes, it requires and deserves a thorough investigation because it's definitely a red flag.
I believe this is the appropriate time to ask. Hopefully, y'all have the answers to my previous question. How much revenue do you have information on? How much revenue was generated from your brick and mortar versus when couriers came online and started operating versus to what the amount of revenue is now with those operating?
Well, again, we don't have the ability to differentiate from a ticket that comes in through the front door versus a ticket that might be sold through the.
Have you seen an uptick of sales since the couriers came online?
There-
And if so, how much? Roughly?
Sales were certainly on an upward trend across the lottery industry, and we saw sales increase before courier activity, and that trend continued, especially through the COVID pandemic.
Has it been substantial?
Absolutely.
Okay, guess ballpark?
Well, I can say, before the pandemic, our sales were averaging the range of $5 billion a year, and now our sales are $8 billion a year. So about roughly a $3 billion a year increase. Again, most of that is not allocated to even retailers suspected affiliating with couriers.
Okay, and then, and how much of that net comes to the state?
About $2 billion a year.
And is that, that's currently about 2 billion?
Correct.
How much was it pre-COVID?
1.5 billion.
1.5. So here's my question. How do you restore the public confidence in it? Whether we get rid of couriers or not, how do you restore public confidence in the Texas lottery, period, after this?
Senator, that's a great question, and one that I've been thinking a lot about. I think that's also part of why we wanted to make sure we took this policy action today. But I think it's going to be a long road. We have to make sure that we show the public that we're taking these actions to restore that public trust. I think when you saw that April 2023 jackpot, Lotto Texas sales suffered. So even though there was a bunch of tickets sold, that was not in the state's interest. It was not in this agency's interest because, and I've had lots of conversations with the other commissioners about this, the hit to the integrity and perception is tremendous. And so it's going to be a long road that we're going to work carefully and hopefully in partnership with the legislature, also with the board, and it's going to be a long road, but we're going to do everything we can.
Yeah, 1.5 billion in the grand scheme of things isn't a huge amount to public education when that's how it was sold to the people to begin with. Do you know how that money is allocated now?
To the majority of that goes to the Foundation School Fund. We also fund the majority of the money that funds the Texas Veterans Commission.
Yeah, I think it's a long road. I think it's almost impossible to come back from something like that, unfortunately, but let's see how this goes. Thank you for your time. Appreciate it.
Senator Betancourt, did you wish to be recognized?
I certainly do, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. I think it's important, Mr. Chairman, I read a statement that Lieutenant Governor Patrick just sent out into the record. Last Tuesday, after I paid a surprise visit to the combined lottery, courier, and retail location that sold the 83 million jackpot lottery ticket last week, I left with more questions than when I arrived. The next day, I told Governor Abbott that we may need a Texas Ranger investigation into the lottery. I'm very pleased that the governor announced a call for the Texas Rangers investigation into 2 jackpot winning drawings. However, based upon the new admission by the Texas Lottery Commission today in public statements and testimony before the House Committee on Appropriations, as well as their testimony before the Senate Finance Committee 2 weeks ago, and Senator Bob Hall's meticulous layout of today of troubling facts going back to 2016 when the Lottery Commission began to allow to couriers, it's clear this investigation needs to be broadened, covering every aspect of what the Texas Lottery Commission has done since that time. Therefore, I will be sending a letter to the Texas Rangers to add to what Governor Abbott has already asked, asking them to expand their investigation to any and all matters related to the Lottery Commission, first allowing lottery couriers into Texas, and any and all possible crimes internally or externally arising from the Lottery Commission's actions or failures to act. Lottery Commission Executive Director Ryan Bendel admitted in testimony for the House today that there have been other attempts to buy large amounts of lottery tickets, not just in April of 2023. To give confidence to Texans who play the lottery in the future, we must have this expansive investigation going back to 2016 in addition to the governor's request. Lieutenant Governor Dan Patrick, Texas, state of Texas. This is a blockbuster that you did not tell us about at the Finance Committee meeting, that you had other people trying to do bulk purchases. You had every opportunity to do so. It doesn't take somebody too much more questioning, because I tried to use neutron weapons to get you to admit the truth then. Why did you not come forward, Executive Director Mendel, and tell us that you had the same outfit that had been trying to buy bulk purchases? And I'm going to quote from the taxpayer's watchdog, who's Dave Lieberman from Dallas Morning News. As first reported by the Houston Chronicle, that was the groundbreaking story on this, financiers in London and Malta paid for most of the tickets, spending $25 million and winning $58 million after taxes. What are the odds for the guy buying a $1 ticket at a gas station and beating the syndicate? Is that the same group that attempted to buy in this last lotto?
Well, Senator, if I can give a little bit of context to the comments and explain what happened in December of 2024.
Well, I would love to have an answer to my question, because I didn't get them answered last time. So I would like a forthright question. Otherwise, I will dismiss you again and ask the commissioners to answer the same question, just like I did in the last meeting.
Understood, Senator. That's why I wanted to ask your permission. My understanding is that that group, or someone substantially affiliated with that group, was planning and preparing to buy a substantial number of tickets in December 2024. I heard that because we had our retailer contacts that said that that same group was talking to them. They were going to work with 30 to 40 retailers. As soon as I found out about that, I instructed IGT to initiate an emergency code release, and I also went and briefed many of the members of Sunset and of State Affairs. I was in the Capitol for a significant amount of time on that day in December.
Executive Director, did you not feel like this was worthy of a discussion at the Finance Committee?
Senator, I definitely did, and that's when I talked about how we put measures in place to stop that. That's what I was referring to.
Yeah, but you didn't refer to the fact that the same group attempted to try again.
And I'm sorry, Senator, I thought when I said that the efforts, the guardrails that we put in place stopped it from happening. Again, I had briefed a number of the offices.
Well, because this goes to the heart of my questioning, sir, about money laundering. Does it not?
Absolutely.
The question that you refused to answer twice, okay? This outfit, who is financiers in London and Malta, easily could be bundling in monies, but yet you refused to answer the question. It took 3 times, and still I didn't get an answer. So you already knew that that specific group had tried again, and yet you refused to answer the question of whether or not there was a substantial probability of money laundering. So what's your current opinion? Have you upgraded your opinion?
And thank you for having the chance to redo that. I thought about that a lot. If the question was, do I have evidence that they're money laundering? I'm under oath, and I cannot tell you that I have evidence that they're money laundering. Is it an indication? Is it a concern? Is that what informed the concerns that led to our policy statement? Absolutely. I share your concern, and that's why I put the measures in place that stopped them from doing this in December 2024.
When I'm asking, and an agency head is before the Finance Committee, and other senators have, including the chairman, and they're asking whether or not, these behaviors are potentially fraudulent, money laundering. This is probably the greatest fraud perpetrated on the state of Texas by any group ever. We have probably never given away $57.7 million before until April 2023. Is that a pretty good statement?
We have not had a bulk purchase event before that day. We've had higher jackpots. That's
So we gave up probably on a fraudulent win, $57.7 million. Now, the problem I have with your leadership, sir, is that instead of sitting here and parsing words with me, okay, you should have taken that immediately and the same answer that your commissioner gave, which is yes, I believe there's substantial indication of money laundering. Instead, you still do the same thing here. Quite frankly, if I was on your board, I'd vote to fire you because I have no confidence in what you're telling us. You've been through this, you've been through multiple questioning by multiple senators, and instead of giving us the recognition of leadership, a positive lock on the answer, I don't get it. Is there some reason why you can't forthrightly answer these questions?
Senator, I assure you, I'm trying to forthrightly answer your question.
Well then, why did you not tell us that this same group was the group that was trying again? Because that's also an indicator of money laundering, true or false?
I'm sorry, I want to make sure I understand.
Sure, they tried it once, they were successful, and they came back to try it again. Is that not an indication of money laundering?
Absolutely.
Well, it's nice to hear, especially as one senator put it from a rural county, $57 million of horses went out the door. And I will tell you this, what Lieutenant Governor Patrick saw was another 83 million. Because there were no real people in that store. They may not have had any real customers. They have machines in the back, but they're not processing what motor vehicle fuels companies do, which is one transaction at a time. They're just blitzing the system with millions of dollars of courier money, which quite frankly, you have to assume that there's a very high potential. Senator Hall said 90% that there's laundering money in this. Now, I want to direct this to the commissioners. Did that questioning and answering help you all clarify what leadership we need to stop this from occurring?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Well, I'm glad we're 3 for 3. Mr. Mendel, I strongly suggest you change your communication strategy. Because if senators ask questions, we expect direct answers and not obfuscated, not parsed, want the full story, don't want to wait for the next hearing to say the same group tried again. That is a bombshell that you just lit off in the House here today. And yet you didn't tell us when you had the opportunity. Because quite frankly, that would have proven it was money laundering or that a 90% chance occurred. And that's what is so disappointing about this. And that's why I don't have any confidence in your leadership at this point. Because I'm not seeing that communication style that's going to be necessary to restore the average Texan's trust in this whole game, this situation. I can only hope that you reconsider what you're doing and why. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Hall, you're recognized.
Chairman, I'd like to follow up on this burning question I've got is what really changed, or what did you know when you knew it? I'm sure you're familiar with 466.
Absolutely.
I believe .014 says the commission and executive directors, this is powers and duties of commission and executive director. That's everybody. The commission and executives have broad authority and shall exercise strict control and close supervision over all lottery games conducted in this state to promote and ensure integrity, security, honesty, and fairness in the operation and administration of the lottery. And then they go on to talk about the things that you make sure don't happen, which to me would be an indication that somebody is improperly selling tickets. So with the operations with the couriers, when did you first speculate even that they could possibly be selling them to people under 18 years of age?
At the August sunset hearing,
When?
the August 2024 sunset hearing.
Not till a sunset hearing? They've been doing it for years, and you never thought by telephones and no control and no oversight over them that they just might be selling them to people underage until then?
That's correct.
When did you first suspect that they were using telephones?
Do you mean by that mobile app?
Yeah, I'm using telephones to sell them.
That's my understanding from the beginning of that model.
When?
From the beginning of the existence of the courier model.
From the very beginning.
Since I've been
So,
executive director.
years ago. And when did you suspect that they were not selling tickets at a licensed retail facility, which is specifically required by this law?
I don't know that I have.
I mean, isn't it obvious if there's a courier, they're not in a retail store
Correct.
just by accident? So that
Correct.
was quite a long time ago.
Correct.
I mean, there's a whole list of things here that you were told, and the commission was told, you guys have a responsibility for making sure that doesn't happen, but you knew or highly suspected it was happening, and as late as a week ago, Wednesday, you told us under oath that you had no authority to do anything about it. Yet this bill makes it patently clear that that was your primary job. Based on up in the front end, if you didn't get past page 2 in this, it tells you that your responsibility to ensure integrity, security, honesty, and fairness. And yet you knew that these couriers, which if they did operate like was described, and I'm not sure if you were with Gary Grief or not when he came to my office back in 23, and described an operation of a courier as someone who sells the apps over his phone, and that he does that, and so that's out of your control. But then he walks into the lottery store, to the 7-Eleven, and buys them. That's when you consider the lottery ticket. That took an imagination beyond my comprehension to a tortured interpretation of the rules. And I think what Senator Betancourt's getting at, and Senator Milton, and Senator Birdwell, with their questions here, you have known about the illicit operation, that they were not following the law that was written, and yet you continuously turned a blind eye to it, and told us multiple times you had no authority to do anything about it. Do you still believe that today, Mr. Commissioner?
So clearly, our intent to meet next week is to have that discussion with all of our commissioners. I'll tell you that from the commissioner's standpoint, every decision we make, every item that's brought before us, it is to honor the intent of the legislature in terms of how that the lottery should be run and operated. So literally every decision that we've made has been in that spirit. So I'm looking forward to that discussion next week.
That's not answering my question. How long have you known about the couriers using telephones? Is this something you learned in the last few days?
No.
How long have you known that the way they operate, they could very easily be selling to underage people, and you had no way of knowing it?
Whenever the commission had that discussion, the legal advice that we were given was that it met the standard of the legislature, meaning that it was within the written guidelines provided to the lottery. There's no way that I or any of the other commissioners would have voted to support something that that is not in line and in congruence with the legislature.
By name, who gave you that advice?
Well, our legal, Bob, and I'll let Bob speak for himself. I'll let Ryan and, but.
Mr. Baird, would you please answer that question?
And just, I want to answer your precise question, and so could you restate it?
I guess this is kind of a two-part question. By what tortured process can you interpret that a courier operating, selling tickets outside of a retail facility, charging a fee to do so, could be most likely, because there's no oversight, selling to underage people and doing it on credit? Any one of those would be enough to say, hey, we've got to stop that operation because it violates the law that we were given to enforce. And yet you gave them advice that we can pretend it doesn't exist, it's not happening?
No, sir.
That's what he just told me.
This answer requires me to go back in time a little bit. If you want to go back to 2015, I can go back to when the courier model was first presented to the agency. It was under the prior executive director, Gary Grief. We were presented with a legal opinion that came from a Nevada professor and an attorney who had looked at the law and had drafted an opinion and asked if we would say whether that's a legal business model. And at that time, me and one of my attorneys put together an analysis that flagged this as a risky business and that we could get into a lot of trouble going this direction. I had several pages of statutes that could be violated with this business model. I said it's against legislative intent. If asked, the Attorney General could find it's not authorized. There could be negative legislative consequences for the Lottery Commission for proceeding in this direction, and then followed with analysis of a number of changes. And these documents were all given to the Sunset Commission. And certainly
You're telling me you came to the conclusion it's okay if somebody's selling these lottery tickets,
No.
charging the extra fee and selling them to minors and doing it on credit?
I said there was
you could get in trouble for stopping them from doing
I
that?
said there's a lot of problems with it. His specific question to me is that didn't comply with the state lottery.
What problem would it be to prevent somebody, tell them that there's breaking the law, that they have to stop breaking the law?
My answer was that this was fraught with all kinds of risk. Shouldn't go advance this to the executive directors.
What kind of risk? You're giving me gibberish legal garbage.
Okay.
What would be the problem in telling someone they could not continue breaking the law?
It was not my decision to make.
Whose decision was it?
Gary Grief's decision, the prior executive director. His specific question to me is like, I see all your concerns about frustrating the intent of the legislature. All I want to know from you, and this is the restrictions under which my job position has been.
So Gary Grief told you what answer to give him, and you gave it to him.
His specific question to me was, is this argument, not considering legislative intent, not considering state policy, is this an argument that would be laughed out of court? Is it an argument that is completely frivolous? And I said, well, my advice is that this could be violating law by doing this. It's circumventing, by creating a separate legal entity. I mean, it's certainly violating the spirit of the law. He says, that's not my question. My question could an attorney make this argument with a straight face? And I couldn't tell him no. I told him, yes, but doesn't change my advice and analysis of this. And he said, that's the direction, but that's still the direction I want to go. Because there's two legal entities there. Texas law, a legal entity is a separate person under the law, and they craftily created this business model so that it would avoid the intent of the law by filling in.
I can't imagine what could have possibly been written to says that this is okay to sell to teenagers, or possibly sell on credit, or sell not in a brick and mortar store. It's in here in words of one syllable. It's not complicated to read it, and it's clear that it was being violated.
Yeah.
How in the world could any legal advice say, I don't care, Mr. Grief, whatever you want me to say, I'm telling you, you're breaking the law by not doing something about this. You're not following your responsibility. And what I don't understand is when he was gone and other people stepped in, or the other commissioners didn't step up and say, hey, we got to quit this. Or why other people didn't bring this up. That's why it's a conspiracy. And this bill specifically addresses the issue of conspiracy, because this is not something that could happen all by itself. And we didn't even get around to talking about some of the other issues, like a single individual actually winning the lottery 147 times. That isn't a conspiracy, but that's in the operation. So, Mr. Chairman, how could that happen?
We believe that that person was claiming on behalf of others, and we've initiated an investigation.
When did you initiate that investigation?
When we got the allegation in the Breyer letter.
Give me a month.
January.
January of this year.
Correct.
When did it happen?
I believe it was lottery.com. It was a couple of years ago.
And you don't have a system that would pick up the fact that a single individual, do you consider that to be a little odd?
It's certainly uncommon.
Uncommon?
Yeah.
I think most people think winning it once is uncommon.
We have
147, but
It's mathematically.
Senator Betancourt, you're recognized.
Sorry, Mr. Chairman. Director, it is almost beyond my ability to calculate the odds that one person could win this 147 times. Was this somebody directly connected as a lottery employee, or were they just affiliated?
No, thank you, Senator. This was a principle of lottery.com, and what we believe is that in their courier operations, instead of passing off the ticket to the winner, he was claiming it on their behalf. And so that's what we've looked at to make a criminal investigation on, a referral.
Another red flag.
I can't even tell you how many red flags are up. It's like there's a forest of them, and they're all burning, and everybody can see it, except you. Why?
I can absolutely see it, and this is why we took the action we took today, and that's why.
Yeah, but the fact that it took till January to recognize that somebody had won 147 times. I mean, the math of that is billions and billions to one. I mean, I'm not even sure. Maybe it's a quadrillion. I don't know. I haven't calculated it. I'm just astonished. You had somebody win 147 times and you wouldn't start an investigation until January?
Commissioners, Mr. Chairman, we have a few more questions. Thank you for serving the state. You're public servants, and again, you have day jobs and responsibilities, and you're appointed by the governor of Texas, confirmed by the Senate. That's a big deal, and we respect you and your offices. Obviously, you understand why it's important for all of us to walk through this and to make sure that we understand and the people of Texas understand. Council, you served the state faithfully for a long time. Thank you for that. And we respect you and your role as a public servant. Executive Director Mandel, thank you. You and I have interacted a number of times. You've always been polite and helpful to me. There are still concerns. And so with that, I do have a few questions. One matter I think has been addressed at the threshold, but I want to be clear. When we had our interim hearing of this committee, I know you've testified a lot, but an interim hearing of this committee talking about lottery couriers. We were trying to understand the business model because it had been represented to us. I'm not saying by anybody here, but it had been represented to us that lottery couriers, oh, that's like Uber Eats, right? You can stay home, they'll go pick it up for you. And maybe just because I'm simple, or maybe there's others like me, we had the impression that this was someone that you give them money and they go buy the lottery ticket for you and they bring it to you and you pay them a little something to do that. I was confused how you could make money doing that. But help us understand, is courier even an accurate description for these folks? Because as a rule, they're not taking the money, driving to the convenience store, purchasing the ticket, then giving it to you. Are they?
No, typically, they're going to be co-located with a licensed retailer. So, next door in very close proximity for the volume that they're doing. Absolutely.
So that means that I can contact this, we'll call them couriers for the sake of this discussion. I guess that cake is baked. Let's call them couriers. We call them, and they are co-located, meaning they're next door or in the same building as the retailer that's authorized by the state. Is that correct?
Correct.
Do they often have a business relationship with that retailer?
They will always, almost as far as I understand it, always have a business relationship. Sometimes they will also have a shared corporate structure. So there's some that will be a completely independent business relationship. There's one in Round Rock that works that way. But some it'll be a subsidiary, corporate partner, some kind of under the same corporate umbrella.
Which is more common, the separate entities with a contract or related entities?
In Texas, related entity.
Like a left pocket, right pocket deal, we call that sometimes. Is that close?
Absolutely.
So understanding a little bit more about their business model, I have a couple more questions. This facility that the Lieutenant Governor visited and took some video, I understand that you had agents there either right before or right after. You mentioned this before. I just want to make sure I understand.
Correct, right before.
And what was the name of that place?
Winner's Corner.
And what is Winner's Corner?
Winner's Corner is the licensed lottery retailer that works with the courier Jack Pocket. Jack Pocket is, again, co-located, next door in a kind of the strip mall. And then they have some, my understanding is they have some type of corporate relationship, corporate structure, ownership, shared ownership.
So after your investigator or investigators went out there, what did they find? What did they report?
They reported very similar to what you saw from the Lieutenant Governor, including, but not limited to, a violation of how they were entering their methods of play, kind of some of the conversation earlier. So that's where we are headed towards revoking that retailer's license based on that violation.
And how many terminals did they have at that location?
I've ordered IGT to remove those terminals.
And to remove how many terminals?
What I found is that in a review of terminals, the most terminals that any retailer in the state that's not a courier is 5. And so I ordered that as an initial step with our new policy today, we want to bring all the, no one should have more than 5, and then we're going to continue to review that. And obviously, we're trying to take action against their license as well.
I wanted to ask you about that. Thank you. Sometimes my questions aren't clear, and I apologize. I'm curious now about that specific location where your agents went out at Winner's Corner. How many terminals did they have, if you know?
It's a number. It was more than 16, but I don't remember the exact number. I remember it was way too many, and that's one of the...
A whole bunch?
A whole bunch.
Okay, and we heard from the representative of the convenience stores that convenience stores have 1, maybe 2. I don't want to misrepresent what he said, but was that your impression?
Yeah, and again, that's when I reviewed. We do have grocery stores, some gas stations. If they're I think Buc-ee's isn't a licensed retailer, but you imagine large grocery stores might have more. So most retailers will have 1 or 2. We have a handful of retailers with 3, 4, or 5. But only lottery couriers have more than 5 before today.
Thank you. There's also the requirement that a retailer not just be in the lottery ticket business, right?
Correct.
And again, the idea is that we're talking about convenience stores. I think I read the first lottery ticket, Governor Richards bought it at maybe a feed store. Did I read that right? Okay. You remember that, Senator Betancourt? Okay, I read about it. Again, that's an important requirement because we don't want these stores that just sell lottery tickets, right?
Correct. And
now,
My
Well, go ahead,
investigators have reviewed the retailers associated with couriers. We've identified at least 2 that were only in the business of lottery tickets, and we've initiated action against their licenses.
Okay, let's talk about that one that Lieutenant Governor Patrick visited and your team visited the same day. Did you get any reports of whether they were selling anything other than lottery tickets?
Yes, and they were selling, they had for sale board games and other items in the front of the house. Some of the other courier entities do not have anything for sale, and that's the basis on which we're taking action against their license.
So if I open up a storefront and I put some stuffed animals and put price tags on them, but I'm not really selling them or I'm not trying to sell them, does that comply? Is that enough? Or must that be a meaningful part of my business, selling something other than lottery tickets? I don't know the answer. I'd like to know.
No, Chairman, it's a great question. I think that's certainly one of the reasons that we issued the new policy today. I would say that generally speaking, it's pretty obvious whether they're selling something. There's a couple of these couriers that have really skated right up to the line. I think it probably, it's not something that we want to encourage, obviously. We do not want anyone selling exclusively lottery tickets.
Okay, and so I understand sometimes these are fact questions. As far as skating right up to the line, is it sufficient to have items that are truly for sale, but not really be trying to sell them? Help us understand that just a little bit more. What's the letter of the law? What's the spirit of the law as your office applies the law?
Thank you. It certainly, if they're not intending to sell those items, I would not believe that's compliance with the law. If they have items and they're just, they're legitimately trying to sell those items and they're not happy to move them. We're not going to go behind the curtain and say, okay, how many cigarettes did you sell last week? How many, 7-Up did you sell? We're not in the business of that. So if there's a retailer out there, for instance, I'm thinking of a regular retailer in Rosenberg that is a great lottery retailer, traditional lottery, all brick and mortar, doesn't have any relationship with courier. They sell a lot more lottery tickets than they do soda, right? So we don't want to get in the business of parsing out the true business purpose. But if they're not actually trying to sell non-lottery tickets, I think that would be a violation of the law.
You mentioned this morning or earlier today to the House about facts became apparent. And let me back up. I wasn't there and I don't have a transcript, so I'm not trying to trip you. Not right now anyway, but I want to help me remember what you said. I want to make sure I get it right. The impression I got from your testimony over in the House this morning was that evidence had come to light. Your team felt like it was important you act quickly. Is that close?
Absolutely.
Tell us about that. What do you mean by that?
Yeah, and so again, completely appreciate the concern and share the concern about this activity. And the question was, why did we change our activity? So we first had the top-down, the policy discussion with Senate Finance. The other piece would be what I would call the bottom-up and the development of these facts. So when I had my investigation team go out to Winter's Corner right after that jackpot was won and getting those reports in, us after Senate Finance saying, hey, are these people out there just selling lottery tickets, and having those facts come in. And again, as we developed those investigation reports and referred those and start taking action against those licenses and SOA, saying, okay, there's a lot of stuff here. There's indications, even though we can't substantiate every single fact. We're looking at referrals. That's why, we're very excited about the Texas Rangers involvement. There's a lot of things there that, you say it's a lot on fire, and then say we need to take action. We need to take action quickly.
And along those lines, I think you told some of the senators earlier today that in the last couple of weeks, these facts have developed. Now, I was looking at the statute. I think it's 466.019. It says you as executive director can file a complaint with a DA after conducting investigations. Have you done that?
We're still reviewing for potential criminal referrals, but that's definitely something that we're reviewing. I defer generally to my, I have licensed peace officers, and I'm going to defer to their judgment on those types of referrals.
Okay. Would you characterize the Lottery Commission's rulemaking authority as broad or narrow?
Broad.
In fact, I realize of course, you're a smart lawyer. You've been at the AG's office and probably familiar with other agencies. Some agencies have little or no rulemaking. Some have very tight. And I can say, as a member of the legislature, that we normally try to keep it tight, right? Because the legislature, the people of Texas act through the legislature, and we delegate to an agency to promulgate rules to implement a statute. We normally want it pretty tight. This is an unusual statute you operate under in that it says, I would say this is very broad, any matter necessary, or desirable, as determined by the Commission, to promote and ensure the integrity, security, honesty, and fairness of the operation and administration of the lottery. Did I get that pretty close?
Absolutely, and that'll be the basis of the rules that I'm taking to the commission next Tuesday.
Now, along with that authority, you have full access to the records of lottery sales agents, don't you?
Correct.
Okay. Have you obtained those? Have you obtained those in the course of the investigating the matters we've discussed?
Correct, the investigations that were,
I'm sorry, have you obtained those records of the sales agents in regard to the matters we've been discussing this afternoon?
it's, Chairman, which records are you referring to?
Well, under 466.017B, you have full access to all the records of the lottery sales agents. Are we pursuing that?
I'll have to double check with my investigators. We certainly did investigate and had access to a number of records.
Okay. You also have authority to seize without a warrant the equipment of lottery sales agents, don't you?
Absolutely.
Have you done that?
Certainly today, I directed to take down those terminals back down to what we call a more average amount. And once we get the activity through taking action against their license, we'll obviously take all the terminals away.
You have the authority to suspend or revoke a sales agent license, yes?
Correct, and that's the action we're pursuing against most of these retailers.
So I haven't done that yet, but I don't want to put words in your mouth. Is that in process?
That's right. So when we can take action, obviously they have their rights of administrative process. And, I know there's some of them listening or watching here, and, and of course, ultimately the board is the one that rules on that. So I want to be very careful because we want to be successful in our actions. But, there's an administrative process involving the State Office of Administrative Hearings. We have started that process against a number of their licenses.
I'll do my best to be clear who we're speaking to, and thank you for answering my questions. I'm going to have some questions for the commission and some for Mr. Mendel and council. And again, these are difficult matters, but they have to be addressed. In their review of the Lottery Commission over the last year, Sunset Commission staff, and I'm going to quote, have observed what seems to be a long-standing culture of the commission not fully understanding its role in rulemaking, unquote. I understand the Sunset staff looked at 5 years of transcript and didn't find one instance where commissioners directed staff to consider a rulemaking item. Is that consistent with everybody's understanding of what's happened over the last 5 years? And again, I'm not fussing at you, but we need to know, do y'all consider that a problem? Are you concerned about that, commissioners?
Sir, the way we've operated in my tenure has been that we take proposed rules, review them as presented by staff, review them, either pass or decline, or tell them to go back and try again. That's been our process.
Cindy Fields, excuse me, my voice is not very good. We're not made up of people from industry like a lot of commissions are. So we don't necessarily hear, we just don't hear problems, concerns of people that own convenience stores and stuff like that. That doesn't come to us like it would another commission that has members of industry that make up the commission. So that's one of the reasons why we rely on legal counsel and others to bring these rules to us to make us aware of it.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
So the bulk of what the commission discusses is again brought forward by staff, by legal, and the commissioners again do our best to do what we believe is the statute and what we believe are the very strict guidelines that we believe exist. Obviously, all of the things that have been discussed really since Sunset, all of them, every item is incredibly concerning. I will say that since the sunset hearing, that the commissioners have taken a lot of proactive steps. We've enacted our committee structure, which was a sunset item that they suggested, which we enacted almost immediately. An item that was discussed in earnest at the sunset hearing was the item on minors. At our next meeting, the commissioners voted all in favor of basically going to a zero tolerance. And that is something that we, had not done previously. And so I know that it appears that we are reactionary on some items, but again, we, as Cindy mentioned, we're not industry professionals. And so we have to do our best to take in information and move forward, collectively whenever we do meet. So, I know there's a lot of work to be done collectively, and we have been and are doing our best to address all of these issues, with the material and the ability that we do have. So we're grateful for your concern, your suggestions, your thoughts, your input, because we don't have access to your experience, to your knowledge, to your oversight, to your history and knowledge of how this agency, should perform. So we are grateful, and we know that this is a very serious matter, and we do appreciate the serious tone of all of the questions and everything that has been said.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Medell, I'm curious, and anybody may know the answer to this. The investigators that you dispatched to that location that we've been discussing, do your investigators or any staff from the Texas Lottery Commission routinely visit, inspect retailers?
I would not say that we routinely inspect retailers. We have 21,000 retailers and a relatively, compared to that small enforcement team. What we rely on are complaints, issues raised by IGT. If there's an issue that comes in through our claim center, a lot of times we identify a lot of issues when people come in to claim a prize or if they are not able to claim a prize. And so it's more when it comes in, then we initiate investigations. The enforcement team also supports the bingo division, which is another function of our agency.
And you mentioned some of the complaints or information will come through IGT, and that's the contractor that operates the lottery we've been talking about.
That's exactly right. It's a public-private partnership. So the sales team, which is over 150 or so employees of IGTs, are the ones that visit on a regularly, at least every month, and oftentimes more frequent than that. So the sales team are in every retailer, and that's their contractual requirement. We then will, if there's an issue or there's something, that's when we get involved.
A lot's been said about the rule changes and circumstances under which they took place. I want to make sure that we don't get lost on what some of those specifics were. So if you'll allow me, I'd like to walk through a couple of those with you. Thank you for your patience. And again, we discussed this with the State Affairs Committee over the interim. So refresh my memory, in 2020, did the commission adopt rule changes related to the sale of tickets? I believe the answer is yes. In 2020, did the commission make rule changes related to the sale of tickets?
Yes, Chairman.
Okay. And you gave a summary of those changes to our committee, and a number of paragraphs of amended text are described as non-substantive and not changing, quote, the requirement that all lottery tickets must be purchased in person. Do you remember that?
Absolutely.
Okay. Yeah. Now, this may have been just a typo or something got edited wrong, but one of those changes was the deletion of the entire definition of present at the terminal. Remember that?
Yes, Chairman.
And that definition, I've got it here, present at the terminal, I'm quoting, a player remains physically present at the terminal from the time the player's order for the purchase of draw game tickets is paid for and accepted by the retailer until the processing of the order is completed and the tickets are delivered to the player at the retailer terminal location, unquote. Now, I can represent to you that that's one of those rules that was deleted. Does that sound right?
Absolutely.
Okay, and so now that definition wasn't replaced with anything else, was it?
That's correct. At the time, it was not replaced with anything else. The definition only appeared one time in the rules. But after the concern, and again, appreciate the conversations with your office, that's what we worked with the commission, and we reinserted that in our October 2024 rulemaking.
Well, thank you for that. And as you may recall, there were 12 more rule deletions that coincidentally or intentionally had the effect of undermining the physical presence requirement. For example, one was deleted that says, the retailer shall not accept telephone or mail-in request to issue a ticket. The use of mechanical, electronic, computer-generated, or any other non-manual method of marking a payslip is prohibited, 401.315. Now, if that had been in place, had that rule not been deleted, wouldn't it have been harder for this foreign cartel to purchase those millions of tickets and run them through in the swift, systematic way they did?
Chairman, absolutely. I will say that we have substantiated violations of the current rules and are taking action against that licensee based on those violations. So absolutely, would that have buttressed our case? Without a doubt.
Something Senator Hall mentioned I want to make sure we don't miss, and I also want to make sure we understand, and that was this question about one of those retailers did not pay for the tickets until after they won. Now that sounds like a play on words, but I believe that's literally what happened. Is that right?
So, Chairman, I really appreciate that, and I can clarify a little bit about what our typical process is.
We do want to understand, because most regular folks pay for the ticket first, then maybe they win, maybe they don't. How do these people get to win before they pay?
Absolutely. So on a typical lottery retailer, the sales week ends Sunday early morning, late Saturday night. We will then invoice them on that day, and then we sweep their account. We pull the money from their bank account on Wednesday. But I just want to note, that's the retailer piece of the transaction. They are supposed to take payment from the player at the time of purchase. So my understanding of what happened in April 2023 is that they did take payment from the player at that time, but then the retailer's bank account had gone defunct because, again, they had not had many sales in the recent months, which was problematic. Our staff reached out to them. You can imagine we probably get 10, 20 of these bank account issues every week, where among the 21,000 licensed retailers, some of them have issues with their bank account. And that's when the retailer actually paid earlier than their due date for the state. They sent that money over on Tuesday and as opposed to the deadline on Wednesday. But that's different than the payment from the player. But again, all that's to say, this was still something that is not an activity that we want to support. That staff, would have been nice to have raised those red flags. That's the activity that I reviewed when I became executive director and put those guardrails in to stop that from happening again.
We spoke earlier about your investigators that visited that store that's gotten a lot of attention. And you mentioned that IGT, the vendor, the contractor, they spend more time in the stores. When IGT is visiting one of these retailers on behalf of the commission, are they there to sell more tickets? Are they there to make sure we have enough supplies? Or are they there as a watchdog? Or that may be completely wrong. What is IGT, their agents, what are they doing in these retail locations on behalf of the Texas Lottery Commission?
Thank you, Chairman. That's a great question. And I think you heard a little bit of the testimony earlier. Those are the sales agents. That's their license. That's the understanding of the contract. So they're there to make sure they're addressing retailer issues and concerns. But at the same time, if they see something that is a violation of law or statute, if they can raise that to our attention. So that's something I had my enforcement director have a conversation with the head of that sales team recently to say, hey, we need to make sure that if you guys see something on the ground that shouldn't be happening, we need you to raise that issue for us. But their primary focus is going to be making sure that the retailer has what they need, they know about the new initiatives, et cetera, as kind of any inside sales team would do.
I'm sure those agents are nice people, but if their job is to sell tickets, can you see an inherent conflict of interest? If my job is to sell tickets, am I going to be inclined to report violations that might lead to, even if those violations might lead to sales of more tickets?
Absolutely, Chairman. And that's why we would not rely on just the IGT sales agents to raise issues. Obviously, the public is very comfortable. We receive a number of complaints when there's issues around the state. And also, when we have a win, like we did at Winter's Corner this week, I instituted a policy to say, hey, when I became executive director, we need to send investigators out there proactively. That's why, part of why the investigators were there that morning before Lieutenant Governor's visit, is the policy I initiated to say, when someone wins a big jackpot like that, we did not send someone out in April 2023, and that was a mistake. So we had our investigators there as soon as possible the next morning.
I understand the law requires a criminal background check of certain employees involved in this process. I think I read that somewhere. So let's start with Lottery Commission and move outward. Do employees of the Lottery Commission undergo a criminal background check?
Yes, and there's kind of an ongoing DPS list that we stay monitored on.
Is that for every Lottery Commission employee?
That's my understanding.
What about retailers?
I don't believe so, because retailers, obviously, they go through employees on a consistent basis, and we would not be able to keep up with every employee of every retailer in the state.
Moving back a little closer to the commission, what about IGT employees? And for today, and I guess for the last several years, IGT is that, would we call them the prime contractor? How would you describe their
lottery
role?
operator?
Lottery operator. So do IGT employees working on the Texas Lottery have a criminal background check?
And Chairman, I'm 99%, if not all, substantially all, but my recollection is all, but we can get you the details of exactly what's required.
I understand you can't memorize every jot and tittle of the rules in the code. Let's just talk about what it should be. I know we're going to look at the details. Should those folks be criminal background checked?
Absolutely. And again, I'm pretty certain they are.
I understand. We do look forward to the follow-up on that. Thank you. What about couriers? And again, we're using this legal fiction calling them couriers, but these folks that facilitate these electronic transactions and charge a fee to do it, what about them?
Absolutely not. We have no ability to know who their employees are, to be able to do any background checks on them, and have no ability on that. And that's, again, one of those concerns that led to the issue of the policy today.
And then let me jump back. Did I cut you off?
Nope.
Okay, let me jump back to retailers. We understand that retailers have retail employees, and sometimes they move through quickly. But what about the ownership of the retail sales agent itself? What about that?
I believe when they
What
file the
about them?
application, there has to be a principle that there's a background check done on.
Can you check on that for us?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. Now, you talked to us about, well, I want to ask you about that event in December, but before we do that, this event that happened, just a little bit more on this event that happened in 2023. So we believe that, $57 million and change was the present value of that big jackpot that this syndicate was able to win. Did I get that right?
Correct.
Now, to make sure I'm clear, that's for getting all the numbers. Out of all the tickets they bought, they probably had some tickets where they got 5, or maybe they got 4. Does that make sense?
There was a number of lower tier wins as well, and so the total win would have been higher. But it's not. There's nothing in that game like there's not a $5 million prize, but there were a number of lower tier wins that they would have had that accumulated to probably closer to $60 million in total.
Okay, so that 57 million and change was for the big prize, but they also got some pretty substantial smaller prizes.
Just because they had so many because of the number of tickets, so those all accumulate to a pretty large.
Okay, and we understand the Rangers are investigating, and we understand the importance when somebody wins a big lottery prize. We want to protect, if one of Senator Hall's constituents buys a ticket and wins a big prize, We don't want their lives to be ruined. We don't want their safety to be in danger, so we want to protect their identity. We get that. We understand that. And that's fine for being released to the public. But help us understand how we don't know, in the age of know your client, know your customer, in the age of everything being tracked and so much scrutiny on money moving around and on banking and financial transactions. This is a legit question. I'm not trying to be dramatic. How do we not know who these people are that gamed the system, that cheated and stole that money?
That's a great question, Chairman, and that goes back to the lottery ticket is a bearer instrument. And so when that comes into the claim center, we process the player that is before us. Statutorily, we check for things like unpaid child support and other issues like that. But, you know, we don't, if they, you know, if you were a money launderer, right, you wouldn't have the money launderer come in and claim it. You'd have, you know, the other person go into it. So, you know, unfortunately, our ability to differentiate between the bad actors and the good actors is limited at times.
In order for the purse or the prize to get up to $95 million, a lot of people had to buy those tickets. And at this point, I'm not talking about the people who cheated and bought every possibility. I'm talking about real people back home. A lot of people had to buy those tickets.
Absolutely.
How many people do you think you can probably, if you don't know off the top of your head, you could probably extrapolate for us, but how many Texans had to spend their dollars or their $5 or $10 bills to get that prize up that high in the hope, thinking they had a chance of winning it?
So two issues, thank you, Chairman. There's two issues there. One is that jackpot was rolling over a substantial amount of time.
Yes, it was.
So there could have been a Texan that bought for the Wednesday drawing and then bought on the Saturday. So I can't ever determine, we don't know who, I can't tell how many different people, but we can get you the number of total tickets, but it would have been in the count of millions of tickets were purchased for that jackpot outside of the entity that ended up winning.
So probably thousands of people, maybe millions of people. I'm not going to hold you to it, but you're the lottery expert. I want to get a sense. I mean, I see people in line buying lottery tickets, and I want to get a sense for how many people likely contributed to that, and let's say contributed in good faith, thinking they had a chance. How many people are we talking about?
Hundreds of thousands, if not millions, I would say.
Okay, thank you for that. A lot of times we have a budget and we vote on the budget. Many members of this committee are on that committee, and that money doesn't belong to us. It belongs to the people of Texas, for whom we all work. So the money we spend up here, it's really their money. But in a very real way, this money, man, this came right out of their pockets. I know that's important to you. It's really important to us. So thank you for helping us all remember that. You mentioned that after this attempted second bite at the apple in December, after we believe these same folks came back trying to work with retailers, you put some limitations in place on the number of machines. Is that right?
Correct.
Any other limitations you put in place at that time?
Yes, we were able to initiate a software change. It was kind of in queue, but when we got reasonable intel that somebody, we didn't know who at the time, was looking to purchase a large number of the tickets, we were able to work with IGT and deploy that software on an emergency basis. And really what it does is it limits the amount of tickets that each terminal can print per day.
So there's, since December of last year, for the first time, there's a limit on how many tickets a given terminal can print.
Correct.
And how many tickets or how many dollars worth of tickets? Or help me understand what that limit looks like and how it works.
And Chairman, I'm happy to answer your question. I just want to flag that if I talk about the guardrails in public, then it makes it easier for those guardrails to be circumvented. So I'm happy to give you the number here. I'm also happy to provide that after the hearing to you or your office.
So we could say then that when there's a limit on the amount of dollars or tickets that a machine can process, it takes a whole lot more machines to recreate what they did to the people of Texas back in April of 2023. Is that fair to say?
Senator, that's exactly right. And that's why I heard about it this time, unlike in April 2023 when the agency didn't really know that this was coming. Because they had to work with so many more retailers, we had retailers coming to us. And so there were probably 30 to 40 different retailers that they were working with That's, I came over to the Capitol, I had conversations with Senator Paxton's staff, Senator Middleton's, a number of people on Sunset, and then we were able to get that software deployment that weekend, and then leading into that Wednesday draw, they were going to work with a number of retailers and were unable to do so because the software change at that point was known.
Let me ask you about the press release. I know things have been moving quickly. Again, we like what's in the press release, and it's been covered pretty well. It's been discussed for a while. We like the conclusions that you got to. I'm curious. You talk about well, I don't want to try to quote it. Next to the penultimate paragraph. Over the last few years, state leadership and policymakers have also raised concerns about the legality and oversight of courier services. You see where I'm reading there? Yep. Then it goes through legislative proposals, including, and it lists some, I'm sure those are excellent bills. I haven't looked at all of them. How did you decide which bills to list in the press release?
Those were just the bills in the current legislative session.
Is there any legislation about lottery couriers that maybe passed one body on a 29-2 vote? And was there also a budget rider passed by both houses?
Absolutely, Senator.
Why didn't that make it in here?
In retrospect, it probably should have. Obviously, we wanted to get this out. I think and that's one of the things we talked about today, is SB 1820, ultimately the rider, and the budget bill is a big part of the context of the situation.
So if we were going to recount how the ways the legislature has expressed its intent, we wouldn't want to leave out Senate Bill 1820 passed in a bipartisan 90% margin in the Texas Senate, right?
That makes sense to me, Senator.
You see what I mean?
Absolutely.
Okay. Finally, there's been a lot of questions about when these things came to light and when investigations began in earnest, when action was taken. And Commissioner, you addressed this. I understand, and y'all correct me, I understand that the Texas Lottery Commission began to investigate this issue in 2023 after this event took place. So far, so good. Is that right? I don't want to put words in your mouth. Is that
Yes, sir.
y'all's recollection? Okay, thank you. Now, I understand that the commission employs an outside audit firm every year for a security study. And I recognize that, again, you are citizen members and Madam Commissioner, you made a great point. You're not in the lottery business. You have broad oversight. But I'll ask the executive director and the members, has it already been the practice of the commission to each year have a security study done by an outside auditor?
Yes, that's been our practice for a number of years.
And security, that sounds like the kind of issue we're talking about when the system was gamed and all that money was taken by this international cartel. Does that sound right? Well, these concerns that you began to investigate in 2023, were those raised to the security auditor in 2024?
I'm not sure, and so I'd want to review those documents before I...
Well, I don't, of course, I'm not privy to the information that you shared with the auditor, but I do have the report, and it's dated September 9th, 2024, so well over, not quite a year and a half, but well over a year after the events that we're all concerned about. And I'll look at the results under strengths observed. I'm on page 6. In testing the lottery's security controls as part of the Phase 3 study, we identified the following overall security process strengths, including but not limited to the following: well-established and mature control environment, compliance programs, consumer protection controls, internal audit programs. It goes on. But in fairness, it could be that even though those are strengths in general, there could be some specific concerns about what happened. So we should read over here on scoring about where we still need some help. And so under scoring, I'm going to read on page 7, opportunities for improvement are classified by a high, medium, and low risk ranking to provide the lottery with prioritization recommendations in addition to the opportunities for improvement, we've identified 4 findings during the course of the study. Of the 12 focus areas, the findings occurred in the following areas. These are the areas that they were concerned about after looking at our security: lottery premises and warehouse security, lottery computer, data communications, database, and system security. Now, you don't have the report in front of you. I'm reading it faithfully, I'm sure these are good folks that did this report, but wouldn't you expect there to be some reference to this event in the security audit the next year?
Chairman, that is an external audit firm, and they have wide discretion over what they come in and look at. So again, without referencing the documents, I don't even know if that was something. It's certainly something. I know they're familiar with couriers. I know they're familiar with couriers as an industry across the lottery industry. I just don't know if they looked at the bulk purchasing event at that time. Again, a lot of these facts were developed after I ordered the investigations later.
Members, any other questions for these witnesses? Senator Hall, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Some excellent questions there, and they raise a couple other questions. How can a non-human win the lottery?
I'm sorry, I don't understand the question, Senator.
How can a non-human win the lottery?
In what respect?
When what you described. Rook, Texas? Is that a nickname for someone?
Sorry, I understand your question now. Yes, legal entities like a trust can claim tickets. So that's something that.
So how do you check for debt owed to the state, like child support?
And I might defer to the legal counsel on this one. My understanding is that there's a process where you look at kind of the beneficial interest of the trust, and then we're able to check on those measures that way.
Oh, and tell me, what did you find when you looked at the beneficial interest of a trust of Rook, Texas, that had just been formed the week before, and what do you know about it now?
Again,
nothing.
Yeah, they certainly owed no child support. They, nothing showed up on any of
So
them.
if I owe a lot of child support, I just run down and create a company and come in and get the ticket in the company's name.
It's Senator. Obviously, there's going to be people out there trying to circumvent their debts to the state. But we do not check the interest of the company. We also look at the beneficial interest of the person.
What did you look at for Rook, Texas?
I can get you the.
I'd like to see the report, what you did. And isn't there a requirement, any IRS requirement to report?
Absolutely.
And so
we withhold 24%. For a situation like this, so we would have provided 24% of that jackpot to the IRS.
And you did do that?
Absolutely.
Okay. Now, I think I heard you say that you had reinstated the present at the terminal.
Correct.
When was that taken out of the rules?
In that 2020 rule change that was referenced today.
It came out. So with that not in there, it opened the door for the sweatshop courier operations.
My understanding is that there was still language that said all elements of the transaction had to take place in person, but certainly the idea that they
But you never worried about enforcing that?
I was very much worried about it, and that's why I ordered that it go back into the rule. I proposed.
Yeah, but that's recent worry about it. You weren't worried about it in 2023 when you delivered 4 dozen machines to 4 different locations that had no business.
Again, Senator, I was very concerned.
But you weren't with the commission then?
I was, but that's not a process that I was involved in. And as soon as I found out about that, I ordered the process change.
So when did this go back into effect?
I believe the board just voted to approve those rules in February, so they'll be going into effect.
So they're not in effect now?
I believe they're probably in effect. Yeah.
Pardon?
They would have. Yes, they should be in effect today.
They are in effect.
Correct.
When was the first day they were in effect?
We'd have to check.
We'd have to check, but it'd be, there's a period after the board votes to implement those rules, then there's a little bit of a waiting period, so it's not always.
Any chance they were in effect last week when the 85 million was won?
I'm not sure, but again, when our investigation did substantiate violations of other rules, and that's where we're going to take action against that license.
What are you going to do about paying? If it was sold fraudulently, don't you have an obligation to not pay it?
It's something we're going to look very
That's what the
carefully
commission said back in 1995 to the officer from New Jersey. He said, you bought it over the telephone. That's against the rules. We're not going to pay it.
We're going to look at that very carefully when that claim comes in.
Have you paid it?
Nope.
I do hope you look at that very closely. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think we've heard all we need to know. Oh, one last question. Do we need to pass this law, SB 28, or are you just going to do what SB said? It's a lot of trouble to finish the effort to pass it.
I think if you pass this bill, what it will do is add criminalization to it, which I think is a goal that obviously you could pursue. We are going to pursue.
But if it doesn't pass, are you going to do all of what's in here anyhow?
I will not, except with the exception of the criminalization.
Okay.
I can't.
Thank you.
Senator Middleton, you are recognized.
Thank you, Chairman. So commissioners, I'm forgetting your name, sorry. Cindy, you said you're not industry, so you're not in this line of work, and you defer to kind of to staff, and then you said others. Who are the others you're deferring to? I think that's what you said, others.
Rule changes?
And overseeing this agency, which, ultimately the commissioners, the buck stops with y'all. I mean, right?
Legal?
The buck stops with the commissioner, or does it not think it does?
We literally don't have people come up to us on the street and say, you need to change this law. We don't. So we hear about it through rule review. We hear about it when it's brought up to anybody in the agency from some other source. So my point in saying we're not in industry like a lot of other commission members is that we don't own gas stations. We don't hear about issues.
But who are you deferring to, right? You said and that was in the Sunset.
I'm not sure what your question.
So the Sunset Report pointed that out, and you said something very similar a second ago, is we're not in the industry, or we look to others. I forget the exact word you said, but.
We do. We look to, if a suggestion comes our direction from any place, we'll certainly consider it.
So in 2022, Winners Corner sold 89 million in courier tickets. Is that concerning or alarming? Were you on the commission then? I mean, is that, as commissioners, is that something you would think maybe we should look into that? That's a lot of tickets in one location. And that was the year before Senator Hall filed his bill. Yeah.
I'm not sure we get those statistics that a single location sold X amount of tickets.
Y'all don't get that.
Not that I recall.
How can you oversee the agency when that's all you do? Sell tickets, scratch-offs, and
We do get sales information.
bingo, of course.
We get sales information, but it's by type of item sold. It's not by location.
So it's just all aggregated. You don't get a report that says, here's how it's broken down,
By location, no.
or by type. In other words, courier, non-courier, bulk purchasing.
Right, and I don't know that we would know if it was sales through a courier.
It's actually kind of more simple what the lottery does. It's really all possible because of one vendor, correct? I mean, this whole thing would not work but for one vendor, right? IGT. That they administer the whole thing, including the bulk purchasing. That couldn't happen without their help. Couriers, that couldn't happen without their help. Is that right? Maybe Ryan answer that.
Certainly the model that we have depends on the lottery operator. So it's the whole, whoever the lottery operator may be, they're going to facilitate our direction.
And that's $180 million a year. So as the leaders, this is more of a commissioner question, as the leaders of this agency, did y'all ever think to go to IGT and say, y'all have got a $180 million a year contract, you're not going to get it renewed if you keep doing this bulk purchasing and courier business, helping them, because they were helping them. Did y'all ever think to do that? I think that would have solved it right away.
Not that I'm aware of. We did not think of doing that.
And we brought this up when it would have, I think, because they would have been afraid to lose that $180 million contract, where Senator Zaffarini brought it up, where we changed the law. Are y'all going to follow it? When y'all could have just gone to IGT and said, y'all are done as a vendor unless you do what's right and stop these couriers and stop this bulk purchasing. You could have done that, right? I mean, you admit that you could have done that, right? Yeah, okay.
So, yes. Was it something that we talked about? No, at least I didn't. But that is something that I think we should have those discussions. There's a lot of discussions that the commissioner should have. And to go back to Senator Hall's point about the payout here coming up, that we will absolutely take a look at that $83 million and just ensure that, again, the law is followed. Again, every decision that the commissioners make is based on information provided. Again, we as commissioners do rely on our paid professionals to help guide our agendas, essentially, whenever we do meet. And to Cindy's point, we don't have folks come up to us and kind of want to discuss in-depth policy or best practices of the industry, et cetera. And so we do rely on staff greatly. And so these are things that are brought up that, again, we do look forward to talking about, and I'm looking forward to our meeting here next week.
Well, Ryan just said IGT was in y'all's office every month. That's 12 times a year you get a chance to talk to him about this.
So outside of like a shaking of the hand hello at a commission meeting, I don't think I've ever had like an individual meeting with IGT.
Yeah, I mean, here's what it goes back to, though, is, you're looking to us to change the law, right? When you had the chance to fix this yourselves, and it feels like the lottery as a state agency was afraid to do the right thing, and afraid of whom? Vendors? The ones who were really running the state agency? The lottery vendors? Because it seems like the decisions y'all made or didn't make, absence of decisions, in other words, step out of the way, and let who decide it? Well, who was deciding it? The vendors were. They were essentially getting what they wanted, and y'all just let it happen. And then you want us to come in there and clean it up for you. And it just proves the point, I think. And that was, this rule here from the other day is an admission of guilt of what we've been saying the whole time. It is. And so finally, you're saying, trust us, we want to clean this up. Do you see why that would be hard for us to do? When you have deferred to the gambling lobby to run this?
As commissioners, we're not here to expand gaming or gambling. As commissioners, we, although we do receive those sales numbers, and to Cindy's point that we will receive information based on the type of lottery ticket sold or the dollar amount or et cetera, but we don't know exactly where or who purchased, made those acquisitions. I will say that there has been a difference between the culture of the lottery with the previous executive director and to what we have now. And what I mean by that is the focus on sales of month over month, quarter over quarter, year over year. And that the previous executive director was very, focused on that. And again, that's where he felt that his role and responsibility to the agency was to ensure those numbers for the state. But I know for myself, and I'll let the other commissioners speak for them, but whether we sell lottery tickets or not, that's really not our concern in terms of the amount. What our concern is to ensure that the law is followed and every decision that we make follows and honors that's the statute. So I understand your concerns, And again, why is it that we took the action today versus any time in the past? It was just that in order to manage that collectively, that we have to make that basis on the information that we have. And at that time, in talking with Ryan, that I felt it was, we need to move forward with it. And again, I look forward to that discussion with the commissioners next week.
And that decision is going to rein staff in, right, and some of the vendors. Is that one of your goals here, where this isn't going to be allowed anymore?
Ultimately, it's the protection of the integrity of the lottery, of the agency, is to reinforce all of our existing rules and to bring a sense of order that's clearly missing at this point in terms of what's allowed, what isn't, and just to look for that clarity. And the request that the commissioners have had previously to ask for legislative direction was exactly it, that we understand that our role is, we're not, as best that we understand it, obviously we're not the legislative body. And so that's why we would make those requests. But we understand where we are today, and so we're looking forward to making that progress and advancement. And again, the improvement of the agency is our goal.
Well, y'all have been allowed the law to be bent to the point of breaking, and I'll point out that this has happened before. The 2 times we've really expanded gambling in the state, Racing Commission, so horse, racing, dog, track, greyhound, they installed slot machines and got slapped down over that. And it was actually recommended they be eliminated. And then here again, with the lottery, y'all have clearly stepped out of the way. I don't know what leadership y'all had in this and pushing this as commissioners to let the vendors run it and do what's best for them to sell more tickets, regardless of whatever the law says. So second time this has happened, very disappointing, as a legislative member, and I know these members on the committee, where we pass these laws and we're having to force you to do the right thing when as leaders you should have wanted to do the right thing, you didn't.
Senator Hall, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The IGT contract, when is that due to be renewed?
We are currently in the RFP process now, and the contract expires at the end of August 2026.
Okay, August 2026.
Correct.
Are you contemplating any changes to that contract?
I'm not on that committee, but I know that they're reviewing those proposals right now, and I think we, provided some.
The proposals are in now.
Correct.
And you're reviewing those. What I've heard here today of the lack of oversight of what's going with 20,000 operations around the site and commissioners showing up every now and then to listen to what the staff from in here tells them, I think you need to seriously consider a radical change to their contract. You need some oversight of what's happening out there in the field. And I think you need to maybe look at that. I'm not telling you this what to do, but somewhere you've got to have some eyes out there on what's going on, because it sounds like I can't imagine how this many machines got delivered. And what concerns me is how many we don't even know about. And I doubt that you have any knowledge about what's really going on out there.
As far as the machines, after today, no retailer in the state will have more than 5.
Okay, that's nice. You tell them that. How do you know whether anybody's going to comply with that or not?
Every terminal is registered in a system that we can access as well, and so that's part of how we exercise oversight over the IGT contract, to say that's why the process change was really on our side, that we approved those terminals going out when we should not have. And so no terminal out there that's not registered, and we have an understanding of it, would be allowed to place wagers onto the gaming system. So there's not the possibility of kind of unregulated terminals.
There's no chance that IGT would have delivered a machine any place that unless you told them to do it.
Correct. And that, again, that's why one of the first things I did as executive director was change that policy, because that was inappropriate.
Okay. So So the setup in all of these sites, the sweatshops, came at the direction of the commission.
We obviously signed off on it, right? It's something-
It's a simple, it's a yes or no question.
Yes.
So it was the commission that directed that those machines be delivered, you directed they be picked up, and nobody noticed anything strange about delivering a dozen machines to 4 different sites, probably with a week between delivery and pickup.
That's correct, and that's why it bothered me so
What
much.
are you doing to keep that from happening again?
There's really 2 pieces to that. The process change that I instituted right after I became executive director to say that can never happen again without sign off from multiple levels of executive approval, including me. And I do not plan on approving any of those going forward. The other piece is the terminal review that I initiated over the past week to say, no, that was kind of going forward, deploying new terminals. And now I went back and said, hey, we got to get back to a normal natural level. So that's bringing everybody back down. So now we're going to have everybody back down to where they should be. And my process change will make sure that it won't happen again in the future.
If we end up not taking any action from the legislature this session, when can we expect that the concept of the couriers, as you have been allowing to happen, to have ended?
We have a number of license actions in flight now. Once the rule, if the rule is approved by the board, we will take additional licensing actions if there's anybody out there that wasn't captured by our first sweep.
No, knowing that they're violating the rules, why can't you just turn the switch off now?
And that's why we're taking those terminals down. But again, what I don't want to open us up to is a lawsuit that would make that process take even longer. So I'm trying to make sure we follow the law and take the steps with the State Office of Administrative Hearings. We don't want to.
Okay. All right.
Senators, any other questions for these witnesses? Thank you for being here. You're excused.
Thank you, Chairman.
And I know you have busy lives and work to do. You'll probably hear from us again before the session's over, but help us get this right. So thank you very much. Thank you all. Thanks for working with us. The chair calls Joseph Lipinski, Kenneth Broughton with IGT. Make yourselves comfortable, have a seat there, and when you're ready, introduce yourself, tell us who you represent, and then we'll recognize you one at a time to offer your testimony. We'll have questions. Go ahead.
Okay, great. Good afternoon, Chairman Hughes and members of the committee. Thanks for inviting me here today for this testimony. My name is Joseph Lipinski. I'm a senior director at International Gaming Technology, or IGT, manage our Texas operations for the company. IGT is neutral on this bill, Senate Bill 28, and we're here to be a resource for the committee. Just to be clear, IGT is not a courier, and IGT does not actually sell lottery tickets, but we do serve, as been discussed, as the lottery operator for the Texas Lottery. And in that role, we provide technology, we provide logistics support. As discussed, we provide a field force to represent the lottery around the state with their 20,000 retailers. We provide, as been noted, the terminals that those retailers use to sell lottery tickets. And we also provide the roll stock and paper they use to print tickets throughout all 20,000 locations in the state. And I'm happy to answer any questions that you have today.
Thank you, Mr. Lipinski. Appreciate you being here. Please introduce yourself and give us your testimony.
Thank you. I'm Kenneth Broughton. I'm with the law firm of Reed Smith. We have offices in Austin, Dallas, and Houston. I live in Rockwall.
Can you move a little closer? Thank you.
Sure. Sorry. Should I start over?
Yes.
Okay. My name is Kenneth Broughton. I'm with the law firm of Reed Smith. We have offices in Austin, Dallas, and Houston. I've represented IGT in They've been sued very few times, but I've represented them a few times over the years. I live in Rockwall, and office in Dallas. And I'm really just here as a resource to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you for being here. We all appreciate it. Members, are there any questions? Senator Hall, you're recognized.
Thank you. Would you just give us a little brief overview of what you do as the contractor?
Absolutely. So IGT provides, like I said, technology, logistics, and a field sales force for the lottery. So that involves delivering a central system that captures all lottery transactions, processes those wagers for the state. That includes not just software, but the hardware and the data center operation of that system. In addition, we provide all the retail hardware the retailers require to sell lottery. So that includes lottery terminals. And in addition to the terminals, there's marketing signage like jackpot signs and digital displays, dispensers for scratch tickets, So all of the equipment that a retailer requires to sell lottery is provided by the vendor. Those terminals are connected to a central system through a network, a communications network that, again, we are obligated to supply and operate. In Texas, that's a combination of both satellite and cellular technology. For scratch tickets, we store all lottery scratch tickets in 2 different warehouse locations here in Austin, one primary. Within that primary warehouse, we also fulfill orders for scratch tickets to go out to lottery retailers. And then finally, we provide the field support for all that equipment, as well as a sales force that represents the lottery, visits retailers throughout the state. Those sales reps not only promote the brand, best practices, they train retailers on how to operate equipment, how to conduct a business. They serve as a resource for those retailers and place point-of-sale material and deliver other materials to retailers as prescribed by the lottery. And then we also recruit retailers for the lottery. So while we don't recruit all retailers, we are required to make best efforts to recruit retailers. And in that role, they submit license applications, but ultimately the lottery enters into a license agreement with them. We have no business relationship with the retailers.
Okay. And you have been the sole contractor since the beginning of the lottery?
That's correct.
It gets recompeted how often?
We've gone through 3 competitive procurements. The most recent, I believe, was in 2010. And in all 3 procurements, IGT was the low price bidder, as well as received the highest scores in terms of technical capability.
You said 2010?
Was the last procurement, correct?
That was 15 years ago.
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. And I assume in doing this that you're very familiar with 466, the law that put the Lottery Commission into business, the law under which you operate.
I have to say, sir, I have not spent time reading or reviewing that law on a regular basis. We do have legal resources within the company that we would rely upon.
I'm talking about your business.
Yes.
Did you know that you received a contract and the laws under which that contract was issued?
Correct.
Or what you're
Yes.
supposed to operate?
Yes.
Okay. And so, in that, the law, it prohibits the use of telephones. When did you first realize that couriers were using telephones?
First became aware of couriers, I would say, around the 2015-16 timeframe. That's based on my recollection. I may be wrong, but I believe it was what ultimately was the Jackpocket app, and so it'd be in that timeframe.
Did you ever raise the question? Is this legal? Can this be done? Did you ever ask the question?
Had those discussions been had, and again, the lottery directed us that yes, they had no jurisdiction over the apps, that the lottery contract and our obligations on the contract were as we are obligated to serve licensed retailers. That was legal, but there was no authority beyond that. So we were obligated under our contract, under the direction of the lottery, to service those licensed retailers that may have had a courier affiliation, as we did the other licensed retailers in the state.
Okay. Let's talk a little bit about April of 2023.
Yes, sir.
I believe you received an order from the commission to deliver some machines to 4 locations. One in Colleyville, Spicewood, Round Rock, and Waco that were not retail stores.
That were, excuse me,
were not retail.
I believe they were all licensed retailers, sir.
They were licensed, but they were not a racetrack or a 7-Eleven. They had the appearance.
It's correct. They were locations that were not typical convenience store locations.
Was that a typical number of machines that you were asked to deliver?
That would not be unusual for a courier-affiliated retailer.
Okay,
but for over the 20,000 retailers, it was not a normal convenience store would receive. No.
With 1 or 2, so
Correct.
A dozen, 10 or 12 machines to a single location would be an unusual request.
For a convenience store, yes.
For anyone. How many locations would you estimate there are in the state that had 10 machines?
Less than 10.
Less than 10. So out of 20,000, that would be unusual, wouldn't it?
In that context, yes.
Okay. And so when you deliver them, how long do they normally stay in that location?
Usually as long as that retailer remains in business.
Months, years?
So, for most retailers, years.
Okay. How long do these machines remain at each of these 4 locations?
Just several weeks.
Just several, was it several weeks?
Yes.
Okay. And why did you go pick them up?
Again, at the direction of the lottery, they directed us to pick those up. It was clear those locations no longer required those terminals to meet.
How do they do that? They just pick up the phone call and say, here's an address, go deliver these machines, and then call you later and say, go back and pick them up?
No, sir. There's a process where the lottery will initiate, under the retailer record, a change in a terminal ID, and those retailer records then trigger our staff to issue a work order to take action at the retailer. So for an install or removal, it is the retailer's action on the system that will then trigger a notification to our team to take action and remove or install.
So you don't get your direction directly from the commission. You just respond when a retailer says they want them.
No, we respond to the commission's changes that they make on the system for that retailer.
Okay.
So there's a terminal ID. If we're going to install a retailer, they will input a terminal ID specific for that retailer, or if it's going to be multiple terminals, there'll be multiple terminal IDs. The present of those new terminal IDs will notify our staff, and then our staff will take the action to do the install. And again, the agency, again, will make a change to the retailer record so that our staff will recognize they need to remove a terminal as well.
You keep those records?
Yes, we do.
Okay. Can I get a copy of the instructions you had to deliver and the instructions to pick up those machines?
What we have is a record of the change in the retailer record that then our team would recognize as, okay, there's new terminals added to that retailer record. We need to issue a work order and install a new terminal.
Okay. Does it tell you who authorized that?
Yeah, well, there's a user ID associated with each one of those entries into the system, yes.
I'm talking about who authorized it from the commission.
The individual that made the change on the system was Clay Kidd. I don't know if that he was the individual that authorized. I just know that is who was authorized to go make the change on the system so that we would begin the install process.
Okay. I'd still like to see what you received and reacted to in terms of install and pickup for each of those 4 locations. When was the first time you normally out taking one machine, maybe two to something like an HEB that has a service station and then, a big operation, so you might take 2, but generally 1. When was the first time you got instructions to take multiple machines to a location?
I don't recall the date, Senator, or the specific year. I believe it was in 2015 or 16, and it would have been, I believe, the Winter's Corner location here in Austin. I don't remember the quantity of terminals at the time.
What's the most number of terminals you delivered to any one location?
It would be the Winter Corner store.
And how many is that?
47.
47 machines. You didn't see anything unusual about that?
Again, for a courier location, selling through their app, growing sales, it wasn't 47 at once. They grew their business, and the growing sales required the terminals. And currently, as we were been operating in Texas, that was the direction we were given from the agency, and we were given no indication that it was illegal for these retailers to be operating as licensed retailers.
So who was it that told you that these courier operations, which were clearly in violation of what you'd been doing for years before with retailers, all of a sudden you're now delivering multiple machines to a location? That was not a red flag, or what did they do to convince you that what you were doing was was legal and what you were supposed to be doing?
So, I guess in the industry, these operate in 20 states. Same business models, same activity that we see here in Texas. So as an industry, these are regular occurrences, normal occurrences, and normal activity. But as it pertains to Texas, again, the lottery licenses these retailers and indicates to us that it is appropriate and in fact directs us to install terminals, provide the necessary supplies and equipment for these retailers to sell. And again, I had received no legal opinion or guidance from anyone that this was illegal. We saw it as what we were obligated to do under the contract, and if we failed to act, we'd be subject to penalty or sanction.
Okay. But you never questioned. You said, a radical change in the business model. All of a sudden, we're going from one, and now we're going to 10, 12, 40. But that seemed to be perfectly okay. And the use of telephones, which was specifically outlawed, made illegal in the bill.
Excuse me, Senator?
And specifically the use of telephones in the process.
So, clearly this has been a gray area and a controversy in the state as far as the couriers themselves. But again, our obligation was to service the licensed retailer entity. We took that obligation seriously. And again, I was given no information or no legal opinion or no guidance that it was illegal, and in fact was assured by the agency that it was.
Okay, but I would like to have the orders on those 4 units that you received to deploy and you received to pick up, and anything in between.
Okay.
Okay.
I'll have my staff pull that together.
Okay, thank you.
Senator Middleton, you're recognized.
Thank you, Chairman. So I'm trying to figure out y'all's relationship with the commissioners and staff. And the ED said y'all go in every month.
So it varies. We are contractually required to visit essentially half our retailers twice a month and half on a once a month frequency. And the retailers that are subject to those visits, generally higher volume, higher potential selling retailers will get multiple visits a month. The lower level retailers may get the one, and that is reviewed periodically with the lottery so that we're in an alignment on how those visits are allocated. But yes, we're in there on a regular basis and a recurring basis.
and y'all are installing all the machines, you know, that licensed ticket sales. That's y'all. Y'all are in charge of that because you have the contract.
Of installing the equipment?
Bringing them in, the paper, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Have you ever, are you aware that IGT's ever brought any concerns about some of the ticket sales entities that y'all work with? Have you ever reported anything that, hey, y'all should look into this, or we think something's wrong, or this doesn't look right to us? Have y'all ever made any report to either commissioners or staff at the lottery?
Has IGT made a report?
Yeah, because you see it. You're the vendor. I mean, you're there.
Yes, so I guess what I would say, I guess I'm not clear what specifically you would have expected us to report in terms of the courier operations, having the terminals in the store, the volume of sales. I believe the lottery not only was aware, but had visited some of the locations as well. So knowing that, again, they saw everything as proper in accordance with the rules, we saw nothing illegal or improper about what the couriers were doing either.
So y'all have reported no concerns to the commissioners or staff at the lottery?
No.
None, okay. Did they ever ask you to look into anything?
I mean, there were general discussions around the controversy of couriers in the gray area. But again, the view was the couriers were outside the authority. What we were contracted to do was only engage with the licensed retail entities and supply the equipment and support the equipment that we provided. So we don't have any relationship or engagement with couriers themselves.
Well, but, you know, the couriers own the licenses to sell tickets. I mean, it's, you know, Winter's Corner is owned by Jackpocket, and it sold, in the latest number I had from 2022 is $89 million worth of tickets. That's a lot, you know, 40 plus machines. So you do have interaction with the couriers.
Again, our contractual obligations, the direction of the lottery was that these are licensed retailers. We expect you to provide equipment, service them per our direction. That's our contract. That's what we did.
So you took direction from them, is what you're saying, from staff at the lottery. So if they told you to do or not do something, you would have taken that order?
To the extent that it was relevant to our contract or our contractual obligation, then yes, we'll fulfill those obligations based on their direction.
Okay, so if they said, hey, 46 machines, we got to stop this, don't deliver any more machines to Winter's Corner, you would have followed that?
Yes, and in fact, today we removed 42 of the 47 machines at their direction.
Okay, well, that just happened. They could have
no, I understand.
A long time ago. I mean, in other words, they never did it until, we pointed it out and they got embarrassed and,
Going back to the couriers, the four instances of installing terminals that Senator Hall referenced, there was at least one retailer that was given 12 terminals, wanted more. The lottery said no. They escalated to us. We referred them back to the lottery. So it's not unprecedented that's the one time I can think of. But I mean, there's been at least a precedent where the lottery said, do not install more, and we didn't. We would only install if they gave us the direction to do it.
So I believe it was 2015, I think that's right, when the courier company started to spring up. Yeah. Do you remember anyone at IGT working with staff at the lottery in order to facilitate that? In other words, when did you first hear as a vendor of courier companies, and from whom? And then who worked with whom to facilitate that and make that happen? In other words, deploy the machines to the fake storefronts. I mean, that's what they are, And they have a license, I get that. Lottery's awarding them the license, and y'all are delivering them because they have a license. But what do you recall as to how that came about in 2015?
My recollection is each of these courier entities, and I believe Jackpocket in 2015, approached the lottery about selling in Texas, being a licensed retailer or whatever the model would be. I don't know what the discussions were at the time. We weren't party to that. But they approached the lottery and ultimately had a licensed location to sell from. And only at that time were we engaged to take any action to support that retailer.
Okay. Have you ever worked with staff to try to increase the number of lottery ticket sales, come up with ideas or brought ideas to lottery staff before?
Yeah, we do it on a regular basis.
You do? Well,
Yeah.
what are those ideas?
In terms of driving sales or just overall, over the years, we have weekly discussions with the lottery regarding scratch ticket strategies, new game concepts. Those meetings have been going on for years. That's a regular part of our business with them. We bring ideas and plans for draw game enhancements as well. So, there are regularly scheduled meetings where those discussions occur, and it goes beyond just the game ideas, but how to promote the lottery, how to operate selling promotions, all the elements you would think of in a regular business. And as well, we talk about responsible gaming, compliance, and all of those obligations as well. Those are topics of discussion with the lottery on a regular and recurring basis.
Right. Compliance, even though no licenses to sell tickets were revoked in 2023 and 24, even though they're saying they're going to, they still haven't yet any this year in 2025. So were you ever in any meetings where the idea of virtual scratch-off was discussed?
I'm sorry?
Virtual scratch-offs, were you ever in any meetings with the lottery?
No.
On that? Okay, because you mentioned scratch-offs. And, we're aware that there's virtual scratch-offs, which is, there's literally no authority for them to do that. There's obviously, they've, bent the law to the point of breaking it on the couriers, but, there's just zero basis, without a doubt, on the virtual scratch-off. So not aware of.
I guess what I'm aware of is that couriers are selling actual scratch-off tickets, and when they sell however they deliver that, I don't know if it's an email or an app, whatever it is, those sales, they're actually, like they do with the draw tickets, they're sending an actual image of a scratched ticket so those players can see an actual physical ticket that was
It's
played.
a graphic. I've seen it. It's not an actual image. So they're claiming that these are the actual, are they just giving the losing tickets to people that buy it on the app and they keep the winning?
You have to ask the couriers on that. I just can speak to my understanding and what I've seen of the couriers is they're sending actual tickets where you can see the serial number and this unique ticket identifier so the individual knows the actual ticket they have. I say that. I'm not familiar with every courier app and how every courier is working, but what I've seen and what they've represented is consistent with that those are actual tickets that are being, I guess, photos being taken, and then that image is being shared with the player.
Okay, just one more quick question on the collaboration you said you have with the lottery staff to increase the number of sales. Is it typically IGT operates in a lot of states, I think.
Yeah.
Is it typically you bringing these ideas to the lottery as ways for the staff to change things and sell more tickets, or is it the other way around?
It works both ways. As I like to remind my staff, oftentimes we bring ideas to lottery with the lottery's perspective and thought. They often have suggestions, and we end up with a better idea as a result of the entities collaborating. Same thing happens. The lottery will come to us in many cases with ideas. And again, we're able to offer another perspective. And so many times, regardless of what side it comes from, the ultimate decision is something different than either side might have originally proposed. So it's a very collaborative approach at the staff level when we're looking at these ideas.
And y'all make more money the more tickets are sold, right?
That is correct. And we're paid a percentage of sales. There are rebates and credits. So at certain thresholds, our rate is reduced by either 20 or 25%. But yes, as we sell more tickets, the nature of our compensation, which is typical in the lottery industry, our compensation will go up.
How much are y'all making off the selling of courier tickets or by courier?
Those represent about 3.5% of sales, total sales in the state. So I think last fiscal year, our compensation was just north of $150 million. So about $4 million off courier sales, give or take, 3.5% of 150.
Okay, I think I saw something where courier is up to 10% maybe.
If you look only at the draw game sales,
Okay.
and in Texas, that can be misleading, as scratch sales represent about 77% of total sales. So, and the fact that couriers are selling scratch, that's relevant. So if you look at it as just draw sales, they run about 8.5% of just draw sales. If you're looking at total sales, the percentage drops to about 3.5%.
Well, I mean, you were making money off the couriers, you know, and you're getting your percentage, so it seems like that's sort of a disincentive to say anything negative about
And
that.
Senator, I would say we're being compensated for the sales only from licensed retailers. And I know some of those retailers may have courier affiliations, but we derive no income from any courier. We have no business relationship with any courier. And as I said in my opening remarks, we are neutral on this bill. We are looking to the state and the lottery to tell us what you want us to do with couriers. We're totally comfortable whether they are gone or whether they're regulated or whether it's status quo. But we look to the state and the lottery to direct us as how you want us to proceed.
Well, you do derive income because couriers do own the ticket license.
And that's fair. That's fair.
Okay, just make that clear. Thank you.
The Dean of the Senate is recognized.
Thank you. Sir, could you please tell us how Senate Bill 28 would impact your business or your practices?
The Senate Bill 28, the only impact it would have on our business is we would see a reduction in revenue as a result of the reduction in sales, and we totally accept that and have no issue with that.
Would it impact your practices?
No. In fact, I think we're continually looking to improve upon what we do, but as I understand Senate Bill 28, it would ban couriers, so we would have a handful less retailers to serve, but it would result in no change in head count or no other change in our operation other than, you know, reducing those retail locations and not having the sales that are currently generated there today.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Hinojosa, you are recognized.
Thank you. And this is just for some clarity and just to kind of piggyback off of what Senator Middleton was lastly questioning you about. So first off, you said you've been the sole contractor since the inception.
That's correct.
What year was that?
1992.
92. Okay. Okay. And and when is your contract up?
August 31st, 2026.
August 31st. Okay. Okay. And piggybacking off of what Senator Middleton was saying, so you earn based off commissions. Is that the only way, or do you have like a minimum guarantee under contract that must be compensated just strictly commissions, no matter if they sell zero or?
It is. So generally, it's strictly commissions. As I said earlier, there are rebates and credits that apply. So whatever our base rate is, call it 2% of sales. It's a fraction of a percent less, but 2%. But there are several rebates and credits that can kick in. So, for example, last year, the rebates at the sales tiers the lottery achieved were over $17 million, which we rebated back to the state at the end of the fiscal year. So, but in simple terms, we're compensated on commission.
But to be clear, it's strictly commission. So, you know, if something, if you know, the commission were to be sunset or it were to be, you know, abolished or anything, your contract in 2026, you'd get zero compensation from that point forward. There was no minimum requirement.
In fact, in our contract, yes, if our contract were terminated, the lottery were ended, whatever would happen tomorrow, our revenue would cease. As soon as sales cease, we would derive no revenue.
Okay, and the fact that you've been based off of commissions, I was going to go back just for a second. You said that you delivered 47 terminals to Winners Corner store in what year again?
I'd have to go look at the records.
Roughly.
There weren't 47 on day one.
Okay.
Right, so as they started, it was a smaller number. As their sales grew and they required additional terminals, we were directed to install additional terminals over time. So today, well, as of this morning, they had 47. Currently, they have 5.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I guess that being said, and then, I know there was a COVID time when this really, I guess, grew quite a bit, I guess, is from my understanding.
Yes.
With couriers. Can you describe what your commission base was since 91 till, say, 2015 or the time you started delivering couriers?
What I can tell you is with each contract, our commission rates went down. I wasn't in Texas or with the company early on in 92. I joined the company in 2000. At that point, our commission rate was around 3%. We signed a new contract in 2001. I don't remember the exact rate, but it fell below the 3% range. And then the current contract was bid just over 2% base rate.
So at a 3% commission rate early on, call it 2000 when you join, your commission at a higher percentage in 2000, is that lower or higher than what you currently make now?
Okay, I think
So
in terms of just gross
2000
dollars, are we
yeah.
generating more dollars today than we
Yes.
were at those higher rates previously? Yes, we are.
So you're generating more dollars now, even though the rate is lower. The commission rate is lower. You're generating more dollars today than you did in 2000 when it was a higher commission rate percentage. Is that fair?
That's correct.
Okay.
And I can tell you that that's a function that sales have grown. I think in 2000, sales were less than half of what they are today. The retailer base was much less. So there was much less equipment, capital, payroll, everything.
Yeah, I'd say
as the
47
retailer base
terminals
grows, our costs grow, yeah.
Yeah, I'd say 47 terminals at one location is going to increase revenue, I would imagine. Sales,
Well,
probably.
at the end of the day, is I tell people, our terminals are basically cash registers. The retailers sell tickets, but the terminals are just there to facilitate it. So the number of terminals isn't always an indicator.
Okay, that's fair. But the amount of money that you're making, you described that it's more today than it was when it first started. Obviously, sales have increased. How much greater is it today than it was back then, just roughly?
I want to say it was in the neighborhood of, call it 90 to 100 million a year. I'd be happy to get back to you with the actual figures in 2000. Today, it's running about 150 million.
Okay, so say that again. It was back then. It was about what?
I want to say around 90 million, maybe just north of 90
90 to now
million.
about 150.
Yes, but please don't quote me on 2000. Like I said, I'll be happy to get back to your office with the precise figures.
Is there yeah, and that's fine. I look forward to that. But is there a substantial difference between 2015, as you started to see these couriers exist, or even after COVID in 2020? Like, what was that? What was the amount of money in 2015 versus approximate versus 2020 versus today? How much
So I can tell you that at the beginning of this contract in 2012, sales were around $4 billion annually. And for fiscal 24, sales were about $8.4 billion. So, over that time frame, sales have doubled. The most significant period of growth was post-COVID. And in 2020, 2021 timeframe, the industry saw, pretty much every lottery saw dramatic sales growth. And if you look at that and you think about what were the essential retail businesses that were still open, they were convenience stores and grocery stores and Walmarts, which are our retailer base.
Okay. Thank you. Appreciate you.
Yes, sir.
Senators, any other questions? Thank you for being here. You're excused.
Thank you, members. And again, we're available as a resource at your request. So if you need any additional information, feel free to reach out to the company. Thank you.
The chair now calls Robert Porter, Paul Prezioso, Peter Sullivan, Andrew Fries. Again, Robert Porter, Paul Prezioso, Peter Sullivan, Andrew Fries. All right, we'll ask you each to introduce yourself, tell us who you represent, and then give us your testimony. And then after you've each finished, we'll have questions for you. Go ahead.
Thank you very much. My name is Rob Porter. I'm the Chief Legal Counsel for Lotto.com.
My name is Paul Prezioso. I'm the Vice President of Legal, Compliance, and Regulatory Affairs for lottery courier service Jackpot.com.
My name is Peter Sullivan. I am the SVP of Lottery at DraftKings, and I was formerly the CEO and founder of Jackpocket.
My name is Andrew Fries. I'm the VP of Government Affairs at Jackpocket and DraftKings.
And with
we'll
your
have some questions for you, but if you'd like to offer some remarks initially, please go ahead.
Thank you so much. I'm going to start with remarks, and I believe that Paul is also going to do the same. We've also submitted written testimony that's being circled around, but I appreciate your time. I'm Rob Porter. I'm with Lotto.com. We're here in opposition of the lottery courier ban contained in Senate Bill 28. Some clarification at the outset. I work for Lotto.com. You've heard a lot of testimony today about Lottery.com. It is not the same company. We don't have anything to do with them. I'm not here today to try and speak for Lottery.com or Hooked on Montana. I'm not going to defend some outside entity that swooped in trying to guarantee a jackpot. We weren't involved in that, and the couriers at the table don't support that. I can only speak for the people that are sitting here at this table. Lotto.com is a founding member of the Coalition of Texas Lottery Couriers. The representatives of those couriers are here at this table. I know there's been a lot of questions about couriers and how they operate. We do have a coalition website. The address is txlotterycouriers.com. It has quite a bit of information. We're also here and happy to answer the questions you have today. I think it's worth noting that everyone sitting here at this table holds lottery courier licenses in the states that offer them. So we've all gone through criminal background checks. We've all disclosed our employee lists to the lotteries that required us to do so. We all follow courier regulations that have been passed by lotteries across the country that apply to us. And we're all in commitment to upholding the law and the reputation of the state lottery we ultimately serve. By way of background, I've spent most of my career in government service. I was an assistant attorney general representing state agencies in my home state of Iowa. I also spent several years as vice president and general counsel of the Iowa Lottery. While working for the Iowa Lottery, my colleagues and I won an international award for unraveling what was called the largest lottery fraud of all time. Now, I'm not mentioning that today trying to seek credit for the past. I'm mentioning it because I recognize the importance for the future. Lotteries have to be operated with integrity. Only adults can be allowed to participate in the lottery. Every player needs to have a chance to win, a fair chance to win. Now, I've heard the concerns raised by the Lieutenant Governor. I've heard the statements made by Senator Hall and his colleagues. I completely understand them. You're leaders, you're guided by faith and principle. You have my respect. I also understand your concerns because I was once a regulator myself at the time that lottery couriers were just getting launched, and I shared those concerns. But I've worked closely with the people that are sitting here at this table, and I can tell you that regulated lottery couriers are not the problem. If you want to block bulk purchases and prevent outside companies from buying all combinations to guarantee a jackpot, if you're concerned about money laundering and outside money coming in to try and win state jackpots, if you want to prevent minors from purchasing lottery tickets, if you need to protect the public from addiction and irresponsible play, regulated lottery couriers are part of that solution. We can protect the public in ways that you simply can't at retail. You can't control, if a minor tries to buy a lottery ticket at retail and they have a complicit 18-year-old behind the counter or somebody that isn't checking, you can't control for that. We have systems designed to verify our customer's identity. We check millions and millions of records and the materials they submit in so that we make sure they are who they say they are and they're old enough to actually order a lottery ticket. Now, while you might not have the ability to control problem gambling at retail, you can't prevent somebody from spending more than they should. We absolutely can as regulated couriers. We have daily, weekly, and monthly limits to make sure people play with their heads, not above it. And similarly, those limits would have prevented the sort of bulk purchases that happen at retail and that we've heard so much testimony on. So every company up here spent millions of dollars creating systems that are responsible, they're secure, they're legal. You're going to hear a lot more about those systems from Paul. Now, 1 in every 3 lottery states is served by a lottery courier in this country, by one of the companies sitting here at this table. This includes states red and blue, large and small. And the one thing they have in common is traditionally lottery customers are aging. People are becoming accustomed to online transactions. They order from Amazon.com, Walmart.com, their prescriptions get delivered, their grocery and food goes to their front door. They're not standing in line today to order traditional lottery tickets. That's where responsible, lawful couriers come in. We can reach them and we can make sure that we continue to honor the promises that have been made to lottery proceeds recipients across the country. In other states, in 19 other states, lottery couriers run licensed, audited, and secure operations. Instead of a ban in Senate Bill 28, we just ask that you regulate us to ensure appropriate consumer protections. Thank you.
I note that it looks like we're out of time. The red light's blinking. So I would just like to refer you to the written testimony that I provided, and I'll let that speak for itself. I will just state at a high level that it...
Go ahead, and even though you introduced yourself, go ahead and introduce yourself again and then give your testimony.
Apologies. Paul Prezioso, Vice President of Legal, Compliance, and Regulatory Affairs with Jackpot.com. I know it's been a long hearing already, and you've got a lot of questions. So I just want to state for the record that we did submit some written testimony. It addresses a lot of the misconceptions that are out there and that have been raised at this committee today about lottery courier services and how we operate. I want to state equivocally, and we go into detail here, I won't do it unless you ask me to during the question and answer portion, that we do not sell tickets to underage persons. We do not engage in bulk ticket purchasing. We are not part of some organized crime syndicate. We actually, as Rob mentioned in his opening statement, we've undergone background investigations by the New York State Gaming Commission as well as the New Jersey Division of Gaming Enforcement. We had to submit to fingerprints in both those jurisdictions. They have thoroughly vetted our operations. They've thoroughly vetted every single management employee that is part of our courier operation, and they have determined that we are not a threat to public security and that we're good actors and that we would advance the interests of the state lotteries that we operate in. You can rest assured that all of the regulatory practices that we adhere to in those states, we do adhere to in Texas as well. We only sell tickets within the state of Texas. Again, there's more detail in my letter, and I would urge you to read it. I will just end by stating that we believe that a regulated courier industry is a net positive for the state of Texas. You can weed out the bad actors. You can prevent the types of issues that have happened over the past. And you can ensure that we can continue to generate, hundreds of millions of dollars of revenue for the Texas Lottery in a responsible and safe way while protecting consumers and ensuring integrity.
Thank you. Introduce yourself again. Give us your testimony, please. Welcome.
Yes, my name is Peter Sullivan. I'm currently the SVP of Lottery at DraftKings. I was formerly the CEO and the founder of Jackpocket, and I know Jackpocket has come up a lot today. So I'm here to answer any questions that you guys have, but I do want to let everyone know the couriers that are up here today, we offer a convenient, secure, and safe way for people of age, over the age of 18, that's verified, to be able to order lottery tickets. These are real people winning. So this has all been spun up due to the fact that there was an $83.5 million winner. I have personally been in contact with the winner. They are a long-term Texas resident. They have been playing on the app for over 5 years. So I just want to let you know these are real people behind. And we just recently had our biggest winner. It was actually out of the state of Arizona. It was a Mega Millions ticket, and it was just last month. $112 million won. And on Thursday night, as I was giving my little kid a bath, I got an unsolicited text from the winner. And I just want to read it. It's just 2 texts, but I think it's pretty powerful. It says, "Hi, Peter. Today is the day your platform changed many people's lives. Thank you for creating such an amazing community." So I responded, "I really appreciate that. I hope the best for you and your family. Extremely happy for you. I hope we provided you great customer service throughout the entire process." And their final response was, "It was such an amazing experience. I'm still in awe that you reached out to reassure me that the experience was real. I hope to meet you someday. Thank you for how you changed my life." And I want to let you know that's why people are playing the lottery. They have a dream, they want to be able to play, and what we do is help facilitate that. And we've been doing it transparently for many years with the lottery's knowledge. And we're here just to be an open book and answer any questions that you guys have about the operation. I appreciate your time.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Andrew Fries, I'm VP of Lottery at Jackpocket and DraftKings.
Very good. Senator Zaffarini, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Porter, on page 2 of your written testimony, you talk specifically about being able to protect the public in ways that just can't happen at retail. What are some of those ways?
So a couple of things, and I alluded to them in my opening statement. First of all, responsible play. Transactions at retail occur anonymously. They're purchases in cash. Individuals can walk up and purchase entire books of scratch tickets if they want to. There isn't a good mechanism for individuals to be prevented from spending irresponsibly at the retail level. You can, in some states, have ability to self-exclude from a lottery process, but it's misleading. When a lottery says you can self-exclude, that means essentially you can never claim a prize above $600, because if you try to, the lottery will find you on their list and not pay the prize. It doesn't mean you can never buy tickets. And people on self-exclusion lists across the country can continue to buy tickets at retail. And that's a problem. We don't want that any more than you want that. That's not good for our business. It's not good for the lotteries that we serve. So we have daily, weekly, and monthly limits that are set. Customers can lower them, or customers can self-exclude from our platform entirely. And when they do that, because we know who they are, because we know how they access these tickets, they can't go on our platform and order more. They're not going to get marketing messages. They're not going to be able to order. And we can do that in ways that you just can't do at retail. That is one example of several. I alluded to the fact that you can't necessarily control for bulk purchases in quite the same way that you should. I don't want to speak for the lottery. They've spoken in great detail. My history, since we weren't involved in the transaction, only ties back to my time as a regulator and what we did to investigate anomalies in our system. So if you want to know about that, we certainly can. But what I can say is we do track for discrepancies. We do track for anything unusual on our system, and we investigate it. And we also, because of those daily, weekly, and monthly limits, we don't have somebody on there trying to buy $20 million worth of tickets. They're going to hit the $200 limit pretty quickly. And so it just doesn't work in the same way. So we have ways that we can help protect customers. This is in addition to the fact that there's often spats over retail purchase lottery tickets on who owns it. When you have a winning ticket and it's large, a boyfriend and a girlfriend will often fight over who the owner is, and there might be litigation. We know who the owner is. We have a record of the device of where it was purchased and exactly where their location was. In states that allow us, we put the name of the owner on the back of the ticket. So we can protect in ways that, not that the lottery is deficient, but we can protect in different ways.
Thank you. Also on page 2, you write that regulated couriers are part of the solution. Given what you've heard today, how could you justify that statement where clearly you are perceived as being the problem?
I'm sorry, I only heard a portion of what you said. Would you mind repeating that?
I said that also on page 2, you write that regulated couriers are a part of the solution, yet you heard so many statements today clearly indicating you are perceived as being the problem. How can you justify this statement given the perception of your business?
Understood. And I think it's a very challenging perception to overcome. I think there are several layers to it that we would love to have the opportunity to continue to discuss both here and elsewhere. The first layer is, I think there's very significant concerns about minors being able to access the platform. That's not accurate. We're happy to discuss what we do to protect against minors. Again, I can't speak for anybody other than the entities at this table, but we feel confident in that. There are concerns raised about individuals allowing to do bulk purchases. Again, we don't support that. We weren't involved in it. Those weren't even done on a courier platform. We understand, like you, that the transactions actually occurred in person at a retail location. And so those are two examples of how we think if we can have a dialogue about this, we can start providing information that might allow a conclusion that couriers and regulated couriers, like they have in 18 other states, might be a part of the solution.
Thank you. Mr. Precioso, on your page 1 of your testimony, you have 2 columns that begin there on that page and continue to page 2, and you title them Fiction and Fact. How can there be such a gap between our reality that you call fiction?
Yeah, thank you for the question, Senator. And, you know, it's a fiction as it applies to our company, is what I'm saying here. I'm not saying it's a fiction that there might be couriers that are operating in the state of Texas that engage in this sort of activity. I'm just saying that the 3 of us up here, my company specifically is what this is talking about, that reality does not apply to what we do in the state of Texas.
Well, that certainly clarifies that. So you're not saying that this is fiction related to all couriers, just to your company?
Correct.
All right, then I won't ask my other questions I had planned for you. Thank you.
Senator Hall, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Are there any other states that each of you operate in besides Texas?
Yes, we operate in 19 jurisdictions, and we've been fully licensed in 2 that offer it, which is New York and New Jersey.
We are currently operating in 8 jurisdictions. We are also licensed in New York and New Jersey, and we also hold a registration in the state of Arkansas.
So in addition to Texas, we operate in 11 other jurisdictions. We also hold the licenses in New York and New Jersey and the registration in Arkansas, as does Jackpocket.
Ever been shut down in any other state?
We have not, sir.
We have not.
We seized operations in the state of New York while we went through a regulatory process, which we created a framework for couriers to go through and become licensed in that jurisdiction.
Okay. I see that you go through a rather elaborate description of how you assure that you do not sell to underage folks, but you do it over the telephone, right?
We use a platform that can be reached electronically through a smartphone or a device. Yes, sir.
Okay. So how do you know the person using is telling the truth?
So there's a couple of different protections in there relating to the KYC system. We often use some of the same systems that state lotteries use themselves. First of all, they have to take the records that are coming in from the customer and they cross-reference it against millions of other records. If there's discrepancies between them, it's immediately going to raise a red flag and slow the process. There's also notifications anytime somebody gets and accesses the app. It will send notifications to email, notifications to phones, and so that way it makes sure that if I am the account holder and somebody logs into my account, it's going to ping me and reach me to make sure that I maintain control over that account.
So there are no teenagers that are smart enough to get their aunt or uncle or somebody else's ID and open an account in their name on their phone?
Well, if they would go through that process, they'd still have to go through a couple of layers of verification to get through that process if they got their hands on somebody's ID.
What is the foolproof?
Yeah, it's using the biometrics. So what we can do is ensure that the person that's actually, as they place the order, it's recognizing your face, unlocking the phone, and confirming with the biometrics that have been supplied. The same thing can happen when you're actually verifying an ID. So you could scan your ID and also have your biometrics checked.
Okay. And you don't accept credit cards?
No, sir.
We utilize what's called the BIN numbers, the bank identification numbers. The first 5 numbers on your credit card or debit card, that indicates to us whether it is a credit card or debit card, and we will not allow users in the state of Texas to order using a credit card.
We only accept debit card, which can also be used at any retailer in the state of Texas.
Okay. But what you have is only what you choose to do so.
I'm sorry, sir. I didn't
What
hear-
you have is what you choose,
What,
and you assume it's accurate.
On verification of the IDs?
Yeah.
We use a third-party service that goes and checks state and local records to verify. So it's not just us doing it, we use a third party.
You got any suggestions how you write a law that requires people to be responsible?
Do we have suggestions? Yes, we do. And we've had to actually implement responsible gambling inside the app.
So how do you write a law that requires people who work for the state enforcing the law actually have to follow the law themselves? Which is what the problem is we have here in Texas, and you may be the victims of it. But we have a law that's very clear in what was to be done. No minors, no credit cards, fixed facility. And yet, violated every one of them. So it really doesn't matter what you do when you have people who work for the state who don't want to follow the law. So you become the victim of a situation. So if you can help me with how we write a law that requires state agencies to follow the law, we might be able to find a way out of this. Or find a law that would guarantee that anybody doing it acted responsibly.
Well, we appreciate that, and we look forward to working with you on that, because that's exactly what we.
Well, it's a serious question.
No.
If you can show me how you can force somebody to be reliable, that you can write into law integrity and ethics, I am all ears. I would love to hear it.
Senator Hall, there was a bill introduced late on Friday by Representative Busey in the House that regulates lottery couriers. So I don't have the citation in front of me, I apologize, but there is a bill that has been introduced in the House.
Okay. And so it's going to teach us, it's going to show us how we can put into law ethics, integrity, and responsibility.
That is addressed in the bill, and we look forward to hopefully working with you and the rest of the senators and the rest of the House in strengthening it.
Because those words are in 466, the law we passed, and nobody followed it. It's the following it. It's easy to put it in the law. My question is, how do you force people to follow it? And that's the problem we're having. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Middleton, you're recognized.
Thank you, Chairman. So I forget which one of you said, I guess that over 65 or people that are used to ordering online, was that?
I think we've all said that at different points, yes. So
And this is the only way, I think you said the only way they can play.
I didn't say it was the only way they can play. I would say that traditional lottery customers are aging out. And the image that I personally have is my father. I love my father. He's almost 80 years old. He goes every week, he goes and buys his newspaper, his coffee, and his Powerball ticket. He loves his Powerball at the same newsstand. He will never, ever use an application like Lotto.com or Jackpocket or Jackpot.com. And those aren't the customers we're trying to reach. And I think the important thing to remember is, as you look at the sales that have occurred over the last several years, and you asked some great questions on this, lottery courier sales haven't been at the expense of brick and mortar retailers. Their sales numbers are going up even as couriers continue to grow. And the reason for that, we believe, is we're intentionally trying to target customers that are digitally native, the ones that don't think twice about having their prescriptions delivered or things off Amazon.com or their food delivered, the ones that we don't believe are standing in line at retail today. We utilize digital means to try and advertise to them. The great thing about doing that is we can actually tell the digital partners we want to target adults in this location, and we can purposely avoid minors in doing that. And so we believe, and we think the numbers across the country bear out, that as couriers grow that pie, everybody ends up better off because traditional retail continues to rise and couriers bring new people into the market. That's certainly what we try to do.
The couriers were somewhere between 4 and 10% now in Texas. I mean, so that's not everybody, obviously. I had a question for Jack Pocket. So y'all learn a lot of, none of y'all are from Texas, right?
No, sir.
Okay, so none of y'all are from here.
Iowa.
Iowa, okay, and then we're California and where else?
Originally from New York.
New York.
I live in Kansas City.
Ohio.
Okay. None of you are from here. So when you open up in other states, do you try to determine what the law is on those states?
For sure. We don't want to enter a state where we believe there's any violation. So we did a very deep dive on Texas law and ensured that we were abiding by all the rules and regulations set forth.
So you asked the question, is this legal? How is it legal to sell virtual scratch-offs?
So I can walk you through how the scratch-offs work. So just like a courier is basically this premise where you say...
No, I mean, I know how it works.
Yep. So how does
do you know the section of code that authorizes you to do that?
No, I don't.
Is there a section of code?
There's nothing that prohibits it.
Okay, here's where we're back to, in the Sunset Commission hearing, where it doesn't say we can't do it, so we're going to do it. I mean, that's a pretty lousy way to operate in government, by the way. And we have to pass these kind of hold your hand laws like the election integrity law that Senator Hughes passed and said if you're not authorized to do it, then it's prohibited. We had to actually change the law to say that. So you're saying just because it doesn't say it means it's legal?
Currently, we do not violate any law.
And this is exactly why we would like to have a regulation and a clear regulation, because ultimately not every courier state allows for the delivery of a physical scratch ticket. And the states that don't allow it, we don't do it. And so we would love to have clear lines like that so that we understand what the state's expectations are on those things. Because if we had clear directives that scratch is not permissible in Texas, we wouldn't do it.
So in your deep dive into the laws of each state, if it doesn't say you can't do it, you take that as authority to do it?
We do a legal analysis to ensure that we are not violating any statutes in each state. And every state is different. The lottery rules, regulations, or statutes are different. So we take an analysis of each and every state before we operate in those states. I'm happy to answer your question about scratch as well.
Yeah, I mean, it's an image. It's like a virtual, I've seen one where it's not the actual, it's not like a video or something.
No, it's a scan of the actual scratch card.
It's cartoonish. It's not, I've seen the video. This is not like an image, a video of you right here on my iPhone. It's got some graphic design on it. This is an image, a representation of the ticket. It's not the actual ticket.
No, on our applications, it is a actual physical ticket that was available at retail. I'm not sure what you saw, but what we offer...
Oh, I've seen a video. I can show it to you.
We would love to see it,
Yeah.
but
No, it's not.
Just to let you know how it
I
actually...
promise you it's not. Because it's scratching itself. Someone invented invisibility, I guess, to scratch the ticket off. Because it's being scratched off and there's no hand or...
No, the way it works...
I don't know how that, how's that work in real life?
Yeah, I'm happy to explain.
Okay, how?
A user places an order. Sequentially, the next user that gets that order, we scan the scratch off with the latex on. We then provide the user with accountability that they are getting the serial number. We then remove the latex off of the card, rescan it, match it back to the consumer, so they have the ability to see the image of the ticket with latex on it, image with the latex removed, and from removing the latex, we can then validate the ticket to understand if it's a winner. Inside the app, we place the first scan on top of the second scan, and a user then can go and remove the image or erase it or reveal it. They can see the front of the ticket, the back of the ticket, the ticket before the latex was removed, an image of the ticket after the latex was removed, as well as the validated receipt that was provided through the terminal.
It's a full chain of custody for the entirety from the time that the order was placed until the time that the ticket was redeemed, until the time that the user was notified about the outcome of that ticket.
Okay, where are they buying them?
The user is placing an order within the state of Texas. the courier's receiving that order at the fulfillment center and purchasing at the retailer, in our case, Winter's Corner.
Okay, so y'all are having IGT deliver these scratch-offs to y'all?
Correct, they're the supplier.
Okay, yeah, well, you know, the commission did change their rules on the courier services, but they did not on the virtual scratch-off, so.
As of this morning, although we believe differently that we still are not violating any rule, we have ceased taking orders as of this morning.
Stop taking orders. Well, why would you do that if it's perfectly innocent and legal?
We believe it's legal, but obviously the commission had a change of perception and said it was issued immediately. So we did that. We wanted to show you that we're here to work with you, and we ceased operations.
Thank you.
Senator Hinojosa, you're recognized.
Thank you, Chairman. Just a couple quick questions. Do you surcharge processing fees for a debit card transaction?
So when we get an order from a customer, we absolutely have to pay processing fees to a processor just like a retailer does. And so any compensation we get has to be reduced by the fact that we're paying the same processing fees that they do.
To answer your question more explicitly, no, we do not increase prices to our customers who use debit card. We eat that fee.
So you're not charging the customer still the same $1, $2, or whatever the...
So we charge a convenience fee to recoup the cost of scanning, storing, and delivering the tickets because these are physical tickets. Every lottery in the country has a statute that says you can't increase the price of a ticket, but 19 lottery jurisdictions have recognized couriers as legal. And in those jurisdictions, they have concluded that the convenience fee does not add to the price of the ticket. 2 of those states actually added that to their administrative rules. And so we do charge a convenience fee. That's how we make money, because we have to recoup the cost of physically scanning and storing those tickets. But we don't charge an extra fee on top of that for the surcharge of debit cards, if that makes sense.
Okay, so it's a surcharge. So it's basically you're recouping that fee, but it's through this workaround through calling it a surcharge versus calling it a processing fee.
We operate slightly differently. So when looking at different models to regulate this, the way that we do it is when users add funds to their account, there's a fee that's charged because, as mentioned, we're going to get hit with a transaction. Sure. And then users, when they go and use the funds that are in their account, a $2 Mega Millions is still $2. If they win $4 and they want to replay that, there's no additional fee that's added. So essentially, it's only when you're topping off your wallet with new funds. When you actually place an order, it's the same price of the ticket that's available at the location.
But still, in a way, that gives you a competitive advantage over the brick and mortar, because from what I understood earlier, the testimony was that they could not lawfully charge a fee to process using a debit card.
That's true, but I would think that most convenience stores have ATMs. When you go in and you want to pay for cash and you don't have it, and they say, hey, go to the ATM, they have no problem charging $3 to $6 for you to take out cash, which they have a business relationship with to have to order and buy that ticket. So even though they can accept debit cards, most don't and will only require that you pay in cash.
The other thing I would politely notice, we do have some significant costs. These aren't electronic only tickets. These are always physical tickets that have to be handled by a person, and we need to do that in a secure manner to make sure that this ticket ordered by this customer maintains with that customer. And so we do have a fair amount of overhead involved in that scanning and storing and implementation process and all the security that goes along with it that a traditional retailer doesn't have. And so we have to make the business model work, we have to find a way to recoup that cost.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure and point that out, that it's not really, I mean, there is a competitive advantage to a point.
There's additional fee to the customer, so it could also be seen as a disadvantage where a customer can go to retail and pay no additional costs. Obviously, there's not the convenience, but if they choose so, and there's something to be said about it. It's not only that they're ordering from within the state, they don't have to worry about checking the ticket. One of the services that we provide is storing that physical ticket and then also checking to see if that player's won. Anything under $600 gets redeemed like it would at a normal retailer. Anything over $600 is actually a much more secure and safe way. The player actually gets an email that has a serial number. They have the ability to store the front and back of image of the ticket. And we then are able to go to the lottery and make sure that the person that ordered the ticket is the right person that's claiming. Whereas if you have a physical ticket with no identity attached, if there are back taxes, if there are childcare that's due, it's called ticket discounting. You go and you give it to someone that doesn't have those charges. What we're able to do is actually identify the customer and provide the lottery with that information to make sure they are the one claiming the prize.
So, and if I may follow up on that, when I worked for the lottery, I actually prosecuted people who did that. It was not uncommon for people to have back child support and try and pass a ticket to someone else to avoid those obligations. And so I am very proud of the fact that our systems are very good at pinpointing this is the owner, this is who the ticket belongs to, and making sure that if that person owes a court debt or back child support, it's going to get paid when they go to the lottery to claim that ticket.
Okay. So I'm going to just ask this basic question I asked earlier of the commission. I mean, we've been here since 2 p.m. asking a bunch of questions, trying to understand it ourselves. I don't know how many minds you've actually changed here on the perception of it. Goes to my question, my broader question, how do you restore confidence with the people here in Texas that if we were to keep the lottery system going with or without couriers, that anybody has a fair shake of winning, of actually going forward? I mean, after hearing all this, after the news breaking, after discovering a lot of what we've discovered, how do you even begin to restore confidence with the people on this issue?
I appreciate that question. If you don't mind, I'll start, and I trust that probably everyone is going to have an opinion on this. I think that you start by making sure that you identify the practices you don't want to have and make it clear that they can't occur. And so I believe regulation of courier is the right approach for the reasons I've mentioned. Obviously, there's going to be a robust discussion on this, and ultimately, you are the policymakers and the decision makers on that. Separate and apart from that, existing systems and processes are already there to protect against many of the concerns that have been expressed by this commission. For example, I can't speak to how the Texas lottery systems work. However, I can tell you when I worked at Iowa, if we had a retailer that had an unusual spike in sales, we had a security staff out there the next day digging through their records and their cameras. So we would notice if somebody was selling down here and suddenly spiked up to here, and we would take action on it. We did have vendors come to us at the Iowa Lottery and ask to set up bulk purchasing processes. I don't want to speak ill about anybody. I can only say when we were asked at Iowa, we said no. And so I think both of those are very reasonable expectations. It sounded like Director Mindell has taken steps in that regard. I think that's a good thing. I think what the upshot of the testimony today is there's quite a bit further that needs to be gone. And we would like, as the responsible courier companies we are, to be a part of that conversation. And I'll let other folks speak.
Yeah, regulation is the key to restoring trust and confidence and integrity of the Texas Lottery. So, we're fortunate to operate in other regulated jurisdictions. You create a minimum set of rules and requirements that every single courier has to adhere to. You perform a background investigation on the companies that apply to be a courier. You realize it's a privilege, not a right. You issue a license. You ensure that we have the integrity to operate, and that is the way that you help restore confidence and trust.
And I'll add, as you mentioned, this is a lot of headlines have been circulating around, and there's just a little bit of confusion, and I want to make sure that that gets clear too, that there were bulk operators that were a highly sophisticated organization that was conducting in behavior that none of what are deemed regulated couriers actually perform with and take those types of orders. And so clarity, I think, is huge. Obviously, we are all for being fully regulated, but we also want you to know that we have been completely transparent. This hasn't been an operation where we're trying to hide these terminals. We've been given these terminals as our business continues to grow. We've been open with the lottery and the commission about how we operate. And so I think it's time that maybe we put in regulations that helps to regulate and ensure that there's confidence gets boosted by the public for the lottery.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Senator Paxton, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to go back to, I guess it sparked my interest with the discussion around the scratch tickets. And thank you, gentlemen, for your explanation of that, of how each of your organizations do that. But so I just wanted to clarify with the scratch tickets, did I hear correctly that every scratch ticket, those are purchased one at a time? There is a physical ticket that you go and acquire one for one?
Correct.
Is that correct? Okay. And then is that true for any other ticket as well?
Correct.
So their purchase, I mean, I suppose a person can purchase 5 at a time or something like that. But that order is processed
Together.
like that.
Yes, and I think while it varies a bit from state to state, the last time I checked, our average transaction by customer, depending on the state, it can be as low as $4.50. And so, yes, it is very much done in that way.
And the transaction fee, in your thinking, that's not adding to the price of the ticket. That's maybe akin to shipping and handling or something along those lines.
Yes, and that's how all of the other 19 jurisdictions that we operate have handled it, because every lottery in the country has a statute like that. And so, again, we always try to follow all of the laws of every jurisdiction.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Hall, you're recognized.
You know, the age we live in, technology, we wouldn't even have this conversations, 25 years ago. And so it's probably, and we don't know what it's going to go next with AI coming and so on. And to Senator Hinojosa's questions about the restoring confidence, I have to tell you what you've had to say here at the table, as far as I'm concerned, shot yourselves in the foot. Where you talk about you study to see what's legal, and then at the same time you talk about, well, if it doesn't say that it's illegal, it's going to be okay for us to do it, which tells me that you're automatically looking a way to circumvent the law. And the discussions about the fee, you're just like us politicians. We know we get beat up if we raise a tax, so we don't call it a tax. We call it a fee and kind of get around. It's the same thing. The law here in Texas specifically says you can't sell the ticket for higher than the face value. So you don't, but you put a fee on it. What is the difference between selling it at more than face value and adding a fee to it? You took and you used the law and you looked away for a way to get around it. And so you've made my point for me that it doesn't matter what we have in law, because our law is absolutely clear. You can't sell the ticket for more than face value. But nobody can buy a ticket from you unless they pay more than face value. So you've made my case for me that it doesn't matter what we put into law, you will work to find a way around it. And that's the problem we're faced with if we allow this operation to continue. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Hall. Senator Betancourt, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Gentlemen, you work with many different lottery commissions around the country, true? Can you give me what you think is the best practice standard for an organization of a lottery commission? Right now, as you can tell from earlier testimony, we have commissioners that have no background in the industry. Obviously, there's different forms of lottery commission. So if you guys could start and tell me what you think.
So I think each of us has our own unique perspective in it, because I represented several state agencies, including a lottery. Paul represented state agencies, including a gaming commission, and these folks have worked around that. So we'll probably take slightly different approaches. I do like the approach that we had in my home state of Iowa, because we purposely designated in statute that we needed expertise of certain types on our lottery commission. And so one lottery commission representative was a lawyer and had legal expertise. One was a licensed peace officer, so we had compliance and the expectation that we were following the criminal laws. One was supposed to have expertise in finance. And so we tried to make sure that while we wouldn't necessarily have industry insiders on our board, what we had is responsible citizens that brought something valuable to our lottery. Now, the next step for me as general counsel is they can never, ever, ever be surprised. And so if I had something that occurred that was concerning, I needed to talk to my board chair. I needed to talk to my legal counsel. I needed to talk to those people to make sure they were updated and I was getting feedback from them, either in official commission meetings or one-on-one. And I had to do that from time to time. As I alluded to, we were sorting through a multi-state fraud committed by an executive of the Multi-State Lottery Association who also happened to build equipment that he was able to rig. And so
What was the magnitude of the fraud?
What's that?
What was the magnitude of the fraud?
The magnitude, he was able over a period of several years to claim several multi-million dollar, I think he claimed about 10 million in various states. He was...
but with that, we don't get to respect everybody's time because it's already getting late
Yes, sir.
and later. You, in Iowa, you picked specific individual disciplines like legal, peace officer, finance, and you tried to make sure they were on the committee so that there are people that had background in that, okay?
Yes,
Thanks.
sir.
Anything else about that? Are there any elected members?
Well, that, again, I don't want to extend this any longer than we need to. I would just say we always wanted to make sure that we were transparent with our board and our legislators.
That I could tell by your earlier testimony. Next.
Thank you.
Yeah, so as Rob mentioned, I didn't talk about my history, but I used to be a former Illinois Attorney General, Assistant Attorney General, I should say. I wasn't the Attorney General. And in that role, I defended state agencies in civil litigation. One of those state agencies was the Illinois Gaming Board, which is the regulatory agency that oversees commercial gambling in the state of Illinois. Eventually, they kind of recruited me to come work for them, so I spent 4 years as the Deputy General Counsel of the Illinois Gaming Board. And we had actually a pretty similar setup to what Rob was describing in Iowa, which is we had a 5-person board. They were part-time. They got paid a per diem. It wasn't their full-time job. They had 3 disciplines that they needed to meet. One had to be a CPA, one had to be a law enforcement officer, and one had to be a licensed attorney. The board does need to, in that situation, and it sounds like in the situations that's set up in Texas currently, rely heavily on staff, because staff is obviously the full-time employee. We always kept the board apprised of every major policy development. We didn't make policy decisions without consulting the board, without getting the board's approval. Obviously, they needed to sign off on rulemaking. Transparency between staff and the board is critical.
Again, that's repeating the obvious of good best practices. Okay, so we've got 2 similar versions. Next.
I just have, if you are indeed interested in regulating couriers, I would talk to New York and New Jersey, who are 2 states that have implemented very vigorous and high standard of compliance in terms of allowing couriers to operate and restoring, the confidence in the lottery while also offering courier services in those jurisdictions.
Echo what these guys said. I would also add, I think there's some validity to an approach that certain states take where the lottery is not necessarily like a fully independent entity, but is nested within an organization like Department of Financial Services or Department of Revenue that has sort of ancillary expertise and capability to help guide that agency. Clearly, you need expertise at the lottery level to run the enterprise. But I think there's additional accountability built into those situations where it's sort of nested within a broader entity that has sort of direct line of sight to the executive authority.
And they also have more resources.
Correct.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Well, thank you for your opinions, Mr. Chairman. I can't say whether we're going to have a lottery commission or not, but I can state that the way the current commission's organized is not acceptable. Thank you.
I'm curious about the relationship between each of your services and the lottery retailers that you work with. So we can just go down the line on that. We understand there must be cooperation with a lottery retailer. I'd like to know the business relationship, if any, and the physical proximity between your courier service, and we can use that term, and the retailer that's technically selling the tickets.
Sir, so with respect to Lotto.com, we are co-located at the same physical location. There's a portion dedicated to retail. It is very much a legitimate retail location. As a matter of fact, in other states, New York is a great example. New York required us to show 3 months of non-lottery retail sales before they even were considered giving us a courier license. And so we replicate what we do across the country there. It is co-located. It is 2 separate entities that have a contract between each other and some overlap in management.
For us at jackpot.com, our retail location is owned by a separate but legally affiliated LLC. It's called Lucky Choice. It's in San Antonio. It rolls up to the ultimate same parent company as the courier service does. And, you know, I'll just echo what Rob says. You know, we had a similar experience in New York. We had to meet certain minimum sales requirements to obtain our license to have a retail location in the state of New York. Our retail location in San Antonio is open to the public. We sell legitimate retail items. We have a point of sale system out front. We have a clerk that works. It is normal business hours. Anybody can walk in off the street and purchase anything that's on our shelves. You know, it's typical convenience store, soda, chips, household goods, those sorts of things. And I will also just add, you know, this is more of a policy decision for the legislature to make, but we do also operate in jurisdictions such as New Jersey, where we have to partner with an existing retailer that cannot be legally affiliated with the courier service. So that is something we do in other jurisdictions and something that we would be open to doing in Texas if you feel that appropriate.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Yeah, Winner's Corner is an independent LLC, which is owned by Jackpocket, which is owned by DraftKings at this point in time. But we started about 12 years ago actually going to running the tickets to independent retailers. What we found was it was necessary to actually have them co-located and next to each other, with obviously allowing people off the street to go into the retail, whether they have a winning lottery ticket or want to buy one. But when you get to a certain amount of scale to be able to service the amount of tickets that we have, keeping them within confined, secure spaces is very important. So that's why we have them located directly next to each other.
And I want to make sure I'm clear. You talked about your experience in the past. The way you do it today, those co-located entities are related, and it's not just we don't just have a contract with them. We have common ownership, interlocking directors, that sort of thing.
Correct.
I know y'all are the same entity. Anything else on that?
We're together, yes.
Yeah. I just want to add really quickly, I apologize, about the retail relationship.
What did you say?
I just want to add one more thing about the retail relationship, if that's all right, Senator.
Please.
So it's important to note that, you know, as the Lieutenant Governor, I'm sure, saw when he did his tour of Winner's Corner, there is a lot of infrastructure that goes into it. We have surveillance that covers every square inch of our retail location. We have access controls, so we limit who can go into what portion of it, which helps prevent theft and unauthorized use. We have a lot of equipment like printers, scanners, and all those sorts of things. So, you know, yes, we have an affiliated entity that owns the retailer, but it really, really helps ensure, you know, that our operations are secure and safe.
Senator Hughes, if I could just add one more thing.
Go ahead, please.
Thank you, sir. As the gentleman from IGT also testified, you know, this was something that we, you know, clearly shared and were very transparent with the lottery about from the time that we started operating in Texas. Right? This was not something where we attempted to, you know, obfuscate or shield. It was, you know, very clear that we had a separate legal entity that was going to become the retailer, that Jackpocket as the courier was going to be, you know, adjacent to that operation. So just to echo, you know, the sentiment from Joe from IGT, this was something that we were very upfront and transparent with the lottery about for the entirety of our experience here in Texas.
I noticed that the first 2 entities we spoke with answered the question, went ahead and volunteered about other things they sell and income generated from that. I did have some questions for you guys about that specific store that was featured in the video and has been discussed today, and then about your practices broadly. And so just for those just joining us, the law requires that a lottery retailer sell something else. You can't just be a lottery ticket store. So my impression is, from what I've seen and read, that the Winner's Circle location that Lieutenant Governor Patrick visited and the Lottery Commission visited sells board games. Is that correct?
Board games, card games, gifts, correct.
Okay. I'm curious, how's business? How many board games, card games, gifts? Tell me your revenue this month from that store selling things other than lottery.
I don't have those records, but we could get them for you. But I could tell you during COVID, we sold out of games when there was a spike in the demand for board games. But they are accessible to the public, and dependent upon whatever state we're in, we sell the same products throughout the country.
Do you know how much you generated in January from that store selling board games, gifts, whatever you sell other than lottery tickets?
We do not, actually. I could get that information for you, though.
Do you know how much you generated last year from that store selling anything other than lottery tickets?
Off the top of my head, no, but there were sales, and we can get you that information.
Can you tell us the last time that store sold anything other than lottery tickets? That store, last time they sold anything other than lottery tickets?
I would suspect in the last week.
Okay. Do we need to, each of the questions we just went through, you were so kind to offer to get the information. Do I need to send that to you in writing, or do we have your promise that you'll answer each of those questions?
You have our promise.
How much this month? How much last month? How much last year? And when was the last time there was a sale? So we'd like to know the raw numbers on each of those, and not only the raw dollars, but what is that as a percentage of our revenue from that store? Thank you. Does that make sense?
We will do that.
Okay, and y'all are smart guys, I know, and it's on video, but so do I need to send you a letter or a subpoena for that information?
We got it.
I have your certification. You'll provide that information to this committee.
Correct.
When can you get it to us?
Tomorrow.
Very good. Very good. And along those lines, each of you gentlemen mentioned that in the state of New York, you were required to show, I think you said, a few months of sales of other stuff, if you will, before you got your lottery license. Is there an ongoing requirement that you show a certain percentage of your sales or a certain dollar threshold to meet? I'll ask each of you. I want to know about the laws in other states and what your practices are then in Texas. I'll repeat that if we get confused. I get confused. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'll just say it really quickly, Rob. So we do have to submit a report quarterly to the New York State Lottery about what our non-lottery sales are. They review those records every quarter to make sure that we remain in compliance with their, minimum sales requirements.
And do you have a general sense, I know you're not here to testify on New York law, but do you have a general sense whether their minimum threshold is based on dollars or a percentage or both? If you don't know, that's okay. I'm just curious about New York law, not what Texas law is today.
The New York law, my recollection is that it's not based on any sort of percentage. I think that they wanted generally something that was enough to cover what our rent would have been, at the space that we were leasing, is my recollection.
Makes sense. I want to know if you could be open, but for selling lottery tickets, I mean, we're reading their minds, but is that maybe where that's coming from?
I believe that's where they were coming from, yes.
Okay. And do you have any such requirements in Texas today?
Those requirements do not exist in the state of Texas today.
Are your practices in New York under those requirements the same as they are in Texas, absent those requirements? I want to be clear on the matter of selling things other than lottery tickets.
Yes, sir. If you were to go in both our store in New York and our store in Texas, you would see that they are very similar. We sell similar items, like I said, typical convenience store items. We have a point of sale system. You can pick up anything off the shelf and buy it.
Mr. Porter, same questions, please.
Yes, so we have the same setup, we have the same requirements in New York, and we utilize the same vendors and the same distributors in all of the retail stores that we operate. And so the products are similar. You can walk into any of our stores and you can buy things that aren't lottery. As a matter of fact, I can think of at least one of our stores is operating in Florida. Florida hasn't authorized courier yet, and so while you can buy a lottery ticket at retail, the vast majority of what's available in our Florida store is non-lottery.
I'd also like to know, and we'll go through the same thing, with regard to those non-lottery retail items and lottery tickets, how much of our business is walk-in versus online or telephone?
So I don't know the answers to those questions of you mean walk-in lottery versus courier lottery?
That's right.
I can certainly get that information for you. What time frame do you want it over? A day, a week, a month?
Yeah, we'd love to know what it's been this year so far and then last year.
Okay. If you don't mind, I'm just going to take a few quick notes here.
That'd be great.
And I would say it's predominantly 99% through courier. I mean, we sold $550 million of lottery tickets in the state over the last 5 years.
And you believe I think you said those are going to be predominantly via the telephone or online, not somebody walking into the store?
Through a courier order, correct.
Yes, sir. Okay, now I want to make sure I'm clear. When you say courier order, do you mean someone is being paid to?
An individual customer is telling Jackpocket to go and buy that lottery ticket at the retailer for them.
And they're telling you that over the phone or over the internet?
Through an application.
Since they're not in the store?
They are not in the store.
And so how are they communicating with you?
Through an application on the phone.
Okay, thanks. Will you get those numbers for us as well?
Yes.
For this year and last year, in-person versus non-in-person?
Sorry, Senator, can I clarify something?
I was asking him that question. I'm going to ask you,
Yes,
Mr.
sir.
Freeze.
Sorry.
Will you get those numbers for us?
We will.
Thank you. Mr. Freeze, go ahead.
Senator Hughes, thank you. Just to clarify, the customer is not communicating directly with the retailer. Right? I think we all know that, but customers communicating with Jackpocket, who is then fulfilling the order at the retailer. So there is an arm's length disconnect. I believe it's been referred to by another lottery vendor as an air gap in the transaction.
That's an important distinction, almost a legal fiction that we all forgot about. Thank you for reminding us about that. Same thing, in-person versus walk-in, in-person versus other means.
Senator, again, I don't have that information. I will provide it to you like the others have committed. But I would guess the vast majority are going to be courier ticket orders as opposed to walk-in ticket orders.
Let me ask each about bulk purchases versus individual purchases. Go ahead. We'll start on my left, your right.
Certainly. So we don't cooperate with bulk purchase entities. We weren't involved in the bulk purchase that occurred in 2023. And we have daily, weekly, and monthly limits for our customers in addition to security protocols to make sure customers don't open more than one account.
Yeah, same. We do not, and we never will enable a bulk purchase to occur on our platform. We have a $600 maximum daily spend limit that cannot be increased. It can be decreased by any of our customers, but cannot be increased. That essentially kneecaps the ability for anyone to place a bulk ticket order on our platform. I also want to take this as a chance to talk about some of the anti-money laundering practices that we have in place. I know there's been a lot of discussion about money laundering. Every single courier up here, it's good business, obviously, to have an anti-money laundering policy and program, but it's also a requirement that we have in the state of New York and New Jersey that we have to have a program. That program is audited annually every single year by an independent auditor. They review every single transaction that occurs on our platform. They review all of our customer data, all of our transaction records. We have transaction monitoring systems in place. We train our employees every single year about anti-money laundering and what we need to do and what our responsibilities are to prevent it. So we, again, as Rob said, are part of the solution. We are not part of the problem.
Similar to the other two gentlemen, we have the same thing, daily, weekly, monthly spending limits that would prohibit anyone from doing a bulk order. We also have the same AML or anti-money laundering policies, procedures, and certifications and audits done. I believe we are all for the prohibition of any bulk purchasing to be done by the lottery.
And I asked the question without doing this at the threshold that I should have done, is that when we use the term bulk purchase, tell us exactly what you mean by that.
Sure.
Does that mean a group of friends at work put their money together, or what do we mean by bulk purchase?
Sure.
In the context of your answers?
So when I've had this discussion with lotteries across the country, when I talk about bulk purchases, what I'm referring to is somebody trying to buy all or substantially all of the combinations for one drawing, just like the outside entity did in Texas in 2023. We don't facilitate that. We don't allow that. We don't think that's a good thing for any lottery because it doesn't give the average person the feeling that they have a fair chance to win. It's not something that anybody at this table would be associated with, and it's not something that we think should be allowed.
I share the definition that Mr. Porter just stated. It is an attempt or, the actual ability of one person or, an affiliated group of people to purchase all or substantially all of the number combinations for one draw.
Similar, and we're talking about hundreds of thousands to millions of dollars of tickets being purchased by one group of individuals. And they're really looking for this. It doesn't happen all the time. It's only when the amount of permutations that are available to purchase, the jackpot's higher than that. So they're watching. They are scouting around the world and are very sophisticated. And we obviously cannot allow that to happen. And our systems do not because we have limits. I do want to reference, though, we do have a feature that allows you and your colleagues to place orders together in a pool, but it has those same daily limit controls. And what's even better about I was once asked what percent of lottery pools that win become lawsuits? And we were trying to look it up. It turns out 100%. So if you're in a lottery pool with friends or colleagues, there's many times when a lawsuit happens. Unlike on our system, where if you're playing with friends, you'll see exactly a transaction and have a record. So when there is a winner, you know who actually participated together. But in terms of bulk purchasing, we are all about the prohibition of them.
If I may, that is one of the differences between us. We don't allow pool play.
We also do not allow pool play.
And pool play would be that situation where a group of friends pool their money and say, we're going to, okay.
Yes, we don't allow that.
Okay. And y'all
we don't do pool play either.
And y'all do. Okay.
Yep.
Okay. Thank you very much. Mr. Porter, you talked about limits on amounts. Customers can lower them. Customers can self-exclude. So help us understand that process. I'm going to ask each one this. Let's say a customer does not ask you to put any limits on them. What limits do you put on them?
So there are default daily, weekly, and monthly limits. Those are designated by the state. If they're not designated by the state in the jurisdictions that we're operating in, we can select them. I think our current daily, weekly...
Along those lines, so until the Lottery Commission makes this decision or before today, you're operating in Texas. Tell us your practice in Texas when you're not being made to do it. Tell us that.
So our practice today, and I'm referring to my notes here, I believe our default daily is $250, weekly is $500, monthly is $2,000. That is our default today in Texas. Customers can lower but not increase.
We have default maximum daily deposit and spend limits. So we apply the same deposit and spend limit maximums across every state that we operate in. It's important to note that these limits have been reviewed and approved by the New York Lottery as well as the New Jersey Lottery. So we apply them everywhere. It's our best practice. In the state of Texas, our daily spend limit is $600 maximum. It can be lowered at any time by the customer. Our maximum daily deposit limit is $300. It can be lowered at any time by the customer.
Ours is $5,000 daily for the state of Texas.
And is that spend $5,000?
$5,000 spend, correct.
And that's for the state of Texas. Now, and let's talk about other states. Is Texas your highest default limit?
I believe there's multiple states at 5,000, but have we moved any to 10,000? I don't think so. I think it's it's at the highest limit.
Has any state or has Texas or have your practices in Texas or any state ever had higher than a $5,000 daily limit?
No.
Of the states that put limitations on daily transactions, what would you say is the average?
I believe New York and New Jersey now allow for up to 1,000.
Senators, any other questions for these witnesses? Senator Hall, your record.
Follow up on what you said. Any of the stores side, would they stay open if you did not have the lottery tied to it?
They currently are open.
I know they're open, but if you remove the lottery operation, is the store self-sustaining that you would keep it operating?
So we had our store open for several months in a couple of different states before getting a lottery license, and so we were able to self-sustain that. That being said, the business model is built around the ability to offer courier, and so it's a huge part of the expectation going forward. If that,
So your answer is no. You wouldn't have the store if you didn't have the lottery. Okay.
I think it's fair to say that, yes.
Okay.
Sir.
Yeah, it's similar to what Rob said. We've had a store, operating in the state of Florida for over a year. We don't sell courier services through that store. But if the state of Texas were to move forward with, prohibiting lottery courier services, that's not my decision to make, but my guess is that we would probably not maintain the store.
Okay.
Yes, for us, we're obviously in the business to provide an ability for people to order lottery tickets. So if we didn't continue to service those lottery tickets at the retail, I don't believe we would continue to operate it.
Okay.
I'm with
Okay.
agree.
Thank you. Senator Bettencourt, did you have anything else? Thank you. One matter we haven't addressed yet, and I haven't heard it, and it's important. And so I'm just going to ask each of you, and these are not really questions about the industry so much as they are each of your entities. So can you confirm that lottery courier services allow customers to deposit funds into an account via their app or website before any lottery tickets are purchased? Do I have the process down right so far?
It depends on the state for us. We operate with a deposit in advance in some jurisdictions. In other jurisdictions for us, it's an e-commerce transaction just like Amazon.com or Walmart.com.
Thank you for the clarification. For purposes of this question, let's talk about Texas yesterday.
Okay. And no, you do not have a deposit in advance in Texas yesterday for us. I think the answer would be different for these two individuals.
Okay, so I am curious to hear this because our impression of the industry practice writ large has been customer puts $50, $100 in, and then tickets are purchased from that. That's not how you do it.
It's not how we do it in most jurisdictions. That is how we do it in the state of New York. It is not how we do it in most jurisdictions. In most jurisdictions, we operate a true e-commerce model where if somebody wants to order one $2 Powerball ticket, we will fulfill the order for one $2 Powerball ticket. We won't make them deposit $50 in advance.
And that's the practice in Texas?
That is our practice in Texas
Your practice
today,
in Texas.
but I can't speak for these folks because I think their practice is different.
Okay, we'll come back. Let me ask, what's our practice in Texas as of yesterday?
Our practice
is money deposited ahead of time and then the purchase is made? How does that work?
That is correct. We apply the New York regulatory model to every state in which we operate. As Rob mentioned, New York requires advanced deposit for purchase of a ticket. So we require a customer to register for an account, go through all the KYC verification procedures, and then place a deposit before tickets can be ordered.
Okay.
Jackpocket does the same, so you have to deposit into your account, but it's good to note that those credits must be used to order lottery tickets, meaning it circumvents the ability to do it's an anti-money laundering feature, so that way someone just doesn't put money into their account and then tries to go to another account and take the money out. So they have to play the lottery tickets through. Any of their winnings can be sent, and claimed back to an ACH transaction, back to the customer in their bank account. but we require that you play the credits through, or if you decide to close your account, we'll obviously ACH you back your original credits.
Okay, thank you. Let me ask you a few more questions along these lines for Jackpot and for Jack Pocket. So once those funds are deposited, the courier then uses them to pay a licensed Texas retailer to buy physical lottery tickets on the customer's behalf, right?
Got it right, yep.
Correct.
Okay. Under Texas law, money transmission, that's a legal term, includes, quote, receiving money or monetary value for transmission to another person or location. Are y'all aware of that?
I'm not aware of the exact statute that you're talking about, but in terms of money transmission, what we're offering is a service. So it starts with taking the deposit. It ends not just from going and buying the ticket, but scanning the ticket, storing the ticket, checking the ticket, redeeming the ticket, and providing the winnings back to the customer.
If I could address that really quickly, Senator. So part of the due diligence that we do before entering into a state that was discussed earlier is we actually also get a legal opinion from outside counsel about whether we would need any sort of a money service transmitter license. We obtained that opinion in the state of Texas, and it was concluded that we did not meet the definition of a money transmitter. I think that's what you're referring to when you read that statute. So, we don't violate that portion of the law that you referenced.
Well, the law also defines money transmission as selling or issuing payment instruments. And so if a courier provides a digital confirmation or account credit tied to a ticket's value, that sounds to me like an electronic instrument for transmitting winnings.
Wouldn't that be similar to all e-commerce then?
I believe the pre-deposit triggers this process as I'm reading the law. If a courier pays out $100 in winnings to a bank account or to the Jack Pocket account, that's direct transmission of monetary value from the courier to the customer.
Well, we're using third-party validated licensed payment providers to do so. And as mentioned, prior to entering a jurisdiction, we also have done due diligence to ensure that a money transmitter license was needed. Do I know the exact statute by heart that you're reading? No, but I know that we have done our due diligence there as well as these other companies.
Well, since you're holding customers' funds in their accounts before paying the retailers, and you're deducting a fee for what you're doing, this is something we're going to take a closer look at as far as the Texas Finance Code and how it may be implicated. And I'm not certain that the pre-deposit is the only triggering event. So we'll be looking a little more closely at this. I just wanted to make sure we understood your business model and how it would be affected by that.
If I could just really quickly clarify something, Senator, on that point. We don't hold any funds. The funds are held in a custodial account through a licensed bank that we have a business relationship with. So each courier company up here, we do not hold any funds. They're held in a custodial account on behalf of the customer. It's the customer's money at all times. We have no legal claim to it. The bank has no legal claim to it, but we do not hold the funds. I just wanted to clarify that.
And the reason for that is those FBO accounts, in case something was to happen to any of these companies, the players' funds get maintained and couldn't be affected.
Senator Betancourt.
Just one thing I wanted to emphasize. Whenever you have a payout that's higher than the combinations that are available, there are literally worldwide organizations that are scanning, looking for that, because that's the oldest trick in the book to be able, am I missing something?
No, that's exactly right. And we've not only said that we weren't going to participate in that, but we've actually tipped off lotteries when we get inquiries about that.
Right. And so I've had a lottery general counsel not in Texas approached me. They had concerns that outside entities were trying to do that with some of their games. They asked me for language that I would recommend. It didn't have anything to do with couriers. It had to do with the fact that couriers had worked very hard in their jurisdictions to build up their trust of this knowledge base. And so I recommended some rules that they could use to bar bulk purchases. And I reminded them there's already language barring bulk purchases in the Powerball and Mega Millions national rules. You just need to take a variation of it, put it in your rules.
Right, but that's obviously a trigger for fraud. It's a trigger for money laundering. Whenever people can see that enormous payout, and you clearly have a permutation level that's below that, the temptation is too great. They're going to attempt to influence the outcome if you don't stop them. So
You're absolutely right. And there's actually different ways different lotteries have dealt with that over the years, including changing their prize structure and the amount of bets they'll accept to prevent that prize from rising up.
And the number of permutations that are available for our ticket selection. Okay.
At the end of the day, it's a math function, right?
Sure. Simple. Thank you.
Sir.
Senators, any other questions for this panel? You are excused.
Thank you very much.
And the chair calls Greg Potts. Rob Kohler, Manfred Sternberg, and Dawn Nettles.
Eddie, how are you?
Good.
Rob Kohler.
Great Potts.
Nice to meet you. Manfred Sternberg. Nice to meet you.
Mr. Potts, we're going to recognize you first. Introduce yourself, tell us who you represent, give us any testimony you have, and then we'll have some questions for you.
Okay, great. I am Gregory Potts. I represent Lottery.com. I've served as the chief operating officer of the company since December of 2023. Lottery.com is a public company trading on the NASDAQ exchange under the ticker symbol LTRY. For the last several months, the company has been under attack by an organized conspiracy that is led by a gentleman named Phil Gurian, who signed a letter which was sent to at least 10 members of the Texas legislature and executive branch. Mr. Gurian is a two-time convicted financial crimes felon, including one of them is conspiracy to commit money laundering. He organized a conspiracy with people who, some of which have already lost lawsuits against the company, have various grievances against the company, and when they were unable to keep moving forward with those claims, they turned to the state of Texas. The 22-page letter, which has been referenced many times, is very simply filled with inaccuracies and things that are easily validated by referencing publicly filed statements and financial filings that are on file with the Securities and Exchange Commission. The former CEO of Lottery.com is a gentleman named Mark Gustafson. Mark is also a member of this conspiracy. In April of 2023, when the Lotto Texas drawing took place, Mark was the only executive of the company, the only officer of the company, and the principal financial officer of the corporation. There was, in the proverbial words of President Truman, the buck both started and stopped with him. Now, the bulk drawing that's been talked about, when the project was presented to the corporation, Mark came to me, we discussed it, and Mark would not move forward without full agreement with the Texas Lottery Commission. So upon presenting it to the Texas Lottery Commission with exactly what was brought to us, with the fact that this was a bulk ticket buyer who wanted to buy the Lotto Texas game. All of this information was provided to the Lottery Commission, and only upon them saying that, yes, this is legal, you can move forward with it, and obviously they're agreeing to do it by authorizing IGT to deliver extra terminals, did the company move forward with the project. One of the things that was stated here today, I just need to clarify, the company did have active bank accounts. The issue was that because neither Mark or I had run the sweep before, we did not know how long it took to get our bank account updated, so the old bank account was still on file. So before the sweep took place, the lottery did not contact us. I contacted the lottery by email, which I believe is part of the exhibits in the letter, proactively to ask them, one, is there a quick way to update our bank account? And if not, how can we get you the money to make sure that the sweep was done on time? And as the executive director stated, it actually was done a day earlier than the sweep would have taken place. So that was nothing that was torrid about it. It simply was a paperwork thing that neither Mark and I we hadn't been through it before, and we just didn't know the time frame it took to update our bank account. The interesting thing, though, is the fact that Mark's name is omitted from everything. Everything I told you about his role in this, he's not mentioned once in the letter. He's not mentioned in the fact that he is the only executive, the only financial person that could have even approved this. He is the one that received the wires in from the law firm. He is the one that wired the money out to the state of Texas. It was solely with him. The company itself, we were a lottery retailer, but under new management, when we looked at some of the very issues that have come up here today proactively, we decided not to renew our lottery license at the end of 2023. We support what Lieutenant Governor Patrick believes, that there should be a separation between a courier and a retailer. It is too big of a gray area in our opinion, which is why we decided not to move forward as a lottery retailer. We do believe, though, that there is a path forward to support the courier industry, to work with the legislator to come up with common sense legislation to allow a new generation of lottery players, as my colleagues up here before stated, to allow them to interact in their primary form of commerce, which is their mobile device. So thank you for your time.
Thanks for your testimony. A couple of questions about that April of 2023 event we've heard so much about. And,
yes.
And of the 4 retailers involved, you're the only one here. So thank you for being here. Thanks for answering questions. We do want to understand a little better what happened. And thank you for sharing what you...
The new management of the company is very much into transparency. What I'm doing here today, we have worked with the Department of Justice, the Federal Bureau of Investigation, the Security and Exchange Commission on issues dealing with past management of this corporation. What is there today is not what was there previously.
Thank you.
Sorry to interrupt.
No, that's fine. Thank you very much. We want to get the information. So, if I understood your testimony, leading up to this April 2023, we could call it a bulk purchase. Is that okay? That's not a loaded
that's
term?
fine. Yes.
Okay, a bulk purchase. So, make sure I understand. Your company was approached by an entity, presumably the Rook, Texas people. So far, so good, or no?
Rook, Texas, the first time I heard that was when I read it in an article. We did not sell the winning ticket. I had no idea who Rook, Texas was until I believe it was in Eric's article in the Houston Chronicle, but I don't remember exactly where, but that was the first time I ever heard that name.
Some person or entity approached your company about making a large number of purchases in a 3-day period in between drawings.
Yes, we were approached by a broker.
A broker.
Who represented a company that promotes ticket syndicates, which is what they're called in Europe, as part of their business model.
And so the broker said, I've got a client who wants to, but by the way, I don't want to put words in your mouth. You stop me if I mess this up.
I'll correct you if you're wrong.
Okay. So a broker comes to us and says, I've got a client and they want to buy all the tickets the winning, all the combinations, because the pot is getting so big. So far, so good?
Except for not all.
Okay.
There was never an intent, it was never presented they wanted to buy all. They wanted to, just like an insurance company, they have people that study the numbers, an actuary, I would assume it's in that realm, that look at this and determine based off of the odds of the game, which Peter alluded to earlier, the odds of the game, we believe we need to have this many plays in that game.
Wanted to buy enough to make it worth investing $26 million and coming out ahead after taxes and everything else.
Correct, but it just wasn't all. I just wanted to.
Thank you. No, that's important. So, and they said, we know how many we want to buy, and we'd like you to be one of the retailers we work with to initiate, to print these tickets, make these purchases. Is that right?
In which we initially said no.
Oh, right. No, thank you. And then so I think you said that your company then at some point went to the Lottery Commission and asked them to bless it. I want to make sure I heard you correctly.
Yes. So the reason we said no is that, familiarity with what other states do when it relates to this, such as whether it's as simple as you have to walk into the retailer with a suitcase of cash in this case, or things like that. We were surprised when we contacted the state of Texas, the Texas Lottery Commission. We were very surprised that the answer was yes. But we fully expected that they would laugh at us and say, well, no, of course you can't do this. So we only did it after we were told that we were able to move forward legally under the lottery license that we had and do this project.
Help me to understand the timeline. You mentioned the former CEO, Mr. Gustafson, I think.
Yes.
He's not there anymore. And this next question is not to affix any blame to you, but I want to understand where this information is coming from.
Yes.
Were you with the company in April of 2023 when this was taking place?
Yes, in a very non-executive role.
Okay. And were you privy to communications between Lottery.com and the Texas Lottery Commission, where the Lottery Commission said, yes, you may move forward with this bulk transaction?
Yeah, so I was not part of the initial communication. A board advisor who had worked with the Lottery Commission previously did the initial request. However, I did work with Clay in the office on requesting terminals. I worked with Clay on the payment issue that we already discussed. But yes, so we worked with them. And yes, I don't know if I have the initial communication because I don't believe I was on that thread, but I have all the other communications with the lottery. Clearly we had money, we had to send it back, we had extra terminals, all of those things. And they were returned. The drawing was April 22nd. I believe, when I was reviewing my notes today, I believe the terminals were returned June 13th.
Now, refresh my memory, where's the physical location of your facility where these extra terminals were brought in and the tickets were printed in April 2023?
In 2023, we had a facility in Spicewood, Texas.
And did that facility do anything other than sell lottery tickets?
It did not.
And did you have terminals or a terminal there before and extra terminals came in, or were all the terminals we ever had brought in for this bulk transaction?
No, we had terminals. We had terminals and supplies. As a company, without getting into the whole history, you can read all kinds of filings on it. Without getting into the history, we've been here a long time, as you have too. We had not been actively operating in the courier space in the state of Texas at the time, due to issues that are being investigated into prior management practices, which again was why we were incredibly surprised when we asked and presented this to the Texas Lottery Commission, and they said yes. As a person and a lottery player, I cannot believe they said yes. I'll just put that out there. I was shocked.
So the Lottery Commission said yes?
Yes.
And then you proceeded with the ordering of the terminals. After they said yes, were there logistical conversations after that? Tell us what happened next.
So after that, somebody that was on site, in the Austin area, met them to deliver the extra terminals, the extra supplies that were needed. So yes, they met somebody from IGT at the office to, receive all of those things, and then they were set up, and I believe IGT updated the firmware of the other machines because they hadn't been used in a while, and the regular course of business things took place.
Was the issue ever raised that the Texas law requires a retailer to sell goods or services in addition to lottery tickets?
It's an interesting question. The relationship between the company and lottery predated me. The only answer I have that I have been told, and I cannot point to anything that says this, is that the Texas Lottery Commission was fully aware of the operation. They had been there. They had seen the facility multiple times over the years that it had been there. I cannot speak to that personally. That is all the information I have on that.
You were initially approached by a broker.
Yes.
Which initiated your conversation with the Lottery Commission. You were surprised they said yes. Once the decision was made to move forward, did you continue to deal with the broker on behalf of this buyer, or were there other people or entities you dealt with? At this point, we're not talking about the Lottery Commission, but from the folks who wanted to buy these tickets. Who were you communicating with? Was it still through the broker as you began to work out logistics?
No, we worked directly with the customer.
Okay, and did they identify themselves by entity or name, or was it someone you knew?
It was not someone I knew. It was an entity that I was familiar with. In talking with people that had been with the company longer, it was an entity the company had done business with previously.
And do you have documentation of all this so far? All this was a terrible question. Do you have documentation on this entity and who they were and that sort of thing?
Yes.
Very good. So you began to work with them about the details.
Correct.
When it was time to bring the machines in and actually consummate the transaction, did they bring in workers to run the machines? Did y'all do that? How did that happen? Tell us about that.
Yes, they did. They brought in the workers to do that because as a company where we had furloughed most of our employees, from a capacity standpoint, the logistics, we just could not have done it on our own.
Were you present when the tickets were being generated, when all the workers were there?
I was not.
Did you ever see any of the workers there?
No, I was not on site at all. I was either in Florida at an investors meeting or at home. I don't remember exactly. I knew that I was a little upset that I couldn't be there. I felt that I probably should have been there, but the logistics didn't work for me.
So are you familiar with the mechanics of the printing of the tickets? And by that I mean, rather than filling out slips and filling in numbers, I'm talking about the use of the QR codes and technology like that. Did you have any knowledge of that?
I have been made aware that they used QR codes. I know that the lottery regulation does allow, obviously the terminals do accept QR codes, but the way the lottery regulation is written, that it should come directly from the Texas Lottery application. My understanding, and again, I did not see this personally, my understanding is that those QR codes were not part of the Texas Lottery application, but I cannot vouch for that because I was not there. I did not see it.
Do you know if anyone from IGT or the Texas Lottery Commission was present? You weren't there, but do you know or have reason to believe if anyone from IGT or the Texas Lottery Commission was present while those machines were there and were the tickets being printed by these workers who came in?
I was told that there were IG representatives on site for several hours.
Several hours during the printing of these tickets?
Yes, that again, I was not there, but that is what I was told.
When did you first learn that there was a problem with this transaction?
So I'm not going to say that there was a problem. We acted with the full authority and under the guidance of the Texas Lottery Commission. So as a corporate officer, I cannot say that there was a problem.
Not asking you to incriminate yourself or your company. When did someone first, after the transaction's consummated, when were you first informed that there was a concern about this transaction?
I believe it was a communication from Eric at the Houston Chronicle. But prior to that, we had, since Mr. Gustafson was gone after that, the board of directors did, obviously, a company that is not operating in its core business has a transaction like this. As a publicly filed company, there's also the auditing requirements and all the things that go along with being a public company. So we did go through the entire process of looking into this transaction. For example, in the letter that was sent in the documents, it makes it seem like I was doing something untoward by doing a public information request on were there any issues of terminals being tampered. The reason I did that is that when I went to the Lottery Commission, I was advised that they could not tell me anything like that. However, please go through the public information process and all of that information will be provided. It wasn't that I was going around sneaking around. It was because the staff at the Texas Lottery Commission advised me to go through that process, which is what I did. And the results were that there were no reports of any tampering in the history of the company. There were no complaints against the company except one by a gentleman named John Breyer, who is actively involved in litigation against the company. So in the history of the company being a licensed lottery retailer, there had been no incidents, no reports, no complaints up until Mr. Breyer.
We've covered a lot of ground and we've talked about some documentation that you have. May I request that you preserve all this documentation?
The corporation is under a federal document preservation order. There's nothing, and as a matter of everything that is in that letter and those documents, we are actively cooperating in federal investigations. So and it's not you, this is not.
Well, just to be clear, a request from the Texas Senate is higher than a federal order anyway. I just wanted to make sure we were looking at everything. Go ahead.
The implication, or I guess, these conspirators that believe that something is trying to be done, they have no idea of the level of cooperation that is taking place between the corporation, its officers, former employees, and everyone, and federal authorities who are looking into some very serious allegations, one of which resulted in an indictment just last Friday. The president of the SPAC was indicted. So to me, it's a little disingenuous for them to come out as that they're the champions of the Texas lottery players when they omit the person who made and signed off on all the decisions. They ignore the fact that many of the money laundering things they talk about, those have been documented, they have been audited, they have been turned over to the SEC and federal authorities. And the thing is, they know better, this is important. Getting this out is important. Discussing bulk ticket buying is very important. Regulating couriers is important. But to hurt a corporation, and most importantly, its shareholders, with blatant misstatements, and I'm using that term generously, is just flat out wrong when it is easily fact-checked and these people know better.
No, this is all important information and we want to make sure that we have it and it's in the right place. So I think some other members of the committee have questions, so I'm going to yield at this time as we continue. Senator Bettencourt.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First off, I agree that we, quite frankly, owe a lot to the investigative reporting of Eric Dexheimer, who has done the foundational work on this whole area. I really just got one question for you.
Yes.
To your knowledge, who was the person at the Lottery Commission that approved it? You said that you expected to be laughed out of off the phone when it called.
I believe the ask was made to the executive director.
Who was by name?
Gary Grief.
Okay, thank you.
Sergeant Hall, do you have your light on?
He's just confirmed what I've been saying in the layout. Is any doubt in anybody's mind that this was engineered from the inside? It was not clever people on the outside figuring out how to beat the system? That within our state government, this thing was hatched and implemented. A conspiracy, a criminal conspiracy inside our state government. Thank you.
Thank you very much. If you don't mind holding tight, we're going to have some more testimony. We may have some more questions. If you've already given up all these hours, if you don't mind sticking around a little bit longer.
I'm going to grab a glass of water, though.
Help yourself. And if that's empty, we'll bring you some more. Thanks for your testimony. We may come back for more, so please hold tight. This time the chair recognizes Manfred Sternberg. Sternberg, I wasn't waiting until you were away from the mic. Do what you need to do. Get situated there.
Okay.
Introduce yourself.
Sure.
Tell us who you represent, if anyone, and give us your testimony.
Sure. My name is Manfred Sternberg. I'm a lawyer licensed in Texas. I'm from Houston. Our law firm represents a client group victimized by a long-running criminal conspiracy between the Texas Lottery Commission, former lottery director Gary Grief, IGT, and the publicly traded NASDAQ company Lottery.com. On January 15th, 2025, a 22-page letter was delivered to by my client to Governor Abbott, Attorney General Paxton, the Texas Comptroller, and multiple Texas officials concerning this matter. I'll explain to you why the Texas event in April 2023 is far different than the most recent Courier-related Lotto Texas jackpot win of $83 million. The Lotto event of April 2023 was a straight-up crime characterized by a deliberate strategy to secure the jackpot through mass ticket purchases. The April 2023 Lotto Texas event will unfortunately become known as the largest lottery crime in the world history of modern state-sponsored lotteries. The name of the winner says it all, Rook, Texas, whereas the recent February 2025 win involved the use of a lottery courier service, which has sparked debates over the legitimacy and regulation of the courier services. The winning Lotto jackpot in 2023 started as an advertised $5 million prize, started in September of 2022, stretched 93 drawings until it was hit April 23 of 2023. At an advertised $95 million, it was the third largest jackpot in Texas history. At Gary Grief's direction, with the assistance and coordination and participation of IGT, dozens of lottery terminals were delivered to multiple locations that did not have public access, and it was in lightning speed. So during the April 2023 Lotto Texas crime, the Lottery Commission was actively monitoring ticket printing operations daily using Lottery.com and affiliated couriers. This is evidenced by the Lottery Commission updating the expected jackpot on April 20th, April 21, and April 22. They could clearly see that millions of tickets per day were being printed, and they could see exactly what locations the tickets were being printed. Importantly, they knew that the IGT's terminals couldn't have printed that many tickets each day without the use of software, illegal software. These IGT terminals were connected to the Texas lottery system, hacked into with the use of illegal iPads, phones, and electronic devices in a coordinated effort to upload illegal QR codes, allowing over 99% of the possible combinations to be printed in under 72 hours. It's humanly impossible to print that many tickets in 72 hours. Simple math tells us that to print 26 million tickets in 72 hours, the printing rate would need to be 361,000 tickets per hour, 6,000 tickets per minute, and 100 tickets per second. The largest seller that day was one that sold $11 million worth of tickets. Physically impossible without the unlawful aid of QR codes. They would have had to print 42 tickets a second. The event broke multiple state and federal laws, and all tickets issued were invalid because they used these hacked networks. On April 22nd, the Lottery Commission began marketing the jackpot would be $95 million that night, and they knew that number was wrong. It was way overstated. The overstatement in the final hours resulted in Rook, Texas getting about $2 more million in when the illegal invalid ticket was redeemed. And they got $57.7 million. This eye-popping figure prompted the lottery to send a team of investigators to make sure everything was on the up and up. Gary Grief said that to an interview to a reporter. The the investigators came away satisfied that all the laws and rules were being followed. Grief said it's not unusual to send those investigators. And he said this, and it's a quote, and it's hearsay, but it's from a reporter. He said, "We make sure that the terminals that generate the lotto numbers are in public view and that they are following all the rules of our statute." We found that they were. In IGT's own best practices, they say the lottery terminals have to be in public view. And I think everybody's forgetting that a little bit, that they're in the back room, you could never see them. That's not what was envisioned when they created the Chapter 466. And I can answer whatever questions. I'm out of time.
Thank you for your testimony. Senator Hall, do you have questions?
What can you tell us about the other locations? Because I understand there were 4 involved.
Yes. So in the press release that Gary Grief and the lottery issued, it talks about the 10 top retailers. The first one sold about $11 million. The second one sold about $8 million. The third one sold about 5.6. And then the fourth one sold 1.1 million. And then the next one went all the way down to 230,000. So that's and number 10 on the list was a place out of Conroe that sold 4,379. That's top 10. I heard him earlier saying there were 21,000 retailers. What's wrong with those numbers? It's obvious. They were using a computer to create all these combinations, and they knew it. And they all knew it. IGT knew it, the Lottery Commission knew it, and no one said anything.
What, the QR code, who created that and who knew about its use?
Right. Well, I think the lottery has QR codes on their app, but I believe that wouldn't have done what these guys did.
I'm talking about
I think
a
they had
QR
to create
code
their own.
that could coordinate the generation of 26 million combinations,
Yes.
10 at a time, between 4 locations
In 72 hours.
in 72 hours.
Right.
Whose QR code was that?
We believe those were the QR codes created by the iPads that were connected to the lottery terminals, which is illegal.
Is this something that IGT?
IGT should have known because it's
Could
their
it have been done
terminals.
without their knowledge?
I don't know what they knew. I think they just turned a blind eye. I heard they were there for several hours. They knew exactly what was going on, but remember, they get paid on the gross. So they're interested in everybody buying lottery tickets. And Gary Grief going and telling the general public it was $95 million when he knew no one could win 95. The best a Texan could do is win half the jackpot.
So you're talking about roughly 50 operators, if I got the numbers right, roughly between the 4 locations, a dozen machines in each location.
Yes, at least, yes.
At least. So you're talking about at least 50 operators.
Yes.
That had to be trained in using this QR code.
Yes, this didn't happen
a
overnight.
pretty good skill.
Yeah.
And it took most of the time for 3 days. So you had to have more than 50 because nobody's going to do this for 24 hours a day for 3 days.
Correct.
So you're already talking somewhere between around 150 or more.
I don't know how many machines there were, but for them to print that many in that short of a time, it's humanly not possible.
Right.
Unless you had a far greater number of terminals.
And you certainly don't get that many terminals delivered on short notice to 4 different locations without it being orchestrated from within the commission.
It couldn't have happened just overnight. It was planned. And it couldn't have happened without the Lottery Commission, and it couldn't have happened without IGT. They all had to participate, and they all had to turn a blind eye to the bulk purchasing that they knew was going on.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Chairman, it's been about 6 hours, but I think that was on about the 4th page of my opening statement this morning, that this could not have happened except for the inside operation of a conspiracy within the Lottery Commission.
Thank you, Senator Hall. Senator Bettencourt, you're recognized.
Yes, I absolutely agree with Senator Hall. Let's go over the mathematics of this again. Repeat your numbers on the flow rate of what the ticket buys would be again.
Right. So if you take 26 million tickets that you have to print in 72 hours, that means there's 361,111 tickets per hour that you would have to come up with. And that's if you used all 72 hours. And then that's 6,019 tickets per minute. And that's 100 tickets per second. And you'd have to do that consistently for 72 hours in order to get that many tickets.
And there's,
well, if it's 50 machines.
on any number of machines, he's just
Yeah.
doing a complete flow pattern of the 25.8 million tickets. That's, it is impossible for people to ignore that type of flow.
Yes.
And there's no way that could have been achieved, actually. I'm not sure that, without some type of mathematical, matching program and an automatic buy, you could even get to that flow rate.
Right.
That's really what your point is.
Yeah, that's right.
Can I make one point too? Don't forget about having to change the paper. on the machine.
We're going to get to you in a minute, but go ahead. Thanks.
Well, no, I was just thinking about that. They had to change the paper in the machines too.
We're going to get to you in a minute. That's okay.
Okay, well, that's all right. I wouldn't have said
So,
that.
right, and that's, and there are mechanical restrictions, paper, there's,
Yeah.
this is just the largest fraud ever, probably in the state of Texas history.
I believe so.
I agree with you.
Senator Hall.
Is that the conclusion, that they really didn't win the lottery, that it was dictated? They just invested the $26 million.
I think it was a mathematical certainty or high probability that they would either win or win half of it.
Okay, but how did they physically handle all that? Were they physically printing tickets?
They had to, yes.
Okay, they had to do that.
They had the paper.
That's a lot of tickets.
That's a lot of
You're
tickets.
talking about semis
Yes.
full, and you got 4 locations, but you have to have the stock there, not knowing how many you're going to do at each place.
Hall, there's paper jams, there's all sorts of operational issues. I mean,
So my question is, was it actually, they actually got the number?
They
printed
printed
it, or did they
25,900,000,
fake the whole part?
whatever thousand. Yeah. They printed those many tickets. They had the paper. They got it from IGT. They had the terminals. They got it from IGT. They tapped into those terminals in order to make all the combinations, because how many of us could do that for 72 hours and get all the combinations? We would have to have some sort of computer software. That's illegal under state law today. Clearly, can't do that. Can't plug anything into those terminals. And that's what they did. And then Gary Grief goes there afterwards, after he investigates and says everything looks fine.
No, what I was getting at is any possibility that they created the number after the draw, or
Oh, I don't know. That would be more forgery than what I think.
well, but
I don't.
I think that would have to be much easier than printing that many tickets.
Sure.
And all the logistics that went with it. I'm thinking about the number of people it take to sit for 3 days and actually do the process of what you talked about. It's not the mathematical, it's almost human impossible.
It's monumental.
With those people, which immediately is, there must have been some other way in which they got matched up with the winning number.
And you couldn't just start it
And they just,
Thursday morning.
We'll stuff the money in there.
Everybody had to be, it was a concerted effort. Everybody had to know what was going on. Everybody had to know what they needed to do. They had 72 hours to do it, and we got to print 26 million tickets. And so it wasn't something they figured out earlier in the week. They knew what they were doing. They waited for the lottery to get big enough that after 93 draws,
Yeah, and then they managed.
then they said, now's the
draw.
time, let's do it.
Senator Hinojosa, you're recognized.
So my question is, if that happened, you got 26 million tickets. how do you find the winning ticket to redeem it?
That's a good question.
26 million tickets? I mean, how long would that possibly take to do?
Well, the one that won, I believe, printed 11 million tickets, so there's half there, but you're right. How do
Still
they
11
find
million
it?
tickets. How do you find it?
I'm sure their software had some sort of way to say, where are these 6 numbers? When did we print that? Well, we printed that on Friday at 2 o'clock in the morning, whatever.
But that goes to the point that it had to be a very coordinated effort, to the point there quite possibly some other mechanism than going through the printing process, because it just seems humanly impossible. Yeah. Thank you. That was my one question.
Thank you. Any other questions for Mr. Sternberg at this point? Very well. Ms. Nettles, welcome. It's important that we recognize you and get your name on the record before you testify. That's why I cut you off earlier. So now introduce yourself and give us your testimony.
I just couldn't resist throwing out the paper comment.
I understand.
My name is Dawn Nettles, and I'm with the Lotto Report out of Dallas. And I'm a lottery player and known as the watchdog of the Texas Lottery, to which I've been doing it.
Get a little closer to the microphone and keep going.
Yeah, it won't go close. You got to get closer to it.
Okay, is that better? Okay. Oh, you're waiting on me to talk. I was waiting on the questions. I forgot I was here to comment, wasn't I?
Now, if your material's already been covered, you don't have to. We're going to have questions for you, but if you want to offer testimony, you go ahead.
Okay.
You've waited a long time like everybody else.
Yes, I have. What I want to say first and foremost is that the banning of the apps is one half of success, okay? The other half of success is going to be for me to see major changes at the Texas Lottery, in particularly with the number of draws and the odds of the games to create fair odds. We don't have that. And I'll be happy to meet with somebody and go over and the suggested changes. The lottery would actually make more money in sales. With regard to what I heard a little bit ago on Jackpocket, I want to share one thing with you that these apps do. I have a Jackpocket app on my phone, and it just so happened that in March of 2023, which is a coincidence to the April win, the Texas Lottery offers promotions. And in this case, they had a buy $5 Lotto Texas ticket, and then you get a free ticket. So I bought a $5 Lotto Texas ticket, and much to my surprise, what I received was a $4 ticket and then another $1 ticket. They should be able to punch it in the terminal, 5 tickets on the same ticket, and that's how you had to buy the tickets in order to get your free ticket. Well, I did that 2 or 3 times, then I filed a complaint with the Texas Lottery, and then the Texas Lottery comes up after an investigation and says they have no control over it. But what that app was doing was seeing to it that they didn't have to give the free ticket. And I remembered that through some of this testimony today. As far as you were discussing earlier about the investigation and that it goes back, that you were going to have the Texas Rangers from 2016 or something, and I'm begging you to go back to I wish you'd go back to 2010, but at least go back to 2014 and indefinitely investigate the Fund Fives case, because this is another instance where actually Gary Grief, in essence, cost GTAC $1 billion in lawsuits that they settled 10 years and 2 days after it was done, and the players were compensated. I'm also begging that y'all please stop anonymous collections. You've got to not let these people collect their money anonymously. That's just so terribly dangerous. And in light of so much stuff that's been said, the only thing I want to make real clear, because I do have the exact numbers, but the 4 apps on the $95 million jackpot, they sold 25.8 million, and that's just all the combinations. Then the other 4 apps combined just sold 278,000. And so the apps all total sold 26,174,264. That left, the amount of money that it required to invest to get a return of the 95 million was 28,103,000. No, that was their sales. I'm sorry, their sales was 28,103,000, and they would have to invest 30 million to get a return of it. So they overestimated their sales, and since I do estimations myself every draw, me and the Lottery Commission, we go hand in hand on which one of us is actually closer, and they're never that far off. So Plano Texans, in my opinion, they probably bought 1.9 million tickets, and that's it, for a $95 million advertised jackpot. And it's important to say that Texas Lottery players for that draw were lied to, because they were never playing for 95 million. The most they would have been playing for was 47 million.
That's right.
Because the lottery knew there was going to be a winning ticket sold. And so consumers here in Texas were lied to. The Texas Lottery does everything to increase sales. And so I'm going to end it, even though I really have a bunch more to say. It's late and I'm tired and I've heard so much that y'all have just kind of bloat. I'm too old, okay?
Thanks for your testimony. Sir, if there's any questions from Ms. Nettles. A number of folks have said they got helpful information from your website. I know you've testified on this before, so thank you for being here. Chair recognizes Rob Kohler. Mr. Kohler, introduce yourself. Tell us who you represent. Give us your testimony.
Good evening. My name is Rob Kohler. I'm here representing the Christian Life Commission of the Baptist General Convention of Texas, and been quite a day. Unfortunately, with the first time I put my eyes on, and I'm going to represent to you that these founders of these lottery couriers have come here to talk to you. I mean, some neat folks. I mean, the Sullivan from Jackpocket, sold his company, had a great idea, and he stayed after it, sold it to DraftKings. Reported he made $175 million. I mean, that's an American dream story come true. But unfortunately, how they tried to come in our state was not the way you're supposed to do it. You know, when DraftKings tried to come in here with daily fantasy sports 12 or 14 years ago, I think everybody can remember, you heard it on the radio. You started hearing that you could, buy daily fantasy sports. It wasn't legal in this state, but they made a conscious effort to go in each state in this country. And when the legislature would say no, 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 or the AG would say no, 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 they'd go in the state house, like they did here several sessions in a row, and try to convince folks that it's a game of skill, not chance. Well, they were successful in some states, but not here. Well, this lottery model, this lottery courier model, they've talked about it. When they came into the states, they kind of followed the same model, but they went to lottery directors and governor's offices. They realized that there could be opportunities, and really, what they didn't want is a hard no. Shrug of the shoulders, okay. And they would take that information and they would run on it. So it's a lucrative business, very lucrative. I just learned with his testimony, I think he said Jackpocket has done $550 million in sales since they've been in this state. Well, give or take, right around 15% is what they charge depending on how much you deposit. But quickly I figured out that charging Texas 15% on the deposit there He took in $85.5 million on the courier side. Nickel on the dollar for also owning the retailer got him another 27.5. That's $113 million in 5 years. I mean, the problem is, though, and the reason that we're here, is they didn't come to the people they were supposed to come to, you, the folks in this state that are elected. So where we find ourselves right now is, as we speak, Texans can sit on a couch with their phones on a phone app, buy a draw ticket, buy a $100 scratch ticket. If they win, $0 to $5.99, these apps pay them. Sitting on their phone, sitting on their couch. Now, what's interesting, what hadn't been mentioned today, that if they win between $600 and $5,000, they can go to the Texas Lottery Commission website, and mobilely validate that ticket. They will send them a Zelle of that money, so a Texan didn't even have to come in. You know, this is before, thank God y'all have taken notice of this and the Lieutenant Governor. So the argument, the evolution of the argument, you've been told, we were told that, look, Rob, you know, they came up with this legal theory that their purview was just on the transactions at that terminal. They couldn't regulate what was happening here with the couriers. But now that we know that state funds and state workers were used to create the validation process, well, they reached out and built them a little model around that player out there that was going to validate the ticket when they're sitting on the couch. So what's been revealed is that we know with certainty that that a couple of folks in the lottery had a vision of this lottery that didn't match what the voters in 1991 knew and approved. There's no way it could have.
Senators, is there any questions for Mr. Kohler?
I think I'm good, Chairman.
Senator Middleton.
Thank you, Chairman. Rob, Jack Pocket was here and I think very falsely claimed that virtual scratch-offs are legal right now is what they said. Can you explain to us in the committee how they're actually illegal virtual scratch-offs?
Well, see, here's the challenge. Whenever they change the rules, which let me touch on that real quick, Senator, just to get to that. From the very beginning up until 2015, when they started messing with the draw game rules, there was a section called method of play. And that method of play was the same language in every draw game. So, you know, we had 6 draw games, 7 draw games. When I say draw game, I'm talking like Powerball, Pick 3, Lotto Texas. They all had individual rules. Well, each rule had this generic language across, which was method of play. That was very simple. He touched on it, Senator Hall touched on it, but it was fill out the play slip and put it in the terminal. That's, in essence, those 2 simple sentences governed, you know, what it meant to play in the state. They broke that in 2, deleted method of play, came up with a term called entry of play, and basically provided the bedrock for the lottery couriers to operate under this order argument, you know, that, which I would point out, Senators, e-lottery, iLottery is across the country now. There are states, if you go to Virginia, their legislature passed and gave the citizens of that state the ability to buy an electronic scratch ticket, to buy a draw game on their phone, and the Virginia Lottery is the house. So you can sit, somebody in Virginia can sit on their couch and go buy Virginia Lottery tickets. Legislature passed it. You don't hear any of this nonsense about, well, they're just ordering. You know, they're just ordering. The transaction doesn't happen until it gets over by the terminal. Because it was approved in other states, now we know that this lottery courier truly was a workaround. Now, the electronic representation of the outcome of a scratch ticket is a video lottery terminal. There was a point in time in this building in the 90s where the expansion fight in this house was, you know, good folks trying to put slot machines at the horse tracks, and they were calling them video lottery terminals. And they argued for several sessions that they only needed 76 votes in the House and 16 in the Senate because it was just an extension of the current lottery. A video lottery terminal is very simple. Whenever you buy one of those scratch tickets from them and you start scratching it, a scratch ticket is a predetermined outcome. In other words, all you're doing is you're looking at, it's already a winner or not. There's no element of chance in it. Yeah, so like that.
One right here, and it's,
so when you
can
do that,
see that it's just a virtual representation because it's being erased. It's got a noise to it if I turn the noise on, but that's not a real ticket, obviously. That's a graphic of something.
Yeah. So that's the, whenever, in my opinion, when Grief left, I think the Courier said it's a free-for-all, we're going to go, and that's when we started seeing these scratch tickets. And Fairland's one of them. Lotto, I think this was kind of their bailiwick from the beginning. But there's an Attorney General's opinion that says real clear that representing the outcome of a scratch ticket in a dynamic manner, or really any manner, you need a constitutional amendment in this state. King's X. So
not only is it illegal, it's unconstitutional.
Huh?
Not only is it illegal, it's unconstitutional.
Oh, absolutely. And so when he says that it's legal, you've got to take in consideration why they were up here, which is the first time they've been in front of a legislative body, and some of them have operated here for over 10 years, is because they were trying to do the okey-doke, in my opinion. They had somebody at the Lottery Commission saying, you can do this, you can do this. And when you're being told by the Lottery Commission that the rules weren't changed, you got to keep in mind, we didn't even know about these approval memos coming out where Lottery.com, not you, I don't mean to pick on you, but Lottery.com gets approval to sell Powerball tickets printed in Texas and the Dominican Republic. We didn't know about that. All we were getting is John Marich's stories being reported and saying, these folks say they're printing tickets in the Dominican Republic. They interviewed the director of the Texas Lottery and he says, it was news to me, I didn't know about it. Well, what we've learned now is that not only did he know about it, he wrote the memo that approved them and told them they could do it. So the rules were changed, and we hope I represent folks that want the rules put back the way they found them, quit digging, and if you want to do something like this, you got to come through you guys who are elected by the people of this state.
Any other questions for any witnesses on this panel? Thank you for being here. You're excused. There are 4 witnesses remaining who've registered to testify. We're going to call them now, and I'll say if anyone else is present wishing to testify on, for, or against Senate Bill 28, please come forward after this panel. And so the chair calls Megan Benton, Andrew McVeigh, John Litzler, Cindy Castilla. We're looking for Megan Benton, Andrew McVeigh, John Litzler, Cindy Castilla. Pick any chair that looks good to you. And it's not necessary for us to testify in the order that I called. We'll just start on my left, your right. And so, introduce yourself. Give us your testimony. Welcome.
Good evening, Chairman and Senators. My name is Andrew McVeigh. I'm the president of Texans for Fiscal Responsibility, and I'm here in support of Senate Bill 28. As was highlighted in Senator Hall's layout and the other testimony today, recent hearings and reports have exposed serious concerns with the Texas Lottery, including allegations of money laundering and corruption. These issues reveal a system that defrauds taxpayers and erodes public trust. Rather than being a responsible source of revenue, the lottery has become a drain on taxpayers and a vehicle for financial abuse and criminal activity. This system functions much like a regressive tax. It fuels gambling addictions and disproportionately impacts lower-income families. Texans for Fiscal Responsibility would advocate for the complete abolition of the Texas Lottery to protect taxpayers and families, but if it is to remain, it must operate under strict oversight to minimize harm. SB 28 takes a critical step in that direction by criminalizing transactions conducted by telephone, internet, or courier, Every transaction must be conducted transparently and with full accountability. Though TFR ultimately advocates for eliminating a system that has consistently harmed Texas families, this bill is a pragmatic step toward reducing its detrimental effects and will help bring some accountability to a system that has long been marred by abuse. In conclusion, supporting SB 28 is about taking action against a system that has repeatedly failed Texans. I respectfully urge you to support this legislation as a measure to safeguard Texas families. Thank you for your time and consideration. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thanks for your testimony. Good evening. Introduce yourself. Give us your testimony.
Megan Benton, Strategic Policy Associate for Texas Values Action. All right. Thank you, Chairman Hughes and members of the committee. My name is Megan Benton, and I'm the Strategic Policy Associate for Texas Values Action. I'm here to testify in favor of SB 28 because it provides common sense protection that pushes our state in the right direction. Texas Values Action firmly opposes gambling due to its devastating effects on individuals, families, and society as a whole. However, we support SB 28 because it further restricts gambling in Texas. Gambling addiction can lead to severe life-altering issues, including financial difficulties, anxiety, and insomnia. These problems not only affect the individual, but also place stress on their loved ones, impacting family relationships and future prosperity. Given the high-risk nature of the lottery, it is crucial that Texas continues to regulate its activities, ensure that lottery tickets cannot be purchased over the internet. By prohibiting the lottery from allowing purchases over the internet, the legislature can help limit some of the impulsive nature of lottery ticket purchases and hopefully reduce the potential for financial turmoil as a result of gambling. In conclusion, I urge the members of this committee to vote in favor of SB 28 to provide common sense protections for the people of the great state of Texas. Thank you.
Thanks for your testimony. Good evening. Introduce yourself. Give us your testimony.
Good evening. I'm John Lutzler. I'm the General Counsel and Director of Public Policy for Baptist General Convention of Texas Christian Life Commission. Sometimes we go by Texas Baptist, and I know it's late. You've already heard from our expert on the subject matter, Mr. Kohler. So I just wanted to add and say, part of the reason it's so important, thank you all, by the way, for passing this bill last session, and we need it again, is because every day couriers get more entrenched in Texas and the Texas lottery. And what I mean by more entrenched is when we came to talk about this 2 years ago, to the best of my knowledge, they didn't have an agreement with Uber at the time, but now you pay for an Uber and you get offered a free lottery ticket from a courier. I don't think they had an agreement with AMC at the time, but one of my colleagues went to purchase a ticket for the Sonic the Hedgehog movie, and AMC offered him a free ticket from a lottery courier. This is what I mean when I say entrenched. When we were in these halls 2 years ago, we filed a complaint with the Attorney General's office. Our organization did for an advertisement that these couriers did to advertise for free groceries, a raffle. You could get for up to $100 a day, you get up to 100 entries for every ticket you purchase for free groceries. And I heard testimony tonight that those ads can be targeted. I think it was an assurance to you all that they're not targeting children. They can target them to adults. What does it say about an organization or a group back when it's the Wild Wild West and the Lottery Commission's just the agency in charge is kind of throwing their hands up? We can't do anything about it. We don't have authority. Then when they can target ads, they target that Texans can win grocery money, not a set of golf clubs or a spa day. They're targeting people saying, hey, spend the $20 you should probably be spending on groceries, and we'll give you free 20 drawings to maybe win $300 worth of grocery money. That's what it's doing to Texans, and that's why we need this regulation. So thank you for this bill, and we urge you to pass it.
Thanks for your testimony. Good evening. Introduce yourself. Give us your testimony.
I'm Cindy Castilla, president of Texas Eagle Forum, and we support SB 28. We appreciate that 18 senators have already joined Senator Hall in offering this bill, so I don't think there's a whole lot that needs to be said, but I just do want to say that all types of gambling are addictive, and allowing lottery sales through online mechanisms, phones, apps, couriers, seriously enables the addicted gambler. These methods to buy lottery tickets also allows impulse purchases and allows gamblers whose family is struggling with their habit to hide what they're doing. Walk-in buyers have a bigger opportunity to change their mind before gambling on lotto tickets. The phone buyers just, to me, enable people that have a problem. Everyone involved in this business knows that almost all walk away a net loser from buying lottery tickets. And the more they buy this product, unless, of course, they have the money, like the groups have had, to buy every ticket. This enables money laundering, has already been said. We oppose gambling at Texas Eagle Forum in general, believing that our government should never be in the business of encouraging Texans to rely on chance rather than work, savings, and investments to better their future. SB 28 will help add a protection we think is important until we can stop the lottery altogether. We hope this happens soon. Thank you for your time. I think just so much has been exposed today with the mismanagement of our lottery commission. And I want everybody to think too about how many times you've been in a shop where people are buying lotto tickets. When people buy alcohol, they get carded. I have never, ever, ever seen anybody get carded buying a lottery ticket at a convenience store. And I think that's of interest and should be of consideration, that I don't think they take age very seriously. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Senators, any questions for any of the witnesses on this panel? Bill's in good shape. Thank you each for being here, for staying up with us, and you're excused. Is there anyone else wishing to testify on, for, or against Senate Bill 28? These are all the witnesses who've registered. Anyone else? Seeing none, testimony is closed on Senate Bill 28. And Senator Hall moves that the Senate Bill 28 be reported favorably to the full Senate with recommendation do pass and be printed. Will the clerk call the roll?
Betancourt. Birdwell.
Aye. I want to close.
Hall.
Oh, on the bill. Oh, we're voting on the bill. Okay. Aye, yeah.
I'm sorry.
Hall.
Aye.
Hinojosa. Middleton. Parker. Perry. Schwertner. Zaffarini.
Aye.
Paxton. Hughes.
Aye. 9 ayes and no nays. The bill passes.
They'll send it to local.
And the author move passes his own. I thought so. And 8 ayes. I'll move lower. There being 8 ayes and no nays, the bill's passed. You want to go to local? Senator Betancourt was going to move local, but you probably don't want it to go to local. No, you're familiar with that committee, though?
Yeah.
County you're from? Okay.
Yeah, we're not ready to get started yet.
Okay. Senator Hall, anything else?
When you go down, I want to thank.
No, anything else? Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. I don't want to be long. I had planned a comprehensive closing statement to repoint out all of the laws that they had broken. I don't think it's necessary. I'm going to skip over that. I know what we've done, but I think what we've done here today is even more important than that, because the hearing shows that lottery is anything but simple to administrate, and the state has already demonstrated its ability to properly regulate, its inability to properly regulate the lottery properly, introducing casinos and sport betting and other kinds of gambling like that. Seeing what we're seeing now would be foolhardy and a total disrespect to the people to do that. If you look at the hierarchy of gambling, lottery is down here at the bottom of like hard stuff to mess with, just right above bingo. But as you move up, the opportunities for fraud and other things get easier and bigger. I think the biggest message to come out of this is that Texas is not open for gambling. And I'd like to close by urging our governor to immediately issue an executive order to terminate the Lottery Commission now and to initiate an in-depth and broad Ranger investigation of the Lottery Commission that reaches all the way back to at least 2015. And I want to thank all of you for your patience on a bill that we all were supporting, but willing to help the rest of the public understand why we were so passionate about wanting this to happen, because most people don't understand what has been going on and why. And so thank you for patiently sitting here and going through this. I think you've done your state a good service today. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Hall. We'll continue to move through our agenda, and the chair lays out at this time Senate Bill 523 is the one on my screen. I think the author is the Dean of the Senate. Senator Zaffirini, you're recognized to explain the excellent bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman and members, Senate Bill 523 relates to the issuance of a driver's license to certain persons that includes an alternative to the license holder's residence address. Members, under current law, peace officers, judges, prosecutors, U.S. Marshals, and investigators are permitted to use a business address for their driver's license to protect their residential information. There is a committee substitute, Mr. Chairman, that I'd like to send up at this time.
The chair sends up the committee substitute and recognizes its author to explain the substitute.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The original bill, members, added parole officers, and the committee substitute also adds probation officers to the list who can use a business address on the driver's license. That's all the bill does.
Thank you, Senator. Members, any questions for the author on the committee substitute, Senate Bill 523?
Just a quick question.
Senator Bettencourt, you're recognized.
Dean, I didn't get a chance to read the substitute, but there was in the original bill, there was some interesting language that the kids under 14 could come in.
That's a different bill.
Oh, that's a different bill, sorry. Okay, great. Long night. I'll wait for the second bill. Okay, that's right.
We'll open public testimony on we'll open testimony. The chair calls Allison Martinez and Amelia Flores. Actually, I'm sorry, Ms. Flores is here as a resource. May not need her, but we will call Allison Martinez from the Texas Probation Association testifying for the bill. Welcome, get situated there, and then introduce yourself. Tell us who you represent. Give us your testimony.
Hello, good evening. Chairman Hughes, Vice Chair Paxton, members of the State Affairs Committee. My remarks will be brief because I know it's a little bit late. My name is Allison Martinez. I'm the director of the Webb and Zapata County CSCD in Laredo, Texas. And I am here on behalf of the Texas Probation Association. I am testifying in support of Senate Bill 523, presented by Dean Senator Judith Zaffirini. This crucial bill will allow parole and probation officers to use their office mailing address on their Texas licenses or IDs, enhancing their safety and security. In today's digital age, personal information is easily accessible, and protecting our officers from potential threats is paramount. Our probation officers are deeply committed to the rehabilitation of our clients and reducing recidivism, often at great personal risk. By allowing them to use a secure mailing address, we provide an added layer of protection, ensuring they can perform their duties without fear. I urge you to consider this bill as a necessary step in safeguarding our probation officers. We are incredibly grateful to Dean Senator Zaffirini for her leadership and the hard work of her legislative staff. Thanks to their efforts, the language was expanded and now covers CSCD departments statewide. Her commitment to our profession and the safety of our officers is truly commendable. Thank you for your time today.
Thank you for your testimony. Members, any questions for Ms. Martinez for the bill? And we have Amelia Flores here as a resource from Texas Department of Public Safety. Any questions for DPS? Very well. Thank you both for being here. Anyone else wishing to testify on, for, or against Committee Substitute Senate Bill 523? Seeing none, public testimony is closed. And we'll leave the bill pending at this time. The chair now lays out Senate Bill 62. Senate Bill 62, and recognizes its author, the Dean of the Senate, to explain the measure.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman and members, Senate Bill 62 relates to the reading and marking of a ballot by a person occupying a voting station or by the person's child. It is a refile of House Bill 1208 by Representative Brian Guillen, which was passed by the House of Representatives but died in the Senate in the closing days. It is also a companion bill to Representative Guillen's House Bill 429, and I'm carrying it at his request. Members, current law permits children to accompany their parents to voting stations, but it is unclear whether they may mark ballots under their parents' direction. However, they are doing so. This ambiguity has raised concerns that voting clerks could prevent parents from allowing their children to participate in this way, denying parents the opportunity to teach their children about the importance of voting as a fundamental right and responsibility. By providing clarity, Senate Bill 62 would ensure parents can engage their children in the voting process, fostering early civic participation and emphasizing the significance of democratic engagement. There is a committee substitute, Mr. Chairman, that I'd like to send up at this time.
Chair sends up the committee substitute and recognizes its author to explain the measure.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Members, as filed, Senate Bill 62 would authorize children younger than 14 to read or mark their parents' ballots at the parents' direction. The committee substitute, however, was filed because I recognized the charm of the chair of the committee, who asked that we remove the requirement for the Secretary of State to develop and post online related educational materials. So that part has been stricken. I recognize and bow to your charm, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Dean Zaffarini. Members, any questions for the author? Looks like Senator Birdwell is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Madam Dean. The only question is there something, does the bill need something that specifies that the election workers can look at something like a birth certificate? What if you have the 16-year-old that can't, but the under 14 can?
My understanding is that they already can. They can, for example, because the law already authorized those up to the age of 18 to accompany them, and they may ask that question. So they certainly can, although the bill does not address it for
I just want to make sure that if an election worker is trying to make sure, if an election worker is trying to make sure that a 15-year-old's not marking the ballot when a 13-year-old can, there's got to be some mechanism, and what I hear you telling me the state law already allows it.
The election judge can check that.
Okay, all right. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Senator Birdwell, you're recognized. Did I say Birdwell? You just were recognized. Senator Bettencourt, thank you. Apparently not recognized.
You know,
That's
Mr.
right.
Chairman, at this time of night, we all look alike. That's right.
You'll call me Paxton next.
That's right. Okay. Yeah, sprig and ring. Senator Zaffarini, now, here's, because this goes along. A child under 18 years of age may accompany the parent to a voting station. And if they're under 14, they can read or mark the ballot. So I guess we're saying that the 15, 16, 17, and 18-year-old can't do it.
That's correct.
And can I ask the author's intent of why?
Well, quite frankly, I asked that same question. And the question was that someone between the ages of 15 and 18 could influence the parent, but those under 14 are not likely to. So the purpose is to engage the child in civic engagement, not to have a child there who is going to ask his parents or her parents how to vote a certain way. I was for including everyone under 18, but that's not what the bill does.
Would you like it to do? I would
Well,
certainly
that's
like
not
it.
what Representative Guillen wants, and it's a companion to his bill.
Well, it wouldn't be the first time that the Senate said something that's slightly different than the House. That's right.
It's fine with me. It's fine with me if you'd like to offer an amendment.
No, I just was trying to, because a demonstrative 12-year-old would have the same effect as a demonstrative 16-year-old.
Oh, I prefer under 18.
Okay, you do?
I do. I would welcome a friendly floor amendment, and then I'll just tell Representative Guillen you insisted.
Well, great. I'll be happy to give you a friendly floor amendment.
All right, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Senator Hinojosa, you are recognized.
Thank you, Chairman. Dean, I think this is great. My question is, children 14, at that age, they've been through school. Can the child then circumvent the uses of translators at that point?
Yes, because anyone who needs a translator already has the authority, the right under the law, to take someone for assistance. So it certainly can be a child.
So it can be in lieu of
Yes.
utilizing
Yes.
a poll worker. Perfect, thank you.
Thank you.
If there are more questions, we'll open up testimony. And the chair calls Gina McCool. Chair calls Gina McCool, testifying for Senate Bill 62, and it is late, and so if we'll give her a minute. Chair calls Ed Johnson also for this bill. Mr. Johnson, come on down. And Johnson, go ahead and have a seat, and you know the routine. Introduce yourself. Give us your testimony.
Yes, my name is Ed Johnson. I'm here representing myself and the Harris County Ballot Security. And Senator Zaffirini, I just want you to know I stayed here just because I wanted to be in support of this bill.
Thank you.
It's a very good bill.
Thank you, sir.
I'm an election worker every election, and I will tell you, with more and more of the schools taking a teacher in service day on election day, there are a lot more kids coming into the polling locations. You know, moms are coming in and they have their kids with them. I think this is a very important thing that probably we address so it's clear in the code of what we're doing. I would like to see Senator Betancourt's, because it's going to be hard to tell between, you know, the 15, 16, 17-year-olds, if it was all kind of one thing, or one age limit, so you can't tell them, well, you can't talk, but you can, type deal. And it makes perfect sense, because you're not going to leave your kids at the 100-foot marker outside in the parking lot while you come into the polling location. So you got to bring your kids in with you and do that. One that I would see, or another suggestion I would see if we could recommend for the bill, would be maybe setting up some kind of kid-friendly polling location. I've saw it several times during this last election. A mom comes in with 3 kids. It's hard to fit 3 kids in one little polling booth without disturbing the other voters in the center. That would be a very easy thing to do if the election supply people would just make a little longer cord. You could move that one booth over a little bit so you would have room, you know, that the kids could actually be there and not be disturbing other voters in the polling location. And then the last one's my favorite request, because it's just an advisory, is I think you should mandate the I voted sticker, because that's what every kid is actually coming in to get, is they love the I voted sticker. So, in fact, if they're being disruptive in the poll, all you have to do is say, well, if you sit over here and be nice and quiet, you can get one of these. And they all sit there quiet until the end. So I would love it if you could add that in there. Thank you for the bill.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much, and maybe another Betancourt amendment.
We'll put it all into one, see, with your approval. But I do like the enforcement.
Senator Betancourt, you're recognized.
Oh, sorry.
You wish to question the witness? Go ahead.
Anyway, thank
Okay.
you, Chairman. I do like the enforcement question, because it's hard to determine, you know, an age. So
Yes,
I
it
do
is.
believe anybody, I'm just remembering my days as a voter registrar when you worked for me, that 17 months and 10 years of age can actually register to vote. True.
That is true.
All right.
Senators, we have Christina Atkins here as a resource. Anybody need the resource witness? We won't bother her. We don't have questions for her. Is there anyone else wishing to testify on, for, or against Senate Bill 6? Ms. Castilla,
I have registered outside, so do I need to do something?
come on down. We'll get the paperwork later. That's okay. We didn't have you on this one, but have a seat, and you know the. Introduce yourself and give us your testimony, please.
Hey, Cindy Castilla. I serve as the president of Texas Eagle Forum. We actually oppose this bill, and I know that's going to sound odd, but I'd like to explain. I was a precinct chair since I was, I think, an election judge since 24. I've judged a lot of elections on and off through the years, through every method, starting with punch cards. And when we had it day of only in our precincts. Most of my leadership team has been election judges for a long time. Part of our issue with this is that we welcome children. We welcome them. We love when they come in. Ones that are busybodies and don't want to sit still, they arrange stickers for us and make designs while their mother or father vote. They're very much there and involved, and they're allowed to stand by their parent. And we celebrate them when they leave, and we put a lot of stickers on them if they want us to decorate them, or they decorate themselves. But the problem is that voting is a serious undertaking, and it's a privilege. And I think we should be careful about giving the privilege to a child who's underage. I believe I know why they're asking for only to 14, because you could get into older children that are maybe being paid to deliver a vote. We don't know whether this is somebody's child or not, and the law is not asking us for them to prove that it's their child. What if it's somebody with an uninterested voter delivering a vote, and they're making the marks for the person? They're voting illegally. In that case. And I think we have to honor our duty to steward our elections well. And I don't know that this does that. There's no problem with kids being in any election place. And when you swear your oath to assist somebody, children aren't old enough to do that. At 18, they are. So an 18-year-old, you would have to probably swear as being a voting assistant. If they do it. So those are some of the reasons. It could be disruptive to other voters with kids talking. With some equipment, if you hold a child and you're leaning, you could knock over the equipment, trying to help them read it or mark it. Thank you.
Thank you. Senators, any questions for Ms. Castillo or Mr. Johnson? Very well. Thank you for being here. Thanks for your testimony. Anyone else wishing to testify on, for, or against Senate Bill 62? Seeing none, public testimony is closed. Bills left pending at this time. Senators, I have a few bills which I would normally wait till the very end, but I apologize. One of my bills has the most witnesses, but it's not too many, and I know they're going to move very expeditiously, but so they can get out of here. We normally try to get the bills with the most witnesses first, and so I'll pass the gavel to the Vice Chair.
Mr. Chairman, if I may just say thank you to the witnesses and to the members of the committee and to you, of course. Most of all, to Senator Bettencourt.
Thank you, Dean.
You recognize him? Yes. All right. The chair lays out SJR 34 and recognizes the bill's author, Senator Hughes, to explain the bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Senate Joint Resolution 34 is designed to place into the Texas Constitution those rights which parents are already entitled to under established U.S. Supreme Court case law. The goal is twofold: to ensure the longevity of these rights by taking them away from case law, and not taking them away, but taking them from case law, which can change or go away at any time, and enshrining them in the Texas Constitution. This also provides clarity for lawyers, judges, and parents. The parents' constitutional rights are scattered over 100 years of case law, and these are cases many judges and attorneys may not be able to find. So the idea is to put all of this well-established law in one place in the Constitution, and that's what the constitutional amendment would do. The Senate has previously passed this, and I will lay it before the committee and yield for your questions.
Thank you, Senator Hughes. And members, are there any questions? All right. All right. The chair opens up public testimony for SJR 34. We have 5 chairs? Okay, I've got 5 chairs. I've got 5 witnesses, so I'm going to go in and call all 5 of you. Jonathan Covey, Cecilia Wood, Andrew Brown, Michelle Evans, and Jeremy Newman. Jonathan Covey, Cecilia Wood, Andrew Brown, Michelle Evans, and Jeremy Newman. All right. And why don't we just go on, let's start on this end since you're already set up. Give us your name, your position on the bill, or who you represent, and then your position.
My name is Jeremy Newman. I'm the Vice President of the Family Freedom Project. We're for the bill, and I thank Senator Hughes for bringing it again. We do a lot of litigation on parental rights issues, a lot of legislative work on parental rights issues, and we hear from a lot of families who are dealing with cases related to parental rights issues. One of the most common situations is people reaching out to us with a legitimate claim, but nobody to advocate for them effectively because they're in front of a trial judge who's not really familiar with the law, an attorney who's not really familiar with the law, and unless they can afford to get to the appellate court, it's really hard for them to vindicate their rights. And it's because the rights, they're not unclear if you know where to find them, but they're spread in 100 years of case law, and most trial judges and most attorneys don't look past the black letter law written in Texas law. And the second issue that I think the bill helps solve is right now all of those rights are spread in case law, which means if you get new judges who are appointed over the course of a few years, a few decades, those rights can all go away depending on how the judges reinterpret those laws. So the amendment itself doesn't change anything about the law. All it does is put into the Texas Constitution the rights that parents already have, but it does it in a way that ensures the longevity of those rights because it's not going to go away with future judicial appointments, and it ensures the clarity of those rights because you don't have to know where to look in 100 years of case law to understand what your rights are. It's written in one page in the Texas Constitution. We've worked over the last few years with a panel of different judges, local judges and justices to write the bill. So a lot of you guys know Justice Guzman, probably Justice Massingale from Houston, and then a few trial judges that we worked with to try and figure out how to write it in a concise way that didn't change anything about the law, but that would be useful for litigants. So that's kind of the origin of the bill, and we're in favor of it for those reasons.
Thank you, Mr. Newman. And if it's all right with everyone, we'll go in and have all of you give your testimony, and then we'll ask questions at the end. All right, state your name, who you represent, and give us your testimony, please.
Thank you, Vice Chair Paxton, members of the committee. My name is Andrew Brown. I'm with the Texas Public Policy Foundation, testifying in support of SJR 34. As has already been mentioned by Senator Hughes, this constitutional amendment would enshrine over 100 years of case law, safeguarding the rights that parents have in their relationships with their children. In fact, one of my favorite quotes is from the late Supreme Court Justice Sandra Day O'Connor, who famously wrote that the interest of parents in the care, custody, and control of their children is perhaps the oldest of the fundamental liberty interests recognized by this court. Specifically enumerating this right in our state's constitution will ensure its protection and aid in safeguarding the integrity of the family for generations to come. And although we colloquially refer to this set of rights as parental rights, I want to emphasize that it's the children of Texas who are the ultimate beneficiaries of the amendment created by SJR 34. The history and legal tradition of parental rights, when you study it, it becomes immediately clear that the rights of parents are deeply intertwined, they're derived from and inseparable from the care of the child. In fact, English philosopher John Locke said, "The parent-child relationship is a form of natural government, and the authority of the parent exists solely for the help, instruction, and preservation of their offspring." And these rights, according to American legal philosopher James Kant, are so well secured by the strength of the natural affection that it seldom requires to be enforced by human laws. And this is not some Pollyannish notion. It's actually backed up by data over decades and centuries showing that children raised by their biological parents, especially those raised in intact families, have significantly better outcomes across all indicators of child well-being than peers raised by non-intact families. We support SJR 34 for this reason, and thank you for your time.
Thank you. State your name, who you represent, and give us your testimony, please.
Good evening, Chair and committee. My name is Cecilia Wood, and I'm here tonight testifying on behalf of myself, and I'm so excited to be here in favor of this bill. You have a very short written testimony from me because I have been preparing for this in one way or the other for the last 38 years of my life. And after page 11, I was like, they can call me if they have questions. This is what I talked about. Feel free, and I will bring you back up materials. I am really excited about the language. I have worked with different groups, including Family Freedom Project, over the years, and I think this language nails it. We've really got the recipe. First, it says inherent. Now, the case law often will use the word fundamental. The two words are synonyms for each other, but we've heard recently some threats to attack fundamental liberty interests. The late, wonderful Justice Scalia said these are not fundamental rights, these are privileges and immunities. Inherent is the best description because these are not civil rights that come from a legislature. These are not even constitutional rights. The role of the government in these rights and in the judiciary is to recognize them and then protect them, because these were among the rights, life, liberty, among those rights that were endowed by our Creator. And so it's like gravity. Gravity existed before Newton saw the apple fall off the tree, or before Galileo started thinking about the concept. Children don't come with a manual, but they come with these rights for their parents because their parents need them to fulfill their responsibilities that society expects them to fulfill to raise good citizens. I also, over the years, have gotten a lot of pushback on this, on the second part, on B, on the compelling, that there must be a compelling governmental interest and that it must be narrowly tailored for that interest.
Thank you for your testimony, and maybe we have a question when we get to the end of everyone testifying. Thank you for your testimony. All right, invisible person behind Senator Middleton's head. Would you please state your name and who you represent, and give us your testimony, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members. My name is Jonathan Kevy. I'm the Policy Director for Texas Values. We're a legal and advocacy nonprofit in Texas that focuses on faith and family and freedom. I'm testifying in favor of SJR 34. These guys have covered a lot of it really well already. Parental rights are grounded in the Due Process Clause of the 14th Amendment of the Constitution. We know this, and they're embodied in a large, very large, well-recognized set of federal case law, including Troxel v. Granville, which was a very well-known case studied in law school across the country, the Santosky case, the Lassiter case, the Stanley case, even the Prince case. So, and it's also been upheld by the Texas Supreme Court as well in a number of cases, and a number of Texas Attorney General opinions. So, we know that ultimately, as Ms. Wood was talking about, parental rights are rights that are natural rights. They're God-given rights which never change. But case law has, at various times, changed and has been diluted and even reversed. We can look at the Roe decision from a couple of years ago. So, this is a precarious place to leave a very precious and fundamental right. It's a very a scary place, and as someone was talking about, it's one of our oldest and most fundamental rights. So what this does is essentially codifies it and secures the longevity of parental rights in the Texas Constitution, and it makes it clear for trial courts, judges, and for appellate court judges who sometimes get confused with parental rights that the parents have the right to the care, custody, and control of their children. So we support this measure, and we hope that you will as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. All right, our last witness on this panel, would you please state your name and who you represent, and give us your testimony, please?
Sure. Good evening, Chairman Hughes, Vice Chair Paxton, and committee members. My name is Michelle Evans. I'm not an attorney, but I am a mom, and I'm also the political director for Texans for Vaccine Choice. This amendment is simple yet powerful by underscoring the right of every Texas parent to be the sole decision maker for their children's upbringing. SJR 34 acknowledges the enormous responsibility and liberty inherent in child rearing. This constitutional amendment, if passed, would allow parents to make thoughtful and important medical decisions for their minor children without fear of retribution from the state and without their interference. This is obviously a fundamental tenet of our organization, so we strongly support this joint resolution and are grateful for Chairman Hughes and over on the House side, Chairman Frank for bringing it to the Senate this session. Barring extreme circumstances requiring intervention, the state's role is and always should be secondary to that of parents, because parents, not the state, are best equipped to make pivotal decisions for their children. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Members, do you have any questions for our witnesses? Yes, Senator Hinojosa, you're recognized.
Thank you. Just a quick question. I think I already know the answer to this, but just want to clarify. So, Senate Bill 14 that was passed in last in the 88th legislative session, where it prevented parents from transitioning their children. This bill, the Parental Bill of Rights, isn't superseding those additional laws. This is just right. Correct in saying that?
Yes, that's correct. The difference with Senate Bill 14 was that bill regulated the practice of medicine. It specifically went after what doctors who are licensed by the state of Texas may and may not do, what types of medical procedures they may or may not perform based on evidence, and had nothing to do with the ability of parents to pursue medical treatment for their children.
And in fact, the Supreme Court, the Texas Supreme Court said, if this had been a burden on the parents themselves, that then it would have come under a strict scrutiny review, which is the language that is exactly in this. This has been the language for strict scrutiny for some time, but now it can't get changed or diminished. But it came under rational basis because of, as Mr. Brown said, it was a different area that they were regulating.
Great. So in other words, the common sense legislation that our great senators have passed previously, I can't just as a parent, or anybody can't just as a parent decide, oh, I think I should raise my children in this manner that we've already said cannot be done or shouldn't be done. It doesn't allow for that. There's no loophole in that or anything.
I think the short answer to most questions is it doesn't actually change the law at all. Right. So any of the laws that we've passed, if they were to be challenged, they would be challenged under the same standard whether this passes or not.
That's right. Doesn't change the existing law at all.
Perfect. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Members, any other questions? I had one question. Ms. Wood, did you want to kind of wrap up a thought?
Oh, well, I was talking about this strict scrutiny standard here, and so this has been. I know some people may come to you and be concerned that this lets the government make some or interfere with some decisions. I mean, really, if you can find a lawyer, you can challenge anything on an applied standard to begin with. So someone could challenge, just I don't believe they would prevail on Senate Bill 14. But this is a pretty narrow, so that the state has to have a compelling interest. For example, I think, I'm board certified in family law. I'm a parental rights advocate, but I don't think parents should be allowed to kill their children because, as Mr. Brown pointed out, parents, the whole point is to protect the children, protect their rights. So I like having this in this statute because, as everyone has pointed out, the law changes constantly, and we could never, even if it changed, and we said on enumerated rights or on fundamental rights, we're not going to use strict scrutiny anymore. On this one, we would still have to use this strict scrutiny review.
I agree. Thank you so much for your testimony, and I think we all agree that the children really are literally our future, and they deserve everything we can do to protect them, and certainly that means making sure their parents have what they need. So thank you. I appreciate you all being here today, and you are excused unless there are any other questions. Okay.
Statement.
The bill's in really good shape.
Okay.
Couldn't get any better. So thank you. You're excused. Do we have anyone else who wishes to testify on for or against SJR 34? All right. I think that's everyone. If there's no one else wishing to testify on for or against, then public testimony is closed. And I'll hand back to you.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and you and I can change hats because I understand you're going to be laying out Senator Campbell's bill on her behalf. Very well. The chair lays out Senate Bill 847 by Senator Campbell.
Oh.
The SJR 34 will be.
Do I need to say that? Or
yeah, you want to. Yeah, thanks.
All right.
Thanks.
The bill will be left pending.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Senate Bill 847, the chair lays out Senate Bill 847 by Senator Campbell and recognizes Vice Chair Paxton on behalf of the author to explain the measure.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Senate Bill 847 seeks to protect cavern entities from certain liabilities while maintaining a standard of care to prevent negligence or intentional harm. Thank you.
Any questions for the Vice Chair on behalf of the author? Very well. The chair opens testimony on Senate Bill 847, and the chair calls Brad Wiest, Tanya Vessels. Thank you both for staying late. Senator Campbell was ready to go at the beginning of the hearing, but we had to deal with that lottery matter first. So thank you for staying late and becoming lottery experts with us. And so welcome. And we'll ask you each to introduce yourself and then give us your testimony.
All right. Thank y'all very much. Yes, it has been a rather long and interesting day, for sure. Chairman Hughes and members of the committee, thank y'all for providing time to hear from Show Caves in Texas. I'm here to support SB 847 by Senator Campbell. My name is Brad Wiest, and my family owns and operates the largest show cave in Texas, Natural Bridge Caverns. I have also served as president of the National Caves Association and the International Show Caves Association, representing caves across the United States and around the world. Here in Texas, most show caves are small businesses, locally owned, generally by families just like ours. The land where Natural Bridge Caverns was discovered has been in our family for 5 generations. We opened in 1964, and then Texas Governor John Connally dedicated the caverns a jewel in the crown of Texas tourist attractions. Developing a wild cave to allow tours by the public is a careful process. It's critical we preserve the cavern environment with minimal impact while providing safe access for our employees and guests. Our show caves are precious natural resources, a part of aquifer recharge, home to rare cave-adapted species, paleontology, and cultural and historical sites. We have literally spent millions of dollars creating safe and exciting experiences for our guests. Despite that, we repeatedly have to deal with frivolous claims, everything from people bumping their heads when they're warned about ducking, not holding on to handrails and slipping, not watching their step while going downstairs, or guests coming into contact with wildlife even. In some cases, our insurance company chooses to pay out these claims rather than fight them, even though we're not at fault. And I don't have to tell you how frustrating this is. These cases clog the courts, cost tremendous time and money, and compromise our confidence in a system designed to address negligence. I believe the more people know about the incredible sights below our feet, the more vested they will be in protecting these natural Texas wonders. Senate Bill 847 will help protect our small cave businesses and natural wonders for generations of Texans, while ensuring that operators maintain safe conditions for guests. Thank you again for your time and consideration for supporting SB 847 by Senator Campbell. Thank you.
Thanks for your testimony. Ms. Vessels, introduce yourself. Give us your testimony. Welcome.
I appreciate the time that you've given us to voice our concerns over frivolous lawsuits. My name is Tanya Vessels. I have been the general manager of Interspace Cavern in Georgetown for the past 20 years. Along with the other 4 show caves in Texas, we all take pride in the natural wonders that we have been made stewards of. Interspace has made safety their #1 priority. Our tour guides are taught that safety of our guests and themselves is the most important aspect of the tour. During the safety presentation before entering the cave and the posted signage, guests are made aware of the conditions that they are entering. These conditions include low ceilings, steep, wet walkways, and high humidity. During the tour, the guides have predetermined stops where they emphasize the terrain of the cave and the upcoming stop. For example, if the tour is entering a room that has a steep walkway, the guide would tell the guest to use the handrail. We had an experience where a woman came to the cave wearing a neck brace and walking with a cane. When she went over to meet her tour, the tour guide met her and explained to her the situation that she was going to be going into. Her and her family insisted that she would be fine. As soon as she entered the cave, she fell. He checked with her and she said that she was fine and wanted to continue with the tour. He checked her repeatedly throughout the tour and she indicated to him that she was doing well. She was able to walk a mile through steep, hilly terrain and up a 103-yard ramp. The next day I called to check on her, and her niece told me that they had taken her to the hospital where they kept her for observation. During the night, she got up and fell at the hospital and broke her pelvis. About 2 years later, we got a notice that we were being sued for bodily injury, and it was included with the pelvis. In the end, the insurance company settled out of court as it was less expensive than going to court, even though the injury did not happen at the cave. Senate Bill 847 would protect cave owners, managers against frivolous lawsuits. Thank you for your consideration in this matter.
Thanks for your testimony. Senators, any questions for either of our witnesses on this bill? And I can say by way of refreshment of memories that the model for this bill is one that the legislature passed last session involving campgrounds. It's worked very well, and so that's basically what we're doing here. Similar situation, similar needs. Any questions for these witnesses? Let me ask you a dumb question.
Sure.
Mr. Weiss, you talked about folks hitting their head. Is it stalactites or stalagmites? I get tights.
So you got it. That's
Okay.
right. Yeah. If you ever want to moonlight as a tour guide, we can hook you up. But yeah, stalactites hanging tight to the ceiling, and stalagmites might reach the ceiling one day.
Thank you. And I resisted the temptation to look that up. That was off the top of my head, I promise. Thank you.
Very impressive.
And so any questions for these witnesses? And then while they're here, I'll ask if anybody else present wishes to testify on, for, or against Senate Bill 847. Very good. Seeing none, we'll close public testimony and close all testimony. Thank you for being here, and this bill will be moving through the process, and so we anticipate pretty smoothly. So thank you for being here. This time, Senate Bill 847. No, that was, yes, will be left pending this time. And that is, this is Senator Middleton. Do you have a? Yeah. Okay. The chair lays out Senate Bill 706 by Chairman Schwartner and recognizes Senator Middleton, our committee colleague, to explain the measure.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Members, I'm laying out Senate Bill 706 by Chairman Schwartner. Senate Bill 706 requires universal recognition by Texas of a license to carry a handgun issued by another state. The bill updates our reciprocity laws to align with the 20 other states that offer universal reciprocity of a valid license to carry issued by another state. It also directs the governor to negotiate any necessary agreement for states that require formal reciprocity agreements. And I believe we have a resource witness from DPS and OAG, Office Attorney General, here as well today. So thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. Members, any questions for Senator Middleton on behalf of the author? Very well. Chair opens up testimony, public testimony on Senate Bill 706. Chair calls Kyle Caruth and John Poole. We're looking for, there we go, Kyle Caruth, John Poole. And if anyone else wishes to testify on, for, or against this bill, please make your way down and we'll get your information. Gentlemen, just pick a seat, and when you're ready, we'll start on my left, your right. So if you'll introduce yourself and go ahead, give us your testimony. Welcome.
Good evening, Senator Hughes, members of the Senate State Affairs Committee. My name's John Poole. I'm the Executive Director of the Texas State Rifle Association. I'm here today to testify in favor of Senator Schwartner's universal license to carry recognition legislation, Senate Bill 706. It is late, and actually you already hit many of the points that I was going to talk about. Mostly, again, Texas already recognizes 45 other states carry licenses. Currently, 37 states carry full reciprocity with Texas. 20 states, as it was already stated, provide for universal recognition. The biggest form of this bill that I see on behalf of the association is going to put Texas in a leadership role as we already know, Washington has already filed a national reciprocity bill. It's going to make it easier for the governor's office, easier for DPS, and easier for Texans to be able to exercise and continue their Second Amendment rights. With that, most of the information is already there, and I just want to state, sir, that we are in support of this bill.
Thank you for your testimony. Thanks for being here. Welcome. Introduce yourself and go ahead.
Yes, my name is Kyle Caruth. I'm here individually and also as the state legislative director on behalf of 2.5 million members of the Gun Owners of America. And of course, I would echo everything that John has said this evening. I'd also like to add a few things about reciprocity in particular. While we are working on national reciprocity, we aren't quite there yet. And we do have a need for reciprocity to be passed here in this state at this time in advance of that national reciprocity and in hopes of such. One, of course, we as Texans having constitutional carry, individuals coming from out of state are able to, in fact, carry. But having a reciprocity act in place, of course, encourages those individuals and also makes us as Texans and all of our citizens safer as well. In addition to that, if we enact a state reciprocity act here in Texas, there are multiple states around the country who only recognize reciprocity if there is a joint reciprocity act in place. Of course, this bill in particular, as you mentioned a moment ago, allows the governor to negotiate with those states and to put that reciprocity in place. This is something that will bring further assurance to all of our citizens here in the state and to all of our visitors that they will, in fact, be safe and be protected while they're within the bounds of this state. Thank you.
Thanks for your testimony. The Dean of the Senate is recognized. Senator Zaffirini.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Would there be a risk regarding whether we could work out reciprocity with states that have less stringent laws in terms of background checks or training requirements?
I'm sorry, ma'am. The echoing.
The echo is terrible in here.
I apologize.
I said, is there a risk regarding the possibility of Texas negotiating reciprocity with states that have less stringent laws, specifically regarding background checks or training requirements?
Go ahead, you got.
So my understanding with that, if a state has more stringent, more stringent issues than what Texas does, in fact, that's where the governor steps in and negotiates that portion of the Reciprocity Act in particular. Us allowing other states, so if, another West Coast or East Coast state, whatever the case might be, if they are more stringent, Texas will still, of course, recognize that and offer reciprocity. In the reverse, if Texas is going to one of those states that is more stringent, then that's where those negotiations with the governor would come into play to actually put that negotiation into place.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Dean. Members, any other questions? Thank you both for being here. Thanks for your testimony.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else wishing to testify on for or against Senate Bill 706? Seeing and hearing none, public testimony is closed. Senate Bill 706 will be left pending at this time. The chair now lays out Senate Bill 869 and recognizes its author, Senator Birdwell, to explain the measure.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Members, this bill is in the same spirit as we've debated the lottery bill. I've got a state agency that needs its shot group tightened. So let me lay out the bill if I may. Members, Senate Bill 689 is a bill that addresses some additional requirements from Senate Bill 548 from the 86th legislature, which passed the Senate 31-0. In 2019, the legislature adopted SB 548 into law, which directed the Texas Ethics Commission to either dismiss or propose a resolution for a formal complaint within a 120-day period. The only exception to this deadline would be if the complaint were to proceed to litigation. The clear intent of my bill that the Commission's failure to abide by that provision would result in the dismissal of a sworn complaint. However, the Commission in 2020 would adopt in 2020 what is now Rule 12.23. This is an old story. The law says one thing, and a rule that has been adopted in direct contravention to the law. The rule that they adopted provided that the 120-day deadline is tolled upon the issuance of a subpoena and resets on the date the person to whom the subpoena is directed complies with the subpoena. For those of you that didn't attend law school, tolling is a legal doctrine that temporarily stops the time period set by a statute of limitations. The Texas Ethics Commission Rule 12.23 clearly bypasses the intent and the letter of the law that the legislature created by establishing a situation where a formal complaint can continue in perpetuity through multiple issuances of subpoenas without resolution or proceeding to litigation at great legal expense to the defendant and to the taxpayer. SB 869 makes perfectly clear that during the investigation of an official complaint, the TEC must either dismiss or propose a resolution within a 120-day period without tolling unless litigation is brought by the respondent or the commission regarding the complaint. The bill also specifies that the Texas Ethics Commission only has tolling capabilities in the event that a complainant proceeds to litigation and that the commission does not possess the rulemaking authority to alter or enhance its tolling capabilities. I'd also like to mention that I submitted an AG opinion back in October of 2024 asking for an opinion on if the TEC's rule to toll its obligation under Government Code 571.1242 in any circumstance other than litigation. Can they toll in any other circumstance other than litigation? While I'm still waiting the result of the Attorney General's office, which will hopefully provide relief for these individuals currently engaged in elongated investigations by the TEC, I filed SB 869 in order to statutorily ensure complaints are resolved within the 120-day period. Members, let me read to you from the statute that we adopted, the governor signed back in the 2019 session. Again, Chapter 571, Section 1242, letter G, this is what we put in. Not later than the 120th day after the later of the date the commission receives a respondent's response to notice as required by subsection A or B of the respondent's response to written questions as required by subsection F, the commission shall, 1, propose an agreement to the respondent to settle the complaint without holding a preliminary hearing, or 2, dismiss the complaint. Letter H, the deadline under subsection G, what I just read, is tolled for the duration of any litigation brought by the respondent or the commission regarding the complaint at issue. I read that to you because, like in 2019, when I had a bill that was going to reduce the size and scope of the Ethics Commission, they brought us a fiscal note that said they need more lawyers to do less work. We have the same thing again. In their fiscal note, it says the bill would remove the ability of TEC to toll the 120-day clock with additional questions or discovery. They say that they need 3 additional lawyers to toll inside the 120-day period that we told them that they can't toll inside. So I've got a fiscal note, in my view, deliberately intending to try to kill the bill, but functionally, what we have is an agency that can't read the law, writes a rule in direct violation of that law, and then sends us a fiscal note saying that they need more lawyers to violate that law. Subject to your questions, members.
Senators, any questions for Chairman Birdwell?
If I may, Mr. Chairman,
Please.
but this is why I said what I did when Senator Hall was so eloquent. It isn't just what the Lottery Commission's done. I think all of us have experienced the frustration where what the legislature has put in law is treated as a suggestion. And I'm beyond suffering that foolishness. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator. Pardon me, no one is registered to testify on, for, or against the bill. We do have a resource witness from the Ethics Commission if we need to. If Senator Birdwell, you have any questions for the Ethics Commission on this?
No, I think I was pretty clear, Mr. Chairman. I don't think there's any questions.
Okay. If nobody needs a resource witness, then thank you for being here. No one is registered to testify, so let me ask, is there anyone present wishing to testify on, for, or against Senate Bill 869? Anyone wishing to testify on, for, or against? Seeing and hearing none, public testimony is closed. Bills left pending for a brief time. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The chair now lays out Senate Bill 890, and recognizes its author, Vice Chair Paxton, to explain the measure.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members. The state statute that currently provides active and retired judges an expedited process to receive their license to carry inadvertently leaves out statutory probate judges. This was brought to my attention by a constituent. Senate Bill 890 provides parity for statutory probate judges by adding them to the list of active and retired judges who are eligible to use the expedited process available to all other Texas judges. Members, this bill was passed unanimously out of this committee last session, unfortunately died on the House calendar, and I appreciate your consideration of Senate Bill 890.
Thank you. Senator, any members, any questions for the author? We'll open public testimony. The chair calls Honorable Guy Herman and Kyle Caruth, who have both registered for the bill. Mr. Caruth still here. Judge, welcome. Introduce yourself, even though we know you.
I'm Guy Herman. I'm the presiding statutory probate court judge of Texas, and we support this bill. We had it passed last year by Senator Paxton. We appreciate her doing that, but we feel discriminated against because we're the only judges that cannot carry a gun in the courthouse if we wanted to. And we have a judge that, sad to say, many years ago, there was a killing from an Austin lawyer, went up to Fort Worth, and this is a Fort Worth retired judge who was well aware of what happened up there when a judge and a prosecutor were killed by a person. And we would like to have the ability to carry a gun in the courthouse if necessary, if we feel like it. I'm a gun owner. I have a gun. I don't take it to the courthouse because I can't take it to the courthouse.
Thank you, Your Honor. Members, any questions for Judge Herman? Thank you for staying late with us. You do that a lot. Thanks for being here.
You're staying late. But I will tell all of you, Baylor won their basketball game, so did UT women.
Thank you, Judge. Is there anyone else wishing to testify on, for, or against Senate Bill 890? Anyone else? Seeing and hearing none, public testimony is closed. Bill will be left pending at this time. And I'll once again pass the gavel to our esteemed Vice Chair for to recognize me on the last two bills of the evening. And thank you, Judge.
All right. Chair lays out Senate Bill 687 and recognizes the bill's author, Senator Hughes, to explain the bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Senate Bill 687 deals with land surveyors and their relationship to other contractors and folks on a given job. large construction contracts sometimes include third-party liability clauses. And these are designed to make subcontractors such as land surveyors, architects, and engineers liable for the negligence of third parties working on the same project. It's an adhesion contract, right? And so you're told, if you want to work on this job, you've got to indemnify me even for my own negligence. Those contracts violate public policy, and we do not allow contracts like that in Texas. Subcontractors like land surveyors could be held liable for negligence which they have no responsibility for. And there's no way they can protect themselves. For this very reason, in the 87th legislature, we overwhelmingly passed House Bill 2016, which invalidated these contract provisions that make architects and engineers liable for the negligence of third parties. This bill before you now would extend that same protection to land surveyors who find themselves in the exact situation, architects and engineers, and deserve the same protection, I humbly submit. And that's the bill, and I yield for your questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Members, any questions? All right, if not, the chair will open up public testimony for Senate Bill 687. And we have a couple of folks registered. The chair calls Nick Van and Stephen Freeman. Nick Van and Stephen Freeman. Thank y'all for staying. And whoever gets there first can go on and get started. State your name, who you represent, and please give us your testimony.
Madam Chair, Chairman, or Chairwoman, excuse me, and esteemed committee members. My name is Stephen Freeman. I'm president of the Texas Society of Professional Surveyors. I also own my own surveying business in Texas, or in Tyler, Texas. I'm a registered professional land surveyor for a long time. I think the senator did very well reading the bill analysis, and that pretty much couples up the bill. With that, I'll let Nick make any comments.
Yeah, so good evening. Thank you guys so much for listening. My name is Nick Van. I am the Government Affairs Chair for the Texas Society of Professional Surveyors. I'm also the Managing Director and an owner for BGE Inc., a civil services firm. Again, Senator Hughes did a great job. Thank you for introducing the bill, and we're happy to entertain any questions that you may have.
Well, thank you for your testimony. Members, do you have any questions for the witnesses? If not, thank you for your testimony. You're excused. Is there anyone else present wishing to testify on, for, or against Senate Bill 687? Anyone else wishing to testify on, for, or against Senate Bill 687? All right, if not, the bill will be left pending. The chair lays out SCR 9 by Senator Hughes and recognizes the bill's author, Chairman Hughes, to explain the bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Senate Concurrent Resolution 9 before you may look familiar. This body and the Senate passed this in a bipartisan fashion last session. The U.S. Supreme Court has had 9 members since 1869. At various times there have been discussions about increasing that number. Almost always when one party or the other is seeking a partisan advantage. They don't like the way the current framework looks, so while we've got control of both houses of the U.S. Congress, and the White House will increase the number so we can dilute the current majority. It's not, neither party is immune from this impulse. It's interesting that the prominent Supreme Court justices Ruth Bader Ginsburg and Clarence Thomas, who agreed on a whole lot, as you know, and I'm being sarcastic, they both agreed that changing the number on the bench to suit partisan whims would only compromise that great and important institution of the United States Supreme Court. So what does this bill do? Senate Concurrent Resolution urges Congress to propose and submit the states for ratification the Keep 9 Amendment. And it very simply says, the Supreme Court of the United States shall be comprised of 9 justices. It would just preserve the integrity of the court. And again, we know this is nothing new. Last hearing, Senator Birdwell and I talked about the switch in time that saved 9 back when then conservative Supreme Court justices were slowing down the New Deal and President Roosevelt. Do you remember that, Senator Bardwell? You don't remember that, but you've read about it.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So, yeah, I'd be happy to put the Supreme Court back in the old Supreme
You're
Court.
Recognized, Senator Birdwell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm sorry.
Madam Chair.
You are technically and tactically proficient. We ought to put the Supreme Court back in the old Supreme Court room in the basement of the Capitol. So, hooah.
And Madam Chair, I apologize. I was acting as if I had the chair, and I don't. And
We all have our chairs.
never bothers me.
That's a good
when
thing. It's
someone
been a
does
long
that.
night.
So that's what this does. Again, it passed in a bipartisan fashion last session. And again, this proposes, the language of this proposes that the resolution will be presented to the states in a very nice, clean manner with no potential for collateral damage. And that's what this does. And I yield for questions now. Sorry I did it prematurely.
That's all right. That's all right. Thank you, Chairman. And are there any questions for Chairman Hughes? Senator Birdwell? No, not now. Thank you. All right. Well, then we will, Chair opens up public testimony for SCR 9. All right. We don't have anyone registered to testify on the bill. Is there anyone present wishing to testify on, for, or against Senate Concurrent Resolution 9? All right, seeing none, then public testimony is closed, and the bill will be left pending.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And is there any other business to come before the Senate Committee on State Affairs? If not, I thank each member for your preparation and your participation and your excellent staffs. I thank our outstanding committee staff for all of their work, getting us prepared, keeping us going, and all the folks at Senate Services who are getting us set up are going to have to move these tables and move them back, and a lot of people involved in this process. I thank each witness who participated, and with that, thank you. And with that, Senator Betancourt moves that the Senate Committee on State Affairs stands in recess subject to the call of the chair. Is there objection? Very well. Good night.